Preface to the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Preface. In publishing the present volume, it is our privilege to produce the first book ever written by Englishmen on Yucatan, that Egypt of the New World, where, it is now generally admitted, Central American civilization reached its apogee, and to be, for the present at least, the only Englishman who can claim to have explored the uncivilized northeastern portions of the peninsula and the islands of her eastern coast. Mr. A. P. Maudslay, who in 1889 made a lengthy stay at and a detailed survey of Chichen, has done yeoman service to Central American archaeology by his years of patient work, alas, too little appreciated, in Guatemala, in the Usumacinta district and southern Mexico. Work, and wonderful work, has been done in civilized Yucatan by bands of earnest laborers from the States, from Germany, and from France. Among these the most notable is the late J. L. Stevens, the American traveler who visited Yucatan in 1842, and who is justly regarded as the father of Mayan archaeology. In his footsteps has followed, during recent years, Mr. Edward H. Thompson, one of the most painstaking and accomplished of American archaeologists. France has been represented by M. Désiré Charnay, and latterly by Count Périgny. Of the German field workers the most assiduous have been Professor Seeler, T. Mailer, and K. Sapper, while all who wish to see the Mayan problem solved must pay a meed of thanks to the eminent Professor Forstemann for his attempts to decipher the inscriptions, even if they feel, as do we, that he has allowed his enthusiasm to lead him too far astray on a will-o'-the-wisp path of inquiry and theory. The problem reviewed in this volume is a profoundly interesting one. The ethnology of the Americas presents a problem as yet unsolved. The average ethnologist has been content to label the vast affiliated hordes and tribes of the two Americas Mongolian. But the American ethnologist puzzle is deepened by the existence of what is known as the Mayan civilization, and its many ramifications throughout Central America. Whence came these building races? What cradle-land is one to assign to architects whose achievements often rival in grandeur the monuments of Egypt? How is one to believe that they were ordinary members, or members at all, of that great affiliated race of American Indians, whose ideas of building were represented in the north by the snow house of the Eskimo and the wigwam of the Sioux, and in the south by the leaf shelters of the cannibal inhabitants of the forests of Brazil? In the later chapters of this volume we endeavor to analyze the evidence which we and others have collected on this thorny Mayan problem. We cannot too strongly urge that the time has come to drop once and for all the Toltec theory. We know that we are thus taking up a position in direct opposition to 4/5 of the students and scholars who have worked in the field, but we are as convinced that the race which built the ruined palaces and temples of Yucatan is not a vanished race as we are convinced that the Toltec theory is a gross error. And if we are obstinate as to the origin of Mayan civilization, we fear that we must be charged too with gross obstinacy in the matter of deciding the age of the ruins. We would like to believe, with those more sanguine, that the wonderful structures have a history rivaling Memphis or Syene. But we cannot believe it, and we hope that those who read this volume will acquit us of coming to this very disappointing decision on flimsy grounds. In such matters no grounds but practical ones are to be trusted, and we claim that an expert builder's careful examination of the ruins, after due allowance is made for the friability of the limestone used in such a climate as Yucatan enjoys, will prove to any open-minded inquirer that the oldest building still standing, so to speak, intact, has not seen more than 6 centuries. In the present volume it has been impossible to do more than open the case for the theory we propound, viz. that America's first architects were Buddhist immigrants from Java and Indo-China. To attempt to prove this would require much time and money, but alas, archaeology is not such a popular and paying science as will allow those without large means at their disposal to follow up their theories. We should need many months of careful study in Java, the Malay Peninsula, Ceylon, and India. If investigations there proved satisfactory, the next step would be to follow the route we have suggested as that taken by the migrators in a vessel as similar as possible to those it may be presumed they employed. Along the route a more minute study of the archaeological remains on the islands of the Caroline and Marshall groups than has yet been undertaken could be made. Thence the voyage would be continued to the American mainland, where a thorough investigation of the country between the coast and Copan would probably yield valuable data. But such an expedition would require an outlay of thousands of pounds, and would occupy 2 or 3 years, much of which would have to be spent under such hardships as only enthusiasts could contemplate. C.A. and F.J.T.F. London, 1908. End of Preface.
Section 1 of The American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosehip. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 1. A Bird's Eye View of Mexico, Part 1. Most of us want to do what we are not doing. In the majority of human hearts, deep down, is an intangible, tormenting wish to go somewhere, to see some land, to do something which is not in the programme drawn up for us by the inexorable fate of birth and circumstance. Usually the longing is crushed out by the juggernaut wheels of life's ponderous car of necessity, which drives us all forward towards the unknown in a set groove from which the most desperate efforts never extricate us. We long for the North Pole. We sigh for a trip to the Antarctic regions. We dream of scaling the mountains of the moon with the unreasoning longing of children. We feel we shan't be happy till we get there, and we are never happy. We go on longing and living in Brixton. Most of us have not left Brixton. Most of us never will. We, the authors of this book, were not living in Brixton, but in quite as commonplace a suburb when the torments of unfulfilled aspiration seized us and shook us as a terrier might a rat. The demon of discontent shouted at us, grinned at us, sneered at us. "You hate this suburb. Clear out. Go away," it said. "Throw up your work and duty. Burst through the fetters of the commonplace." Well, we couldn't stand it. We bore it for some weeks, and then one midnight in the silence of the sleep time, we knocked the ashes out of our pipes as we sat mournfully facing each other over our suburban hearth, and from the fullness of our tormented hearts we cried aloud, "We will go to Yucatan." But our leaving Brixton was not suspicious enough in its suddenness to alarm the tradesmen. Yucatan, that curiously unknown peninsula, easternmost portion of the Republic of Mexico, which by reason of its wondrous ruined cities has earned the title of the Egypt of the New World, had long been a dream of ours. We had put in years of study of the very few and scarce books describing some of those ruins, and hard work on the literature of the problems of Central American civilization before we had the satisfaction of leaving Brixton. But everything comes to him who knows how to wait, and at last, in pursuance of our resolution to shake the dust of the commonplace off our feet, for a time at least, we found ourselves on a very dingy November afternoon with 2 unwieldy packing cases full of guns and saddlery and innumerable portmanteaux, standing on the Prince's Landing Stage, Liverpool, staring out seaward into the dank mist where an old salt declared our liner to lie. It was obvious he did not, for in a few minutes a dropsical tug, it was almost as broad as it was long, fumed up to the pier side, and, hoisting the company's flag, invited us to go with it, trustingly into that mist from which we were destined to pass, though that looked an impossibility, into the dazzling glories of the eternal Carib summer. Having posted our last wills and testaments and dying wishes to our friends in 17 envelopes, and given one more pathetic glance at the sombre grey glories of the Liverpudlian capital, which stood out drear and grim behind us in the fading light, we surrendered to the captain of the tug, in company with other apprehensive-looking voyagers. If you have never taken a long sea voyage, and the etceteras and discomforts of many months' travel in a land the language of whose inhabitants you have been for weeks trying to grapple with in unintelligible grammars, loom awesome in your mind, there is something positively terrifying in standing on the deck of a tender, as all well-conducted liner tugs insist on being called, on a damp, dark autumn afternoon. Its grimy decks and its reek of oil offend you. Its chilly bareness, its inhospitable, straight-backed wooden seats, the gaunt nakedness of its wallowing outline, conjure up to your overwrought mind vague comparisons with the bare, whitewashed execution shed of which you have read in the yellow press. You feel you are in a nautical execution shed. You stand there shivering. You look back at the fast-fading, friendly wooden joists of the landing stage. You wish you had never come. You feel as you do when you get into the dentist's room, having earlier in the day telegraphed to him that you must have the offending tooth out with gas. You see the deadly chair and the cylinder of nitrous oxide, and you feel that perhaps, after all, you could have borne the toothache. Supposing, you shudder at the thought, something went wrong and you never woke up. There, now please open your mouth wide and breathe deeply. Oh no, beg pardon. Mind your toes there, sir, please, from an energetic officer in gold-laced coat, as the gangway flashes out from the steamship's black side like a snake's tongue. A grinding, squeaking noise as the dropsical tug affectionately rubs itself against the fenders which hang on the liner's side. A mad, foaming maelstrom of grey sea water, whitened as the screw reverses. A babel of orders and counter-orders, and you are swallowed up into the floating town. You are on board. You look wildly round. Nothing will save you now. The grim pilot in beaver cap stands on the bridge, significant official, to see that no hitch occurs in the execution. The steam whistle sounds mournful through the mist fast settling into fog. The great engines, which are to work unceasingly for 17 days and nights, break out into a long moaning, groaning, thumping as they start upon their Sisyphean task. And you are off. Nothing is ever as one expects it. We expected the Atlantic to be at least riotously playful in November. We expected our boat, she was only 4,000 tons, to be tossed, as you flip an empty nutshell, by one great bullying roller to another in their titanic play. Not a bit of it. We steamed down the Mersey, out into the Irish Channel, and though the good ship Floridian rolled, Jerusalem, we had to keep our eyes on the children, for the deck was at 45 degrees nearly all day. It was all hands to the kids to stop them slipping overboard. We ate and we drank, and the chill air off the Irish coast became balmy, and the mists broke, and we raised our caps to my lord the sun, whom we had not seen since the summer, and before we knew where we were, deck chairs were out, and overcoats were off, and officers in white drill uniforms paced a bridge shaded by snowy awnings, and we leaned back and smoked dreamily in the sunshine, and rejoiced that we had left Brixton. Some 19 days later, we had just serenely entered on the second course of our admirable daily breakfast, when a friendly officer's face appeared at the companion and uttered the monosyllable, "Land." It's a stupid enough looking word when it gets itself written, but it can mean a lot when for nearly 3 weeks you have not seen anything of it worth talking about. We had become such sea dogs. We had grown so used to our daily prospect of dancing blue wavelets, of the sun-bathed infinite waters, darkling from sapphire to slaty grey at the horizon, our horizon. We had sat so many nights contented under the awnings in the moonlight, the exquisite tropic calm of the sea night, broken only by the periodic music of the ship's bell, with its haunting recitative, "All's well," from the lookout man. Lulled by the magic of the eternal Carib summer, we had also learnt in this rare fortnight the wisdom of the lotus-eaters, eating the honey-sweet fruit of the tropic with never one wish to go homeward, that it came as something approaching a shock to us, that word land. Why, we thought it was as extinct as the dodo. Time and space seemed to have melted for us into a world of infinite blues and golds and whites, a world peopled by merry porpoises, by silver-bright flying fish and snowy sea-birds. Knives and forks clattered down onto plates, and an eager throng of those whose island home was far beyond the seas dashed for the companion stairs. We rushed on deck with something of the eagerness the great Christopher must have felt as he hurried to his galleon poop when the Spanish sailors saw from the masthead, as in a glass dimly, what they took to be the coast of a new world. There was not much to see, but stay, what is that which floats magically suspended, cloud-like, before the glass? You rub your eyes, you dust the glass, you look again. Yes, right up in the sky there, as far above the dark line of shore as the puffy white cloud spots which dot the boundless azure, is a triangle of rose-tinted white, and as you stare, the wonder of it all grips you. You see the sun glinting dazzlingly on its eternal snows. You see the great rents and crevasses seaming its sides. You see where the cloud bank blots out and shrouds its vast shoulders and flanks. It is Orizaba, mighty Orizaba, raising its majestic head 4 miles into the infinite blue. In the enthusiasm of the moment we all agreed, even those of us who had suffered from the voyage, and they were few, that it was worth coming 6,000 miles to see such a sight, and we were all the better pleased with ourselves and our luck because our good skipper, who had sailed to Vera Cruz off and on for a quarter of a century, declared it was only once in 10 times that the great volcano condescended to expose its marvellous beauties so well. Vera Cruz is a town in travail. Its labour pains have seized it. Accoucheur Sir Wheatman Pearson at the bedside is assisting at the delivery of a Marinopolis, a city of the sea. Majestic buildings are breaking out amid squalid Spanish stuccoed houses, with frowsy passageways and garbage-strewn courtyards dating from Maximilian's day and earlier. Quays and wharves, lighthouses and customs offices, plazas and docks, broad asphalted roadways and stone houses are rearing themselves where once, ere Sir Wheatman's stalwart navvy elves did their fairy work, were naught but pestilential marshes, spawning ground for the yellow jack mosquito, tiny fever scourge bearer to the panic-stricken inhabitants. As we steamed inside the great stone breakwater built of Cyclopean masonry, Vera Cruz's first line of defence from the inroads of the deep, the impression one gets is that of the incongruity of it all. The new customs house and Oficina de Correos (post office), palatial piles, stand out seaward on the plain, far away from the green-shuttered, down-at-heel, ramshackle hovel town, as if ashamed of it all. What you do feel is that, when the confinement is satisfactorily completed, Vera Cruz will be a great city. Today she is still building enterprise plus a plaza. Every Spanish-American town is a town with a plaza. Vera Cruz is a plaza with a town. We will get there in a minute, but meantime there are ropes being thrown from our liner to the quaint yellow-faced Mexicans on the quay. The indicator bell rings from the bridge. The needle flies round to the magic word "stop," and the huge steel muscles of the great panting tired engines are at rest at last. It is a glorious day. The coast mists have melted away, and the whites of the distant houses, the dark greens of the palm trees, the flags of all nations fluttering on the shipping, make a vivid contrast in the blaze of sun with their distant background of lofty sand dunes rolling westward in a horizon of glistening white towards Mexico City. The quay at Vera Cruz is a kaleidoscope of international trade life, a spectacle unexampled in its way. Great steamships, their hatches burst open, continuously belch out their many cargoes upon the wooden piers. The clouds of dust, the reeking smell of toiling men, the screaming of the steam whistles, the grinding and creaking of the winches, the cries of the workers, the short, sharp words of command, the hoarse shouts in a score of languages, and the jangling crash of iron rails or girders or iron sheeting as each fresh load breaks from the winch onto the heaped-up mass below, make up a veritable trade hell. Niggers from Jamaica and the States, the purple veins standing out like wheels upon their foreheads, strain and grunt under huge bales. Koreans, red-tinted, flat-faced. Chinamen, their blue wide trousers tucked up to their knees. Spaniards and Mexicans. Italians and Greeks. The dapper Japs, their lithe bodies and small faces contrasting with Viking workmen from Sweden and Norway, Creole lads with raven-hued curly hair and sun-kissed faces, their black velvet eyes alight with the lust of the south, high cheek-boned, smooth-chinned Aztec Indians, ragged garbed, sailors of all races, blue-bloused, guernseyed, naked-chested, cheeks and necks that golden bronze for which wind and sea are the only cosmetics, jostle and push, laugh and curse, sweat and pant in their effort to live. Nowhere can one see the inwardness of the harsh struggle for life better than on Vera Cruz Quay. Derelicts, wastrels, beachcombers, sinners and sinned against, bloodshot-eyed drunkards, and leaden-grey opium smokers and eaters, strong and weak, healthful and sickly, men with faces of vicious angels, men with faces of devils let loose from hell, they have come from the uttermost corners of the earth, these groaning, sweating, reeking human beings, to fight in blistering sun and pestilential dust for the right to live. Long, ordered lines of porters wheel their laden trucks to the bonding sheds. Long lines of porters wheel their empty trucks like passing trains back to the gaping hatches of the giant ships. Under great umbrellas of scarlet, yellow or green cottons, jutting up like gigantic vari-coloured toadstools, sit portly Mexican dames, coarse of face, ponderous in bosoms and stomachs, the trestle trays at their sides loaded with fulsome heaps of fly-marked fruits, with sickly terrors of sugar and pastry euphemistically known as pan dulce, sweet bread, and sweetmeats of such unholy colours that they look as if they had been dipped in the devil's own dye-pot. There are no cabs in Vera Cruz. If there were, it would make no real difference to the unhappy traveller, for there is no roadway to the quay's sides, and baggage is shouldered by one of the innumerable rascally-faced Mexican touts, or trundled in huge railway barrows down the piers and jolted over execrable roads, towards the barn-like structure which does duty as terminus for the Central Mexican Railroad, one of the most wonderful lines ever laid. A few hours in Vera Cruz is enough to set the weary Briton humming perpetually the air of "Pay, pay, pay." Everything in Mexico is a question of money, and everybody has his or her price. It is often a large one, and a trade union of robbers has decreed that you must pay $1, 2 shillings, a package to have your baggage conveyed from quay to station a distance of 1/4 of a mile. It does not matter how many or how few are your impedimenta, nor the size of the package. The smallest must be paid for at the same rate, though in the reverse case you do not score, for a very large package is charged for at double rates. Unless you are content to drag portmanteau through the mob, you must foot this first outrageous bill. A fellow passenger of ours, travelling quietly with his wife, paid 24 shillings for the transporting of his kit. The customs house officials are fair-minded enough, and there is little trouble for the stranger there. Everything obviously for personal use is passed ungrudgingly, with the single exception of silver plate or ornaments. Our only difficulty lay in explaining in execrable Spanish to Señor el Aduanero, Mr. the Customs House officer, that with a long tour in primeval forests and cruises amid archipelagos of islets before us, £20 weight of Cadbury's solid chocolate, and 24 tins of their cocoa essence were moderate estimates of our personal needs in the direction of this best of all nutriment. He scented trade, and it was some minutes before we prevailed upon him to take his eagle eye off the suspiciously glistening tins which meant such comfort for us in our wanderings. Mournfully learning that our luggage would cost us 16 shillings to move into safety till we sailed again for Yucatan, we entrusted it to an apparently honest railway agent with some misgivings. Never let your baggage out of your sight at Vera Cruz. The contents are often stolen in the very customs house. The luggage porters interchange their metal badges too, so that while number 29 takes your bag and swears to meet you at the station, if you ever have the luck to see that number again, you will honestly be obliged to admit to the police authorities that the wearer is not the same fellow whom you employed, and, well, the matter rests there, and your stolen bag in Vera Cruz. But here's the plaza, and your first glimpse of Mexican life. It is dusty and frowsy enough, this stone-paved square, with its tawdry green and yellow-painted houses, its ill-laid roads broken by crevasses, and large holes under the flimsy tram lines, where cobblestones have got displaced. But there is just touch enough of the tropics to make it fascinating. At its centre is a 2-storied kiosk, bandstand above, drinking booth below. Under the deep shade of giant laurels, evergreen oaks, tulip trees, palms and orange trees stands an inner ring of chairs and round tables. The outer circle is formed of iron garden seats backing onto the flower beds, rich with scarlet-blossomed poinsettia, 20 or 30 feet high, with yellow and purple bell-flower blooms, with scarlet tulipans, and a pale pink and white blossom of a jasmine-like shape and size. Overhead in the thick leaves, myriads of peaches, bright-eyed, sleek-feathered cousins of the English blackbird, chatter, 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 till you wonder if they will ever stop. The Vera Cruzian tells you they never do. On 3 sides of the plaza the houses are arcaded. On the 4th is a hideously meretricious pile of yellowish stone, the cathedral. It is but 10 a.m., yet the sun is so fierce that the arcades are curtained off with sun-blinds reaching to the pavement edge. Within these tunnels of stifling shade, Vera Cruz breakfasts at 10 and dines at 5, and drinks all day. Tables for 2, tables for 4 or more, tables of metal or of wood, stained with ringed stains of wine-glass or coffee-cup, are ranged up by the blinds, leaving a passage for strollers. All day, almost all night at these tables sit men of all conditions. It is the kaleidoscope of the quays, a shade higher and lower. For the filthy, sweating nigger at the hatch side catches something, however little, of the majesty of toil. But these men, they neither toil nor spin. They have come in from plantations where they are almost kings, and they hold their glasses in fever-yellowed hands and leer at the passing women and girls, whose coarse beauty shrouded in mantilla, whose plump powdered necks and bosoms heaving opulent under tawdry muslin frocks seem fitting part, the female complement to the drink-sodden scene. But stay, there is a pleasanter sight at that table over there. It's worth a glance. You are glad to look away from the wolfish-eyed victims of drink and debauchery at those 2 hearty English skippers, tanned and bearded, who take their liquor like men and talk of their just completed runs. They're in the place, but not of it, and somehow you think you catch an envious glance thrown their way by the gaunt, blear-eyed creature who crawls past them after his 5th cocktail. In the streets the picturesque Mexican life is a-doing. The ranchero, so tight of trouser that it looks as if his legs must have been melted and run in hot into those grey pantaloons, like bullets in a mould, silver-spurred, his huge Mother-Shipton-shaped felt hat embroidered and bound with silver laces, his feet hidden in the great leather pockets which serve as stirrups here, canters into the plaza on a white Arab. Round the corner comes the milkman on a mule, his 4 jars of milk bulking so large round his saddle that you wonder he can get on or off. The raucous shouts of the Indians as their wagons jolt and bump and rattle over the broken cobbles. The mula mula of the Mexican as he urges on the mules which draw the yellow varnished tram cars down the rickety lines. The cracked treble note of the old woman who thrusts her roll of lottery tickets into your face with the eternal "por mañana," and the loud, insistent cry of the brown-faced, barefoot, rascally handsome newsboys mingle into one inharmonious chorus. On the shady seats of the plaza loll the ever-tired Mexican workmen smoking cigarettes. 12 strikes and the troop of rurals in grey uniforms with carbines and heavy revolvers, the mounted police, ride out from their barracks to take their work of patrolling the town. The townspeople gather and look, and then they sleep again, while in their shirt-sleeves, cigar or cigarette between their lips, Mexican clerks balance ledgers in banks and merchants' offices behind lattice blinds, and a postmaster in white drill trousers and coloured silk vest sells you postage stamps between puffs of smoke. The last few years have made a world of difference to Vera Cruz. A decade back, for 3/4 of the year, it was plague-ridden. In the dusty street arteries, up and down which its vicious, frowsy life is pumped forwards and backwards to its plaza heart, you might have walked and scarcely found one doorway without the great splashed crimson cross, seal of the yellow fever fiend within. Today it is growing into a health resort, but even now sanitation is embryonic. Dust carts, gruesome guillotine-like tumbrils, parade the streets, and gilded pools a steed would sniff at make road crossings into fording places where you must leap from one broken cobble to another and stumble into chasms of earth and unsightly ruts. But the gods have been good to this evil little town, for there are armies of unpaid scavengers who parade the streets, doing their work so silently and so perfectly that the municipality has passed a law by which an injury to one of them is a special crime and misdemeanor, heavily fined. These are the zopilotes, as the Mexicans call the American turkey buzzards, to kill one of which costs the murderer at least $5. Cadet branch of the vulture family, in their skinny bald heads, their rusty black moth-eaten feathers, their great splotchy claw feet, their torn and ragged wings hanging loose and low, nature has given them just the dress becoming such birds of hell. No, you did not believe birds could be so ugly. Birds could have such hateful eyes, such splay feet, such blotchy beaks. They are everywhere. They perch on the cathedral towers, on the balconies of houses. They ride on the dust carts, fight for the unspeakable in the gutters, tear at the rotting fish head, and settle in scores round the carcass of a dog. A score of them amble in front of you on the pavement, and hop their ungainly, hideous sideways hops as you spurn them, veritable birds of Beelzebub Lord of Flies. But Vera Cruz has good reason to thank heaven for her flying dustbins, and as they peer sideways at you out of their blinking rheumous eyes, they seem to know it. "We don't fear you, passer," you could imagine them saying, though one of the uncanniest facts about these awful birds is that they have no cry. They are as silent as the dead they filch and feast on. We are an essential part of this earth hell. We are the devil's bailiffs. You see the birds in other Mexican towns and cities. You see them in Yucatan perched on the walls of haciendas, or in the woods wrenching at the hide of a rotting cow, but they never seem to personify evil as at Vera Cruz. And there is evil there. There is vice in the air. Round the town clings an indescribable, haunting sense of sin. Sin which is swinish and foul, not the dazzling vice of a Semiramis court, the glorified debaucheries of a Capri, but a dreary, drink-sodden, fetid sin, clinging to the town like the noisome smell of a charnel house. Not that you see it. There ain't no 10 Commandments at Vera Cruz, but you don't see them broken, you simply feel they don't exist. Outward decorum here, as in most Mexican towns, is a feature. Street women are banished to a special quarter, and the shops are cleanly compared with some of Paris in the Rue de Rivoli or the Boulevard de Montmartre. But the women and men, the girls and the boys, have such faces and eyes that you feel that anything, everything is possible. Perhaps we do the new city of the True Cross injustice. All trade centres where the foreign sailor comes are much of a muchness. We simply record our impressions. Peradventure there be 7 good men in Vera Cruz. There are probably many score more, but one cannot help wishing the streets did not smell so rancid. Time was so much the essence of our tour that we decided to travel by the night train to Moctezuma's capital, where our chief business was the procuring of passports. Despite the lamentations of acquaintances who assured us we were throwing away the opportunity of a lifetime, the sight of the train's climb of 8,000 feet in the sunlight. As it proved, we had perhaps in some ways a really more awe-inspiring night spectacle. For the moon, which had bathed the tropic seas night after night for us in such gorgeous silver, had but just passed its full the very day of our arrival in port. End of section 1. Section 2 of The American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosehip. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 2. A Bird's Eye View of Mexico, Part 2. When the tepid night settled down upon the plaza, we made a hurried meal, and, leaving the crowd still drinking, made our way to the station. There are 2 trains every 24 hours each way between Mexico City and Vera Cruz, and a few minutes after we reached the platform, the day train from the capital came lumbering in, the bell on its huge Atlantic type of engine ringing mournfully. The same train starts back within a few minutes, the engines only being changed, and the narrow platform was quite the wrong place for the dreamer during the next few moments, with the crowds clambering out of the huge corridor cars, and a mob of would-be passengers fighting to get in. In the melee, One of us slipped between the train and the platform while the train was still slowly moving, but was withdrawn by a friendly arm before the oncoming bogie wheel had passed over his foot and put a summary end to explorations in Yucatan. Railway fares in Mexico are cheap, and the carriages are nasty. Seats of green leather with metal armrests, invention of railway devils surely, are ranged like the seats on a bus top, each side of the car with an avenue down the centre. A Pullman sleeping and breakfast compartment always form part of the night trains. Otherwise there are firsts, seconds and thirds, the latter wooden-benched contrivances, designed apparently with the set purpose of getting into the cubic space available the wherewithal for as much potential human discomfort as possible. Into these cars the Mexicans and Indians are climbing, a river of strange colour, blankets of all shades and stripes, straw steeple hats of every make for the men, the womenfolk bareheaded always, baskets of fruit and breads, bottles of drink, and queer knotted handkerchief luggage, reminiscent, without their cleanliness though, of those blue and black silk handkerchiefs in which Jack brings along his spare jumper and flannel shirt when he comes home again. For us in our lordly first, its floors stained with a myriad expectorations, its cushions bumpy and springless, there is gathering a motley gang of Mexico's upper ten, among whom the diabolical bowler hat and those impossible tweeds, which the foreigner, imitating our fashions, raises God knows where, predominate over the Mexican dress. A minute before we start, our most interesting fellow passenger arrives, a young man, his straw steeple hat set rakishly on one side, his red, white and blue blanket thrown round him and under one ear, closely followed by two dark-garbed Mexicans. He is a prisoner, of whom more later, and as the whistle sounds we see that his companions are engaged in making him comfortable for the night by mooring him with glistening steel handcuffs to the metal armrest of his seat. We steam out into the still night air, the heavy train bumping and jolting over level crossings where stand groups of Mexican poor, children and dogs, past rows of adobe huts, palm-thatched, and frowsy little tiendas, general shops, where glimpses are caught in the oil flare of trays of unspeakable eatables. It is stifling in the carriages, and we throw up the windows. The moon is rising, the night air is warm and scented with a strange, pungent, spicy scent, an indescribable perfume, the smell of the tropics. The train rolls heavily on between dark masses of bush and stunted cactus, topped by waving palm leaves, and here and there banana plantations, heavy with the grass-green fruit. This is the Tierra Caliente, the hot lands, the great belt of steaming miasmic country stretching some 50 miles ere we begin the climb up to the highlands of central Mexico. It is hard to see much, but that long slope of undulating ground out there to the left is a coffee plantation, the dark green bushes dotting the rounded hillside like tufts of wool on a bushman's head. Now the train crawls, as a fly on the edge of a teacup, round a fertile, crater-like valley. You can look right down into its green glories, where mid the leaves the moonlight touches into quicksilver the boisterous river, which bubbles and froths like a Scotch stream in spate. Now we pass through acres of forest, banking up each side so high that it is all blackness, while every few miles the mournful tolling of the engine bell heralds us into a wayside village, the lights streaming through the doors of whitewashed huts, and Indians, muffled to their eyes in blankets, standing in silent groups by the railside. At Rio Blanco, we rattle past a great cotton factory, its myriad lights twinkling into such a confusion of illumination that it looks like a swarm of fireflies hovering amid the darkened houses and huts of the town. For hours afterwards we are to see those twinkling lights, thousands of feet below us in the valley, ever shifting their position as the train winds its way round and again round the vast wooded sides of the mountain range. This factory at Rio Blanco is one of the largest cotton factories in Mexico, and during a recent winter was the scene of one of those terrible incidents which prove how really superficial is the civilization of Mexico. The company objected to their workmen buying their provisions at the ordinary town stores, and started a tienda of their own, where the goods sold were both more expensive and of inferior quality. An order was issued that in future the hands must deal at the company's store. The men objected and went on strike. From the capital comes down General Martinez, Vice Secretary for War, thenceforward to be known as the Mexican Trepov, and in one morning his troops shoot down in cold blood 214 men loitering in the streets of Rio Blanco. Enough that the Iron Master ordered it. No one disputes the yea or the nay of Porfirio Diaz, maker of modern Mexico. So the strike is over. Labour is scarce in Rio Blanco for a week or so, and Trepov Martinez travels back to the capital to ride his fine Arab in Chapultepec Park and spend his evenings at cards in the Jockey Club. But for the time we lose sight of the factory. We are nearing the limits of the hotlands, and as you stare out into the night, barrener hills and mounds, stone-speckled, are closing in on each side. Beyond them and above them, blacker distant masses climb into the moonlit sky, ringing round the landscape ahead till it looks as if our train, landlocked, will soon have to come to a standstill. The plains, rich with their harvests of cotton and coffee, of fruits, sugar-cane and olives, have given place all round to mountains, and as we wind forward, heights, rising mysterious, magical, wall us in from the rear, till we seem as if we were caught in a black devil's punch-bowl. And then, like the fitting knell to the apprehensive traveller's thoughts, the doleful engine bell clangs sorrowfully, backwards and forwards, and the great train rolls into the station of Orizaba. Here, in a bare, stone-floored barn room, a grossly obese Mexican, like the camel he seems to have 2 or 3 stomachs, his striped, leather-belted cotton vest shows such huge undulations of adipose tissue. Assisted by a sickly yellow Indian lad, swaddled in a red and white striped blanket, serves coffee, good coffee too, and pan dulce, sweetbread, crusted with caraway seeds. And here, too, the great climbing engines are awaiting us, snorting and blowing off steam like angered bulls eager to charge the Toreador hills which blot out the world ahead of us. We need both, for the train is to be cut into 2. One engine will not carry us safely up the perilous slope, and the Pullman carriages in a few minutes rumble out ahead of us. We have struck up a friendship with the car conductor, a half-blood nigger from Cuba, and a delightful companion who speaks English well, and has already told us more about Mexico than a dozen encyclopedia articles, and as, munching a last mouthful of roll, we climb into our car, he gives us a friendly warning to be on the lookout in some 15 minutes for a queer sight, the Pullman half of the train climbing the mountains above us. If you think of a mountain and then draw round it in your mind a spiral line, as if it was a vast cone-shaped screw, you will gain an idea of what the two trains were going to do. They were going to wind up from the valley, round and round the scalped faces of the mountains to a height of 8,000 feet above sea level. 6,000 feet of this alpine work is done in 15 miles of rail after leaving Orizaba Station during a space of 2 hours, a gradient of 1 in 13 1/5. It is pleasant to remember that this miracle of engineering skill was achieved by Englishmen, and that in the long years since, so perfect was their work, no serious accident has ever occurred. The engine soon gets to grips with its Titan task. Over us on the right we see the vast mountains close, towering upward as a huge wave looms above the swimmer sunk in its trough. Those eternal hills up to the barren fastnesses of which the gallant Cortes and his 500 climbed 4 centuries ago, after he had destroyed his boats at Vera Cruz, that there might be no looking backward. Slowly we wind round the base of the mountain, then we bend back again on a new spiral till the lights of Orizaba Station twinkle ahead of us instead of behind us. Once more round, and the cars tilt outward, outward, till it seems we are at an impossible angle if we are to keep the metals. 2 or 3 more spirals, and we have won this first hill, and here is our next monster, and as we bend round the last of the conquered one, you look right across the valley, hundreds of feet deep, to where absolutely opposite is the meagre metal band running round the face of the still higher hill. Talk of horseshoe curves! So acute seems the bend that one wonders how the most perfect bogie wheels can take it. But we do take it, till we in the front cars seem to be looking right into the hinder ones, where huddle in the dim light Indians as tightly packed as sardines in a tin. The grinding of the brakes, the short sharp pants of the engine, the fierce glare from its opened furnace, the figures of the stokers silhouetted ink black against the flame red, the slow creak creak as the wheels turn and turn again to an ever new curve, make a scene unparalleled. Every few minutes sinister figures, slouch-hatted, scarlet blankets thrown round them to chin height, men who in the dim light look terrifyingly brigand-like, pass through the cars, in their hands swinging lamps. These are the brakemen, 2 to a car, upon whose untiring nerve the safety of the train largely hangs. And now, as we enter upon a new curve, sure enough, right above, like some giant glowworm creeping sluggish up the hill, is the Pullman half of our train. We have just caught sight of it, and it twinkles on the curve ahead, and twists and contorts itself round the hill till it seems to be doubling back upon us. At one moment we are on the same curve, and not a quarter of a mile separates the two trains. What if the Pullman brakes gave? And then it has twisted itself out of our sight, only to reappear, a moving gleam of light in the black woodlands overhead. But look eastward. What a sight! We have climbed over 2,000 feet now, and far below us stretch limitless the moonlit hot lands. It is all black, that distance, save where, a bed of light, the cotton factory of Rio Blanco steals into view beneath that hill on the right. Now it twinkles ahead, now behind us. Now we seem running past it again, but infinitely far away, and then we lose it altogether and bend into a dark curve between two hills. As we lean out of the windows, the car tilts till we see no permanent way beneath us. We look sheer down into a gorge which cannot be less than 500 feet deep. Away down there we see what are huge trees. They look shrubs. A wide river which seems a brook, broken here and there by waterfalls over rocks as large as houses, which look mere pebbles. Against the silvered sky rise, jagged-toothed, line upon line of hills, roughly pointed, the cone shape of volcanoes, and as we twist out of the black gorge, greatest sight of all, rises the vast apex of Orizaba, dwarfing the meaner masses around, her snowy peak silvered by the moon into a diamond brightness. Looking out across that world of hills upon that queenly height, one understands why men have worshipped mountains. But while we have been dodging from window to window like village schoolboys on a treat day, the lamps of the car have been shrouded in green baize hoods. And our Mexican fellow travellers, indifferent to Orizaba's majesty and the angle of the carriages, have stretched themselves into all sorts of uneasy attitudes on the Procrustean seats and sleep. Even our good conductor, weary of cigarettes, has turned up his collar and with folded arms nods his peak-capped head till he is to be roused by the jolting of the train into Esperanza. And it is getting cold. Blasé with the wonders of the climb, we close the windows and, unbuckling portmanteau, gratefully wrap ourselves into rugs and ulsters. But our companions are not all sleeping. There are two of them very wide awake, and they have much reason to be. The prisoner and his guard face each other, smoking cigarettes, while the odd detective sleeps on the next seat, his head pillowed on a thick hooded cloak rolled military fashion. It is an armed peace between the guarded and the guardian, and it is presently to develop into almost open war. But first a little of the prisoner's history, and then for a look at him. Veracruz State is rich in criminals, and you can get yourself murdered very cheaply round about there. This fellow would have done it for you for the ridiculous sum of 2 shillings, $1. But he can't oblige you now, for he is going up to Mexico City to be shot. He is only 28, yet he has committed 6 murders on his own, and has had as his accomplice in other crimes an older man, already in the hands of the authorities, who is credited with 20. This latter criminal, long wanted, was locally known as El Tigre, the tiger, and cornered at last, he suspected, as such knaves will, that his young friend had given him away. So he gave as good as he thought he had got, such information to the police as has resulted in that queerly small, delicate hand over there being anchored by nasty cold steel to the iron seat. They are queerly delicate hands. We have seen him stroke his black hair with the free one, and you would have taken it for a woman's, so light was the build of the fingers, so small the darkened blue of the nails. But if his claws are frail, he is a monster in very truth. His 6 murders have been callous butcher work enough. He has shot a peddler for the wretched $1 in his wallet. He has battered the brains out of an aged traveller for half as much again. And for the Indian girl, whom he had made his mistress, he had nothing but a knife buried to its hilt in the soft brown breast, which beat with love of this human fiend. Let us pass down the car under pretext of necessity and have a good look at him. A rounded, boyish face, black-browed, his dark eyes shaded by rich black lashes, a full, red, sensuous mouth, bitten in at the corners in a way which tells its tale of cynical, sensual selfishness, and shaded by a boy's growth of moustache. He has just the vicious beauty calculated to eat its way to the hearts of tropic maids, who, like their northern sisters, long to have, but, unlike them, must have. But look at the shape of the bullet head and jutting brow. See the animal glare with which he meets your curious stare. There's the murderer. Ye gods, it is the face of a wolf as it lifts its grey muzzle, blood spattered, from the lamb's bleeding carcass. There is no mercy in those eyes. He is the foe of all. He has ranged himself as enemy of mankind, and the jut of the skull suggests the truth. How impotent we are in moulding our lives! How we bring with us, ready written, the chapters of our eternal past, to shape our passing present somehow, somewhere, by hook or by crook, into an escape into an eternal future. You would not dare say, as you saw the radiant man's health in him, the beauty of his flesh, that he was a lost soul. But heavens, what a climb he has before him, a climb at which these climbing engines of our train are as water babies toddling over sand castles on the beach. It was queer to watch him, to thus spend the night with a murderer, such a murderer. It was fascinating to try to imagine his thoughts. Really he seemed to have none. Perhaps it was mercifully so ordained. No human brain could surely bear a realization of such crimes as his. A mental numbness, nature's anodyne, must overtake the brutal criminal, like the sullen drowsiness of the man-eating tiger in his cage. He sat there, nonchalantly puffing at interminable cigarettes which his captor handed him, his red, white, and blue blanket thrown round his shoulders and contrasting vividly with the yellow whiteness of the neck and dead black of his cropped head. He knew he was going to be shot. But stay, not so fast, perhaps he didn't. What's this? The detective leaps up, the sleeping one wakes. They have sprung on the blanketed figure. What's all the matter? Simply that as the young brute smoked and chattered, he has twisted and twisted his lithe, small hand, till it slips from the jarvies, and he sits there, as the train rolls heavily onward through the mountain gorges, ready in a minute to spring out of the car window and be lost in the woods. But he is too late. Some jerk of the manacled arm has aroused suspicion. The blanket is whipped off. The steel band snaps again on that delicate wrist. The two detectives close up at his sides. He says nothing. He never flinches, never moves. He has gambled with his life and lost. Now he has lost again. That's all. That and the ounce of lead which awaits his savage heart in Mexico. He motions that he will sleep, and as the train rattles into Esperanza, and the chilling air from the mountains makes your teeth chatter, he lies sound asleep, his cruel face, almost beautiful in repose, pillowed on his rounded arm. There are more coffee and sweet rolls to be had at Esperanza. What time the climbing engine is unhooked, and car conductors, their collars to their ears, stamp their feet, and cabman fashion beat their breasts to keep warm. And then we are off again, this time fairly on the level, for though we have still 2,000 feet to climb ere we reach the dreary plains around the capital, we have more than 150 miles in which to do it. It is between 1 and 2, and in the past 6 hours the temperature has fallen 35 or 40 degrees. We are glad to have the windows closed, save at the quaint little Indian towns, where on the low platforms stand rows of Mexican porters, looking for all the world like a chorus of conspirators in a comic opera, their blankets drawn right across their faces and mouths, yashmak fashion, their steeple hats towering black in the starlight. For the next 2 hours or so, the uplands roll dark and unbroken around us. A cloud mist lies on the country, and the brilliancy of the moon seems fading. And then, of a sudden, or was it that we had slept a while, there climbs into the sky the herald star Hesperus. Have you watched many dawns? Have you noticed how Hesperus seems to put all other stars out, like the lamplighter on his early morning visit to the street lamps? He glitters so radiantly that positively the heavens seem one star and a few light specks, and even the moon looks paler. He is blazing his brightest now, a yellow golden light, like some giant Brazilian diamond. And there, away there, far across the mountain tops, the wolf's tail sweeps the horizon. The mist is rising, rolling away. Far off the shadowy hills lighten from black to grey. The sinking cloud banks are embroidered with a golden fringe, and the dim morning light steals into the frowsy, dusty car, outlining the sleeping figures, exposing with an unwelcome frankness the up-all-night look of our unkempt neighbours, twisted into uncouth positions in their uneasy sleep. And in the east God made himself an awful rose of dawn. Awful it is in its majesty, this waking of the sleeping world. It is awful on the Essex marshes or viewed from a mean window in Clapham, but here, what a spectacle! Heaped up, mass upon mass, the mountains took the glad signal, blushing their grey tops into rose. Far behind us looms Orizaba, no longer diamond cold in her chastity of snow, but roseate with a delicate pink, the tint of the neck feathers of a wood dove. Then the rose of the sky turns to crimson, and far to our left the twin peaks of Popocatépetl and Iztaccíhuatl, towering above the nearer ranges, don crimson crowns on their snow. In the months that were to come, we were destined to see many a dawn in many varied scenes. We were to watch from a small sailing boat the chill gold gleams steal over the face of the ocean towards us. Camped in some ruined temple, we were to see the swift footsteps of the lovely light sweep over miles of grey-green woodland, reddening the carved porches and facades of palace and shrine, majestic in their grey ruin. We were to wake in tropic forest, to find the first glories of the sun darting beams at us through arcades of tree network, turning the myriad dewdrops on the leaves and branches into translucent diamonds. But the wonder of that dawn amid Mexico's volcanoes has never had, can never have, for us, a rival spectacle. With the light the face of the country altered, as if the wand of an agricultural wizard had been waved over it. The deep rich greens of the hotlands had gone. Instead were wide stretches of stony upland, barren wastes of moor, spotted with swamp, hedged in by great scarped spikes of volcanic grey stone, and by huge bald bluffs, under which nestled here and there clusters of adobe huts built round the plain white stone churches, standing in gardens shaded by olive and orange trees, and bright with the red-flowered wild pepper bush. At the side, pathetic little cemeteries, the rudely cut wooden crosses on the graves, fluttering their faded coloured paper wreaths and withered flowers. And here, waving pale in the early light, are acres and acres of maguey, the giant cactus, rising more than man's height, from which is crushed out pulque, the national drink of Mexico, a milky liquid tasting like sour ginger beer. And between these miles of cactus and stone are fields yellowing with Indian corn, the picturesque figures of the Indian harvesters grouped round a mule wagon or standing idle, sickle in hand, to watch our train, brightening the landscape with their scarlet blankets. Mexico's world is very much astir now, and as we pull up at the next station, scores of Indian women and girls, slatterns most, stand perilously near the wheels, stretching out to the passengers at the passing windows trays of weird foods, chopped meats wedged between ungainly underdone tortillas, the Indian maize biscuit bread, and the skinny cooked limbs of very much disarticulated fowls, sour-looking oranges and half-ripe bananas with tins of watery milk. On the platforms everywhere stood rurales, country police, cloaked to the chin in bright scarlet blankets, beneath which showed the tight grey trousers, silver-laced, and the bright burnished sheath of a sword, their hats sugar-loaf-shaped felts of grey, ornamented with the metal numbers of their district. In their hand, the butt end resting on the ground, they hold a rifle. These fellows, in their tight breeches and neat monkey jackets of grey tailed at their waists like an Eton boy's, are fine figures, one of the living testimonies to President Diaz's prudence, for they have one and all been recruited from the ranks of those hordes of brigands which 30 years back made Mexico the warmest place in the world to travel in. And now we are on the plain of Mexico, ringed round with small cone-shaped hills, a plain of burnt-up grass on which small stunted cattle, horses and donkeys were wandering, disconsolate, to find the greenest spots. Here and there is a swampy place, and round where the water had dried, the slaty blue soil showed up in patches, broken by the giant flat-faced oval leaf of the nopal cactus, which is to Mexico what the rose is to England, figuring in the national arms, that is, an eagle perched on the nopal with a writhing snake in its talons. By the rail-side runs a dusty road, and along this trot Indians, the men with packs on their backs, the women with babies slung on their backs, while shabby dogs scout around the party. Here is a wagon drawn by 2 mules, jolting into the suburban markets, and there is a mule loaded with empty pulque tins, his master seated literally on the animal's tail, returning from his midnight visit to Moctezuma's city. It is all very picturesque and a little sad as we rumble past the shabby Indian wayside huts, and tiny brown boys and girls stand naked in the stony gardens to wave us a greeting. All the Indians on the plain here look so unprosperous, and the starved, ignoble nature of the place adds to one's impression of the desolate life of a once great race. But now we are nearing the plain's edge. Sparse huts of adobe and the tents of rags stretched on crossed poles are giving place to stone houses, pretentious churches, gardens rich with fruit trees, mills and factories, sidings occupied by heavily loaded luggage trains, and the crowds which board our cars at each station mark our approach to Mexico City. We rattle on through miles of squalid suburbs, over level crossings where frowsy gatherings of half-naked Indian women and children watch, with animal apathy, the progress of the train, till as 8 strikes we enter the city lying within a ring of volcanic hills. Viewed from the car window, there is nothing in the least impressive about Mexico City. A dreary stretch of commonplace Spanish houses, flat-roofed, unrelieved by cupola or minaret, by tower or spire. The station is as dull, a melancholy wooden structure, oval-roofed, somewhat like the biggest engine house at Crewe or Swindon. The first hint that we are in a most unpromising land is the discovery that there is no refreshment room where breakfast can be had. But the Mexicans, we remember, do not breakfast, and a shabby yellow door labelled Café leads into a very squalid room where, at a wooden table, cups of coffee and a basket of yesterday's or the day before yesterday's rolls are brought to us by a slatternly big-bosomed Mexican dame who has not yet washed or combed her hair, and whose dirty, ungirt, betrained cotton dress and cloth slippers trodden down at the heels make an unattractive picture. There are 3 types of cabs in Mexico City: the blue, the red, and the yellow. The first charges the unwary voyager $1, 2 shillings, for 1 3/4 miles, for which the red's fee is but half. In cleanliness and comfort there is nothing to choose between the two. The yellow cab is pestilential, as its fluttering quarantine paper flag suggests. It is ramshackle and verminous, and having earned an ill name is dying out, destined soon to be as extinct as the dodo. We hired a red cab, and rattled off through cobbled streets, lined with small shops, broad, well pavemented, but garbage-littered, into the heart of the city. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 3. Mexico City and the Mexicans. Part 1. Mexico City is a combination of Spanish squalor and Paris cum New York civilization, very lightly veneered over in some places. It is some 5 miles across, but its business life centers in a square mile. The busiest streets are narrow, such as the Calle San Francisco, which is as narrow as Cheapside and just as full of traffic. Mexico is thoroughly cosmopolitan, and this is particularly noticeable in the matter of trade. 30% of the large shops and stores are American, English, and French. The greatest trading concerns are run by American capital. Railway and steamship offices, banks, hotels, restaurants, land and mining companies are in the majority of cases staffed and engineered by foreigners. In the main streets typical Spanish buildings have given way to often quite skyscraping erections of obvious American build, 8 or 9 storied masses of flats and offices. The most insistent impression one brings away from the city is the constantly vivid contrast of an ostentatious civilization. It is as superficial as the breeding of a parvenu, as forced as the frigid air of superiority of a suburban grande dame, with an Indian barbarism. Wealth and luxury rub shoulders with the abject and savage poverty of the wandering Indian poor. In the city of his forefathers, metamorphosed beyond all recognition, the Indian lags superfluous, spectral, a very Banquo at the feast. You walk in the Calle San Francisco, on wonderfully laid pavements, past shops aglitter with jewels which would not shame the gem windows of the Boulevard des Italiens, past restaurants, veritable maisons dorées, with ornate porticos, in which stalwart Spanish doorkeepers in gold-laced uniforms swing open the portals of these gastronomic paradises for dames of high degree. You watch an everlasting procession of wonderful carriages, glittering with veneer, the black or white Arab horses curving glorious necks adorned with silver and brass chains and trappings, and, just under your very nose, crawling out of the gutter to save his wretched blistered foot from that rubber-tired wheel, is such a blend of filth and poverty as only a great luxurious city has the secret of manufacturing. Desolate, his lank, uncombed black hair smarmed with sweat on his grimy forehead, a blanket which you would gladly pay a sovereign not to touch thrown around the stooping shoulders, ragged cotton drawers, tightening at the calf, coolie fashion, and slit and rent in half a dozen places, showing the dull, brown-red skin beneath, the thin, hunger-haunted face all cheek-bones, and lustreless black eyes. The descendant of Moctezuma's warrior shambles and halts down the gutter edge. The Mexican beauty, stepping daintily from that Victoria, enamelled in rich cobalt blue and black, to enter the French glove-shop, pulls her silken skirts tighter round her plump figure. Was it for the benefit of that passing dandy, or did she really condescend to see the horror in the gutter? It's nothing, señorita, just a noble savage after a few centuries of civilization. In buildings of any really striking architectural beauty, Mexico City is curiously poor. The Iturbide Hotel, once the palace of the Emperor Iturbide, is a fine example of the best Spanish house-building, with its carved façade, its charmingly cool balconied patio, and its dignified pillared stairways. The National Palace, at the gateways of which stand shuffling, squat, unbusinesslike-looking Mexican soldiers, is the two-storied quadrangular mass of yellow stone, with no feature of note, about as ornamental as the Privy Council Office in Whitehall. It faces on the chief plaza, and thus confronts the cathedral, greatest disappointment of all. Pictures of this huge petrified triumph of Catholicism over sun-worship, for the church was built on the site of Montezuma's gorgeous Temple of the Sun, give a very false impression of grandeur. We had heard, too, much of the marvels within. Nothing could be more disappointing. Perhaps the pile suffers somewhat from its environment. The Grand Plaza is not grand at all. It has no architectural merits. It is crowded with rows of tram-cars, and bordered by mean-looking shops in stuffy arcades. Round the cathedral run pavements bordered by poorly kept flower-beds and rag-roofed booths, and then, within the cathedral close, is a yard half cobble, half mangy grass, wherein squat or sleep innumerable beggars, fruit-sellers, lottery-ticket vendors, the very riff-raff of the capital. The railings are broken in places. Advertisement posters and street boys' scrawlings disfigure the church walls, large pieces of the surface of which are broken away. Polite language forbids a description of what the surface of this God's acre is like. Suffice it to say that the indescribably filthy habits of the Mexicans render it no place for the unwary walker. To an Englishman this precinct of their greatest church, so vivid a contrast with the velvety lawns and cleanly sanctity of such a cathedral precinct as that at Westminster Abbey, is eloquent of the Mexican character. The cathedral itself is a gigantic erection, but there is nothing in the least pleasing about it. It seems a hodgepodge of architectural styles. It was near a century a building, like a dog with no pedigree, or perhaps with too much pedigree, a little bit of everything, and the rest church. To anyone who has stood in the roar of London's traffic on Ludgate Hill, and looked eastward upon the superb grey severity of St. Paul's, such a building can mean little. But step inside, and it is worse, far worse. What is it which so often makes the interiors of even the larger Catholic churches so vulgar? It must be the gilt and colour, the ostentatious striving after effect, the prostitution of what should be divinely chaste to the lewd sensuality of the eye. Catholicism is a sensuous creed. It has been said 1,000,000 times, and it is 1,000,000 times true. The sincerely godly man should be able to worship his Maker as well on the top of a Camberwell omnibus as in a cathedral. Catholicism, cynical, knows the sincerely godly are few and far between, and she holds her children to her by a tawdry dazzle, an incensed meretriciousness. The interior of Mexico Cathedral was one of the vulgarest sights it has ever been our misfortune to look on. It was rankly, irretrievably vulgar. The great reredos towered towards the domed roof, a shameless sheet of dazzling gold. Your eyes ached at it. It may have cost £300,000, but to the true lover of churches it was worth about twopence halfpenny. The walls blazoned with gold-framed pictures of the Virgin and saints, not one, not two, but dozens, like the ill-assorted pictures in a pork-packing millionaire's dining-room. The merits of the paintings, if they had any, were lost in the nauseating gold of their heavy frames. Croesus never loathed the precious metal as we did, when, shading our eyes, we gazed up at the abominable background of the high altar. Smaller altars there were everywhere around. Innumerable saints in tawdry metal crowns fluttered frowsy linens. Coarsely realistic pictures of the Passion made you blush for your Catholic fellow-creatures. Canopies of satin and brocade over episcopal stalls and gilded marble pulpits brought to one's mind the irony of it all. The gorgeous vestmented priests daring to ape vice-regency for him who bade his ministers go forth neither with cup nor scrip. Verily they toil not, neither do they spin, yet Solomon, etc. Yes, right there on the ill-laid pavement kneels an Indian, his arms outspread, his frantic eyes lifted in an ecstasy of faith to the gilding. He, and thousands like him, the hungry sheep look up and are not fed, but the shepherds take care that their flocks feed them. They have always got their cut of juicy mutton. Mexico is not alone. Alas, sacerdotalism has its dupes in every land. We walked out into the sunshine, glad to remember that we had stood in the wonderful abbey nave, our eyes restful with its glorious grey chastity, our hearts stilled with that holy calm which seems to bring so much nearer the peace of God which passeth all understanding. But if Mexico is poor in buildings, she has features which certainly entitle her to be called a great city. The superb Paseo, there are others, but fine as they are dwarfed beside it, would alone make a capital. Between 200 and 300 feet wide, lined with a double row of trees and beautifully kept flower-beds, its course broken here and there by circuses, where stand noble statues, centering lawns and velvety turf, it sweeps northward, a majestic thoroughfare, towards Chapultepec, the Mexican Hyde Park, where stands the castle (it does not look like one), the summer residence of grim Porfirio Diaz. Nothing can be finer than the view up this noble roadway, and praise is due to authorities who have ordained that the banal electric tram-cars shall take with them into side streets the blighting vulgarity of their whizzing bustle. At the entrance to the Paseo the cars turn humbly into side-turnings, running parallel with this monarch of highways. Another beautiful feature are the private houses. Along the Paseo, and in the broad avenidas which branch off it, are residences which really deserve the adjective ideal. 2-storied, flat-roofed, solid, and yet not porky in their solidity, as most small buildings built substantially are in danger of becoming. Charming in their simplicity of design, the long windows barred with artistically wrought iron, green sun-blinds drawn within. No basements, no areas, but raised solid some 3 feet from the ground level, and approached by a short flight of steps, they look like summer houses of cool stone set in the frame of their exquisite tropic gardens. You never see their occupants. The rich Mexicans, especially the women, never walk out or show themselves until the hour for driving in the Paseo or Chapultepec Park arrives. But you envy them these charming dwellings. They are the very antipodes of the cheap, run-up-anyhow heaps of bricks and mortar which we are too often content to call houses. The Mexican hotels are bad and expensive. Strictly speaking, they are not hotels at all, but large, pretentious doss-houses, for there are as a rule no restaurants attached, no attempt made to cater for the visitors, nor are there any public rooms for reading or writing. You hire a frowsy room, for which you may quite likely at such a place as the Hôtel de Jardin have to pay $6 (12 shillings) a night, and the most the management will do for you is to provide a cup of indifferent chocolate and a sweet roll in the morning, which matutinal orgy of course is not included in the room rent. You must hunt your food elsewhere. This has its advantages, but it has also grave disadvantages, particularly as Mexico City is poorly equipped with reasonably cheap, clean eating-places. And after a week or so you get restive and long for the coffee-room comforts of those residential palaces, the English hotels. Nowhere in the world are hotels surely so perfect as in England, so cheap, so homely, the staff so courteous. Nowhere has the traveller lavished on him so many little comforts and et ceteras of daily life, the sumptuous reading-rooms, the writing conveniences, all of which he really never appreciates until he is condemned to live for a while among hotel savages. We had been warned, too, of darker horrors in Mexican hotels than the lack of an honest breakfast or an easy-chair in which to read one's letters. Unbidden guests shelter in even first-class establishments and nightly feast on the visitors. So we stayed at the only decent hotel in the city, according to all reports, the new American Hotel St. Francis, at the city end of the Paseo. This had a restaurant attached, where excellent food was served to us, by a perfectly charming Indian waiter, whose smile at our attempts to talk to him was sweetness and light. He was not handsome. He had all the worst features of the Mongolian type, high cheek-bones, flattish face. But when that man smiled, well, you just felt a new optimism in the inherent goodness of human nature steal on you. The St. Francis was built Spanish fashion, with a courtyard, the rooms facing on to 3 galleries, the courtyard forming a lounge. As far as comfort went, it was nowhere in comparison with the commercial hotels in the provincial towns in England, but it sustained its reputation of being free from vermin, and one's bed-linen was changed every day. The climate of the city is very trying for anyone with heart-weakness. Indeed, to even the robust, the rarefied air at such a vast height as 8,000 feet brings a perpetual sense of being fagged out, and a disagreeably insistent panting at the least exertion. We found all the English residents suffered from a perpetual malaise, the tired feeling of the tonic advertisements. Curiously enough, too, the immense altitude, so far exceeding that of Davos Platz, does not protect the phthisical and weak-lunged. The death rate from lung diseases is terrific. The days are hot, and the nights are often so cold that you must wear your thickest overcoat or run the risk of pneumonia. A queer result of this is that the streets are quite empty soon after dark. Till 9 you will see a few Indians, only their eyes visible above their blankets, straggling along, or a Mexican in closed carriage will dash past. But later the place becomes a city of the dead. Coming back from a dinner, we walked through street after street and never saw a soul. It was only 10:30, save the police, who stand in the middle of the roads, a lighted lantern on the ground between their boots. The city is patrolled after dark by the Republican Guard, mounted on sturdy Mexican cobs and armed with Winchesters, heavy revolvers, and swords. These men stand no nonsense, and the consequence is that outwardly the capital is one of the most orderly in the world. You scarcely ever see a brawl. You never hear a voice raised in anger, and yet the police are not officious. They do not fidget or bustle. They are everywhere, but they are not obtrusive, and they are certainly most courteous. We asked the way of one, and he directed us. Some 50 yards on, we heard someone running behind us, and turned to see with astonishment. The officer, who with many bows explained that he thought we might have misunderstood, so he had run after us to personally put us in the way. Surely politeness could no further go. Imagine a 20-stone city constable sprinting after a Frenchman who desired to study the architectural glories of the house of the Lormer. There is no doubt we English are phlegmatic. If a fight takes place in the streets, the police arrest everybody, not only the principals and their seconds, but all the spectators. Thus a perfectly harmless paterfamilias trudging back to his home, yielding for a minute to the curiosity inherent in us all, and peering over the heads of the crowd at the struggling men, may find himself marched off to the lock-up, where he must spend the night, for there is no bail system. The next morning he is dragged off before a magistrate as an accessory to a street row, and fined according to the lying capacities of the police officers concerned. In Mexico you must play the Levite and pass by on the other side. The streets are at all times a human kaleidoscope. The dandy in European dress, the smart Mexican horseman in tasseled riding gear clattering down the road, the trim cowboy with his grey trousers fitting like an eel's skin, silver-buttoned, a coloured silk scarf round his neck, his head adorned with steeple felt. The wizened Indian beldame, in saffron or blue cottons, squatting at the church doors stretching out skinny yellow hands for alms. Tiny Indian girls, carrying still tinier brothers and sisters, and at every street corner bare-headed Indian matrons at trestle stalls, whereon are sweetmeats and fruits for sale. One of the queerest sights are the funeral cars. Every corpse must by law be buried within 24 hours of death, and almost all day long the procession of tram-cars is interrupted by the passing of the only type of hearse they have in the capital, a hideous black and white contrivance fitted with tram-wheels, with 3 doors in a row admitting to 3 shelves upon which the coffins stand. The poorer folk go to the cemetery thus pigeon-holed. The rich have a tram hearse which has a glass cover, so that the coffin can be seen. All day these monstrosities run out of the city, followed by a black-painted tram-car for the mourners. The cemeteries are many miles out of the city, and these mournful trams follow the ordinary ones, a perpetual reminder to the gay crowds of the vanity of human joys. At nightfall the streets are picturesque in the extreme, with the Indian hand-carts and mule-barrows carrying paper lanterns, for every vehicle must have a light after dark, and the weirdly quaint muffled figures of the Indians showing up in the fitful gleams. We must say a word about the museum. It is a building just out of the cathedral plaza, and is approached through a pretty courtyard filled with palms and flowering shrubs, but within is the most melancholy medley and muddle which it is possible to conceive. With opportunities unexampled, with a wealth of treasures, the very finest of all Aztec and Mayan relics, the curators, if one must misuse the word so sadly, have proved themselves about as fit to arrange and govern a national museum as schoolboys. There is literally no order. Apparently no intelligence at all has been exercised in the cataloguing of the exhibits, and the elementary precaution of labelling each object with its place and date of finding has been almost entirely ignored. Thus you come across a case of ancient pottery, obviously of all ages and from all parts of the Republic, and this is called ancient Aztec pottery, which a large part of it is certainly not. Case after case witnesses to this ineptitude. Nothing is labelled, or if it is, the label is patently incorrect. At the door stand two cases facing each other. One is called forged pottery, the other genuine pottery. Perhaps the egregious gentlemen who have laboured to spoil what might have been one of the most remarkable collections of an ancient civilization existing will be surprised to hear that they have got forged pottery in the genuine case, and vice versa. A typical catalogue entry is 279 fragments of Toltec column, or 281 to 283 3 stone blocks. It has been supposed that they formed part of gigantic caryatides, or 286 El Indio Triste, strange human sculpture of melancholy aspect, or 93 Aztec goddess Citlalinicue, according to Señor Troncoso, a square flat stone with interesting reliefs on its two chief faces. How illuminating, to be sure! Here is the world-famous Aztec calendar stone, found in the plaza in 1790 during some levelling operations, and the wonderfully carved stone of sacrifice, also unearthed in the plaza a year later. Here, too, is the much-debated Chac-Mool statue, which Dr. Le Plongeon, of whom and whose work we shall have occasion to speak later, found at Chichen Itza, Yucatan. In the galleries above there is a hodgepodge of exhibits ranging from a dreadfully poor picture of the Emperor, Maximilian's footman, the hair of General D. Vicente Guerrero (it is to be feared that the world has long ago forgotten that he ever lost it), a marble bath-tub made of a single block, said to have belonged to the Archduchess Carlotta, and No. 63, wooden tub made of one piece, presented to the Archduchess by Colonel Juan B. Campos, to a plaster cast of the ideal man of Neanderthal, specimens of human skulls tattooed, Japanese armour, and two human bodies naturally mummified. In truth, it is a sorry spectacle, this National Museum of Mexico, and you wander out of its bewildering galleries full of regret at the reckless way in which a great chance has been thrown away, for no one can now hope to put right what has been done wrong, or to make the exhibition a good one. The electric tram service of the city is excellent, and for a few centavos you are transported miles into the many beautiful suburbs in which the capital rejoices. Fairest of these is Chapultepec and its park, where on a Sunday you can sit under the shade of giant laurels and cypresses, and listen to the really excellent music of the band of the Republican Guard, the Mexican Life Guards. Chapultepec is historic. There, in 1847, the military cadets made their renowned stand against the Americans, a glorious piece of fighting which is memorialized in a statue group, the names of the fallen lads engraved on the plinth. The castle, singularly uncastly, with somewhat the appearance of a glorified hydropathic, stands on a rock about 150 feet high. Chapultepec means Hill of the Grasshopper, the site of Moctezuma's summer palace. Beneath it lie the palace grounds intersected by shady drives and ornamental waters, fringed with a wealth of flowering shrubs. From the height you get an unexampled view, down the superb drive of the Paseo, of the city ringed round with volcanic hills, purpled with a sunny mist. To the gate of the park an endless procession of trams comes, filled to overflowing. Sunday is Chapultepec's great day, and all the sunny afternoon laughing, gaily dressed crowds file through the paths or linger round the bandstand, while the roadways are packed with slowly moving lines of wonderful carriages, drawn by really fine animals, and on the shady, unmacadamized edges of the carriageways canter as superb a collection of riding horses as it would be possible to see in any capital outside a horse show. There is no animal lovelier than a well-bred horse, and though the Mexican steeds are small, they are, at least the bulk of them in Chapultepec are, much Arabized and magnificent creatures. The brilliant gloss of their skins, the clear, soft, shining eyes, the rhythmic power and grace of their limbs, the dainty perfection of their movements, made the human crowds around them look quite mean, even in their picturesque rainbow-hued clothes, for sartorial man is at best a sloven. As we gazed on those proud heads and silky manes, and watched the play of the muscles beneath the satin coats, we felt the irony of that human phrase, the lower animals. Northward from the castle the country breaks into sunny uplands, bordered 10 miles off by majestic masses of igneous rock, scarred and grey here, there green with sprawling cactus undergrowth and stunted tree. Long stretches of pampas grass, traversed by dusty roads, dispute possession of this suburban plaisance with plantations of maguey, vistas of dark serried green, broken here and there by a stone-built hacienda, a distant patch of dazzling white in the sun's glare, ringed in with laurels and evergreen oaks. It is a pretty picture, and you forgive the clouds of dust which rise at the hoofs of that file of polk mules, and which envelop that herd of white goats shepherded by barefoot Indian lasses, for the wealth of sunlight which enriches the landscape. Under the deep shade of a hacienda portico, a withered Indian woman squats Turk fashion before baskets of luscious oranges. They are 4 a penny, these golden apples, and with armfuls you perch yourself on the stone culvert of the little bridge spanning the brook, once a mountain torrent on those far-off hills, which gently murmurs through the maguey gardens, and lunch like gods for 4pence. Burke could not find it in his heart to impeach a nation, but one is sorely tempted to forget his advice in writing of the Mexicans. As a people they are disagreeable. They are fulsomely polite, but it is just that lip-service which sets the Englishman's back up. In his inimitable verse Kipling has pointed out how politeness takes the English. Cock the gun that is not loaded, cook the frozen dynamite, but oh, beware my people when my people grow polite. It is quite true. The Englishman saves his politeness for his enemies. The Mexicans are polite all the time, but, beneath the veneer of this nauseating oleaginous manner, it takes no shrewd observer to see that as a people they are possessed of the most unpleasant characteristics. They are immense procrastinators. The cry of the country is mañana, tomorrow, and mañana never comes, if they can help it. Our visit to the capital had as its object the obtaining of simple passports for the exploration of north-eastern Yucatan. Yet though the British minister very kindly interested himself in our tour and saw the president on the matter, it took 8 days for us to get these simple documents. Every morning we had to waste hours at the Ministry of Public Instruction, badgering the Under-Secretary of State to carry out the very instructions which we ourselves had heard given him days before by his chief. The circumlocution methods of our War Office have deservedly become a byword, but the amiable gentlemen who, like the fountains in Trafalgar Square, play from 10 till 4 in Whitehall, are veritable miniature Roosevelts in strenuosity compared with Mexican officials. A typical instance of their methods was witnessed by us. We were waiting in the anteroom for our turn to see His Excellency the Minister, when the Under-Secretary hurried out to inquire as to a letter sent to the department, but which had never reached the Minister. A distinguished elderly official, seated at a massive desk, was engaged in smoking a cigarette and meditating on the infinite between the puffs. He seemed quite pained when the Under-Secretary suggested he had forgotten anything. He had forgotten such a lot in his life that he felt he had a right to complain that such a trifle as a mislaid letter should be allowed to break the even tenor of his official hours. The Under-Secretary returned to his room, and the distinguished official, his conscience was evidently gnawing, looked suspiciously round, and, believing we did not see, opened a drawer of his desk, out of which he took a bundle of unopened letters, which appeared to represent the official mail of the department for the past fortnight. With an ivory paper-knife he ripped open one after the other, recklessly throwing them back, unread, into his drawer, until he found the one he sought, when he bundled back the remainder unopened, and with a radiant expression of pleased surprise, as of a man who had made an entirely unforeseen discovery, he hastened into the Under-Secretary's room. The philosophic calm with which he lit a fresh cigarette on his return, and sank once more into his padded chair, suggested that he had satisfied his superior, perhaps even himself, that the blame rested with one of those rascally clerks who were engaged at the time in a vigorous conversation on nothing in particular in the courtyard. Until 1876, when upon his distracted country Porfirio Diaz, innkeeper's son and born ruler, descended as Deus ex machina, the state of Mexico may be summed up in the words, rapine, murder, and sudden death. But though Mexico has had, and the bulk of her population has had reason during the past 30 years to thank her lucky stars for him, an iron master, the quietude of the country is only skin deep. Law and order is represented by a blend of rough and ready justice, a sort of legalized lynch law, with an official law administration venal to a high degree. With every second mestizo a born robber, Mexico is no place for tedious processes with remands and committals to assizes. A man caught red-handed is usually dealt with on the spot. Such a case occurred while we were visiting the capital. 2 days after we had travelled on the marvellous mountain railway, the guards of the day train, which, by the way, always takes the bullion to the coast and has a carriage-load of soldiers attached as military convoy, saw, as they approached the steepest descent, 2 fellows loitering on the line, presumably wreckers. The train was stopped, and the guards and the officer commanding the convoy gave chase, and, coming up with the men, shot them with their revolvers and kicked the bodies down the precipice. The sun and the vultures do the rest, and on the re-arrival of the train in the capital, the matter may or may not be formally notified to the government. End of section 3. Section 4 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The American Egypt, by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 4. Mexico City and the Mexicans. Part 2. Even to the casual observer, the difficulty of governing Mexico must seem inexpressibly great. President Diaz has succeeded not so much because he does not know what mercy means, or because a rifle bullet is his only answer for those who question his authority, but because he is endowed with superhuman tact. The iron heel, like that of Achilles, has its vulnerable spot, if pressed too hard upon a people's throat, and so he has little dodges by which he appears to his subjects to exercise a judicious clemency. If some redoubtable criminal is captured, some monarch of murderers, Diaz knows well that among his thousands of crime-loving fellow-countrymen the brute will have a large following. His execution will mean the declaration of a vendetta against the police, so he is put on his trial, condemned to death, and within 24 hours the President commutes his sentence to one of 20 years' incarceration in the penitentiary. After about a week there, he is taken out one evening, as usual, into the prison yard for exercise under a small guard of soldiers. One of these sidles up to him, and suggests that as the night is dark he might make a bolt for it. The convict believes it a genuine offer, sprints off, and is dropped at 30 yards like a rabbit by the 5 or 6 soldiers who have been waiting under the shadow of the further wall. The next morning the official newspaper states, "Last night the notorious criminal so-and-so, to whom His Excellency the President recently extended clemency, made an attempt to escape while being exercised in the prison yard, and was shot dead by the sentries." Thus everybody is pleased, except possibly the convict, and the President, without the least odium to himself, has rid the country of another blackguard. Another stroke of real genius was the way in which he has succeeded in setting thieves to catch thieves. When he became president, the country was infested with bandits who stopped at nothing. But Diaz erected huge gallows at the crossways all over Mexico, and the robbers found they had to stop at those, and stop quite a long while, till the zopilotes and vultures had picked their bones to the blameless white, to which good Porfirio Diaz desired the lives of all his subjects to attain. After some weeks of brisk hanging business, Diaz played his trump card. He proclaimed that all other bandits, known or unknown, who cared to surrender, would be enrolled as rurales (country police), and garbed in state uniform, and armed with Winchesters, would spend the remainder of their lives agreeably engaged in killing their recalcitrant comrades. This temptation to spend their declining days in bloodshed, to which no penalties were attached, was too much for many. Thus 50% of Mexico's robbers turn police, and murder the other 50. And acute Diaz has a body of men who, and whose sons, have proved, and sons' sons will prove, the eternal wisdom of this hybrid sphinx of a ruler. But there is a comic side to Mexican justice. There is a Gilbertian humour in the go-as-you-please style in which prisoners are treated. In one crowded court, when the jury had retired to consider their verdict, the prisoner was engaged in walking up and down, hands in pockets, cigarette in mouth, while the police, entirely oblivious to their charge, smoked and chatted in another part of the court. We asked one officer whether they were not afraid of the prisoner attempting to escape. "Oh, no," he said, "he'll wait for the verdict." Road making is practically always done by gangs of convicts, and, when they think they have had enough work, they throw down their spades and picks, and warders and everybody sit down on the roadside and enjoy a cigarette and a chat. The British minister told us that he had recently been shown over the penitentiary, in which at the moment there was a bloodthirsty rascal whose record of crime would have shamed a Jack the Ripper. The governor of the gaol entered into a long and friendly conversation with him as to his wife and family, and, as the British minister humorously put it, "we were all but presented to him." The daily life of the Mexicans begins before dawn, when they all get up, apparently because it is a habit of which they cannot break themselves, for they seem to have nothing to do except to crouch round swaddled up in their blankets and complain that it is mucho frio. As soon as 6 o'clock and daylight come, they take their coffee and roll. Most Mexicans are heavy eaters, but they reserve their gastronomic heroisms for a later hour. Many, like the Arabs, have but one big meal a day, shortly after noon, when they do eat, so heavily indeed that the rest of their day is spent, boa constrictor fashion, sleeping off the gorge. Many others eat at 10:30 and 5 o'clock. The cooking is Spanish, only a little bit more so. Their favourite dishes are appalling stews, the greasy garlicyness of which would frighten away the appetite of an English schoolboy. One of the most popular is mole, the basis of which is said to be turkey, but it is very cleverly disguised. Of course, in the capital, foreign invasion has much modified the national fare, but the bulk of the Mexican people live to-day, as they have for centuries past, on black beans, frijoles, tortillas, flat cakes of half-baked maize, first soaked and crushed, coffee without milk, red and green peppers, a little pork, and occasionally a piece of very stringy beef. The wealthy Mexicans never entertain in our sense, even among themselves. Such a thing as a dinner party is unheard of in non-official circles. This is probably due largely to their taste for secluding their womenfolk, though it is not unfair to say that it is contributed to by their disinclination for hospitality. The above remarks refer to the Mexicans, not to the Indians, who, as far as they can, live the lives their ancestors lived 4 centuries back, mingling but not mixing with their half-bred Spanish masters. The Mexican Indians are probably among the dirtiest people on God's earth, with possibly an exception in favor of the Yagans of Tierra del Fuego, the Eskimos, and 30 years ago in favor of the now extinct Tasmanians. But the average Mexican, too, has the Spanish horror of water, and though he will keep up appearances like a schoolboy who washes down to where his Eton collar comes, he will shirk more serious ablutions whenever possible. The profuse use of scents, especially among men, is always a suspicious sign, and this is not lacking in Mexico. The disregard of the people for bodily cleanliness is only matched by their contempt for those elaborate sanitary arrangements which in most European countries have done so much to make it possible for us miserable mortals to forget the humiliating physical necessities of our daily lives. Throughout the capital there are no public conveniences. An indigent apologist for Mexico declared to us on the steamer coming home that urinals did exist in the plaza near the cathedral. All we can say is that we did not see them. An English friend of ours, far from his hotel and in temporary distress, approached a passing Mexican señor with the question, "Donde es el excusado?" To his dismay, he was told that there was no such place, but he was courteously invited to the stranger's house, in the course of his visit passing through the sitting-room, where the wife and young daughters sat at needlework. All over the city are the drinking-shops, pulquerias, where the beloved pulque is served all day to a jostling, elbowing crowd of tight-trousered and bespurred vaqueros (cowboys), and of the Mexican-cum-Indian city riff-raff, who stand round the filthy counters. The floor is usually earth, and the corners of the shop are used by the customers to relieve themselves, without a murmur from the publican, or the slightest protest from any one. Nominally, Mexico is a republic. Really, she is nothing of the sort. There is a Senate, a Chamber of Deputies, periodic elections of state representatives, a governor and council in each state of the federation, but for upwards of a quarter of a century these have all been but pawns on a chessboard, the player a man of such astounding nature that those who laughed at Mrs. Alec Tweedy's description of him as "the greatest man of the 19th century" laughed from the fulness of their ignorance. Porfirio Diaz is an autocrat. He is an autocrat fiercer, more relentless, more absolute than the Tsar of Russia, than any recent Tsar has been, almost than Peter the Great himself. He is more, he is a born ruler. He has played for the regeneration of his country. He has played, but it is too much to say he has won. Nobody could win, but he has chained the bloody dogs of anarchy and murder, chained them successfully for so many years that there are some who forget that he has not killed them outright. Diaz is literally living over a volcano. He is a personified extinguisher of the fierce furnace of his country's turbulence. But when death removes him, what then? The deluge, surely, and after that one more apotheosis of the Monroe Doctrine, and the very wholesome, if somewhat aggressive, Stars and Stripes. You must go to Mexico and live among its people to know all this. It is singular how little the English people know of the country. Only the other day a veteran Anglo-Indian officer gravely asked us, "What is the exact position of Mexico in the United States of America?" We simply gasped. Words failed in such an emergency. Before Diaz came, Mexico's history was one of uninterrupted rapine, murder, and sudden death. Out of a morass of blood he has made a garden. Out of robbers he has made citizens. Out of bankruptcy he has made a revenue. out of the bitterest civil strivings, he has almost made a nation. He is nearly 80. He is as upright as a dart. He has the face of a sphinx, with a jaw which makes you shudder. He rarely talks, he still more rarely smiles, and yet the whole man expresses no false pride, no wind in the head. His icy, superhumanly self-controlled nature is too great to be moved by such petty things as pride and a vulgar joy in power. In manner and in life he is simplicity itself. He rides unattended in the Paseo. He comes down to the Jockey Club in the afternoon, and the members just rise and bow, and the president picks up his paper and sits quietly at the window reading. He dislikes all ostentation. His food is simple. His clothes are almost always a plain blue serge suit and dark tie. And in his winter home in the city he lives as a simple citizen. But his power is literally limitless. The Mexicans do not love him. Nobody could love such a man. The lower classes fear him unreasoningly. The upper classes fear him too, but it is blended with a lively sense of what he means to Mexico. But mark you, there is nothing of the bully about him. The bully is always weak, a coward. If Diaz was arrogant, he would be assassinated in 24 hours. He knows that. He knows the blood of the cattle he drives. Nobody but a madman whips a blood horse. But he must have an iron wrist and a good hold on the rein, and that is why one can safely describe Diaz as a born ruler. He instinctively understands his subjects. He has not learnt it, for he began 30 years ago. He was never educated in statecraft, for indeed he had no education at all. He was merely the son of an innkeeper, first sent to a Jesuit seminary, whence he ran away and joined the army. No, the man's secret is an iron will and positively miraculous tact. Whatever he does, whatever he orders, is always done so nicely. Everybody knows it has got to be done. Nobody ever crossed Diaz and lived to boast of doing so. But he gilds the pills he thinks his people must swallow, and they gulp them down and look up with meek smiles into that awful face. Here is a little characteristic story of him. Some while back there was an election of governor of Yucatan. The Yucatecan people have always been one of the most restive in the presidential team. They nominated a man disagreeable to Diaz. He nominated a second. The election ballot took place. The Yucatecan nominee was successful by an enormous majority. The news is wired to Mexico City. Back comes the presidential answer: "Glad to know my man elected. Am sending troops to formally inaugurate him." The troops came, and Diaz's man was formally installed. To the Chamber of Deputies no one can be elected against the president's wish. For the overpopular governor of a state, Diaz provides distinguished employment elsewhere. Such a case occurred while we were in Yucatan. Señor Olegario Molina, of whom we shall later speak more, has been for some years deservedly popular in Mérida, for he has done much to improve it. President Diaz visited Mérida recently, and on his return appointed Señor Molina a cabinet minister. When he arrived in Vera Cruz, Molina found the presidential train awaiting him, and on reaching Mexico City the president and the whole cabinet had come to the station to greet him, and drove him triumphantly to the Iturbide Hotel. Charming courtesies! How favourably the presidential eyes beam on him! Yes, but he is banished, as much banished as the shivering pauper Jew workman turned away from the London docks. He was too powerful. He is safer in Mexico City, far away from the madding crowds, who would perchance have made him state dictator. A too popular cabinet minister, again, is sent as minister to Madrid. Another is found essential to the pacification of a turbulent state in northern Mexico. And so the pretty game goes on, and there is literally no kicking among the presidential team. But there are fiercer exhibitions of autocracy at which people only hint, or of which they speak in whispers. There is no Siberia in Mexico, but there are the equivalents of banishment and disappearance for those who would challenge the authority of the Mexican Tsar. Even criticism is tyrannically repressed. There is a press, but the muzzling order has long been in force, and recalcitrant editors soon see the inside of the penitentiary. General Diaz's present (second) wife is a daughter of a prominent supporter of Lerdo de Tejada, who on the death of Juarez assumed the presidency, but was expelled in 1876 by Diaz. The alliance brought about an armed peace between the two men. But they tell this story. One day an argument arose, and hot words followed. It was at a meal, and when wine's in, wit's out. Diaz's father-in-law went far, and half in jest, half in earnest, said, "Why, Porfirio, you almost tempt me to turn rebel again." They all saw the president's face darken, but the storm blew over. That night it is said that Madame Diaz had to go on to her knees to her husband to beg for her father's life. Such is the arbiter and autocrat of Mexico. What, then, is the state of the country politically, and what will be her future? Mexico's great weakness (she has many, but this overtops all others, and lowers menacing on her political horizons) is that she is not a nation. There is no true national feeling, and a moment's thought will show that the circumstances of her population forbid the existence of such. On the one side you have the Spanish Mexicans, the white population, representing the purest European blood in the country. They are but some 19% of a population of 12 million odd. Among them, and among them alone, is patriotism in its highest sense to be expected or found. On the other side you have the vast mestizo class, the half-castes, some 43%, and then the purer Indians, forming the remaining 38%. Of these three classes the characteristics are sufficiently marked to destroy any hope of any wielding or holding together. The Spanish Mexicans are sensual and apathetic, avaricious and yet indolent, inheriting a full share of that Castilian pride and bigotry which has worked the colonial ruin of Spain. Brave, with many of those time-honoured traits of the proverbial Spanish Don, they are yet a people inexorably marked down by fate in the international remnant basket. They have had their day. Ye gods, they have used it too, but it is gone. The mestizos, near half the population, have all the worst features of their Spanish and Indian parents. Turbulent, born criminals, treacherous, idle, dissolute, and cruel, they have the Spanish lust and the Indian natural cynicism, the Spanish luxury of temperament with the Indian improvidence. These are the true Mexicans. These are the unruled and unrulable hotchpotch whom Diaz's iron hand holds straining in the leash. The dogs of rapine, murder, and sudden death, whose cowardice is only matched by their vicious treachery. And last there are the Indians, heartless, hopeless, disinherited, enslaved, awaiting with sullen patience their deliverance from the hated yoke of their Spanish masters, not a whit less abhorrent to them because they have had 4 centuries in which to become accustomed to it. The heterogeneity of Mexico's population is only matched by the depth of antagonism of each class to each in all their most vital interests. To a common enemy Mexico can never present an undivided front. Indeed, it is not too much to say she can never have a common enemy. And whencesoever the bolt comes, it will find Mexico unprepared, a land of ethnic shreds and patches, slattern in her policy, slattern in her defence, her vitals preyed upon by the vultures of civil strife. Of all lands she might best afford a realistic presentment of the sad tale of the Kilkenny cats. The potential wealth of Mexico is almost limitless, but the indolence of the Mexican nature is inimical to its development. Under the iron rule of Diaz the country has advanced. It is undeniable, in every direction. Railway enterprise has opened up unheard of possibilities in outlying states. Banking, though still crude (the bank rate is about 9%), is becoming a feature of Mexican commerce. Municipal life is assuming that beneficent tendency which it has for years possessed in most European countries. Drainage and sanitation are receiving official attention, and the welfare of the people is a plank, and a big one, in the present policy. Last but not least, the educational tonic in doses for an adult, perhaps too strong, is being given to a moribund people under the supervision of an excellent Minister of Public Instruction, Señor Justo Sierra. But bulk largely as this programme of progress does, it is due to one fact, and one alone, the supreme wisdom of the President in welcoming the foreigner and his capital. Behind all the great schemes of improvement one finds the foreigner. The excellent tram service of the metropolis was until recently practically owned by the late Mr. Alfred Bate and his firm. Railroads are English or American built and owned. New towns, such as Coatzacoalcos, are creations of such mechanical geniuses as Sir Wheaton Pearson. And this brings us to Mexico's second great danger, which must inevitably shape her future. She may be said to be largely in the hands of mortgagees. Of these the chief three are England, America, and Germany, and their mutual positions are pregnant with prophecy of what must come. The Germans have wrested from their rivals much of the trade, especially they have worsted the French retailers. But Germany has probably lent Mexico the last mark she will ever get. The English are chiefly centred on the mining interests, and sporadically in land and agriculture, and though the Mexican government would eagerly welcome large English loans, it is doubtful, very doubtful, if they will be forthcoming. But American capital is rolling in like an inexorable tide of fate. You have only to be in Mexico a day or two to realize how irresistibly the country is sinking into the power of the American investor, and how vain, and the more vicious because of their vanity, are the efforts of Mexicans to avoid looking upon the Gorgon head of Yankee hustle, which is destined to turn their somnolent national life, such as it is, into stone. If in Mexico City you say you are an American, you soon find you represent a race which is hated as much as it is dreaded. English, French, Germans are all welcome, but Americans! Mexico has more than a cloud on her horizon. She has Texas and Arizona to remind her perpetually of her fate. Never did spendthrift heir struggle more unavailingly in the hands of Jews than does Mexico in the hands of her great neighbour. Cassandra-like we will prophesy unto you. Let us not be rash and attempt to fix dates, but as certainly as day succeeds night, Mexico will eventually form a part of the United States. It will probably be sooner than is anticipated, even by the clearest-headed men on both sides of the Texan frontier. With the death of General Diaz, Mexico will be plunged into Kilkenny strife. Nothing can save her. The North will go like a field of sun-dried barley, fired in a gale of wind. The turbulent North, where even now a life is worth nothing. Some Englishmen found a rich claim recently, and sat down to work it. Presently warning came, "You had better clear. The Mexican miners are going to do you in." Well, the English went, and by a circuitous road, and it was a good thing for them that they did, for a gang of "civilised" Mexicans were waiting for them on the ordinary road, determined to knife them, not content with kicking them out of their claim. That's the North to–day, and the fear of Diaz's name just keeps the pot from boiling over. But it's on the boil, right enough. Well then, the North will go into open rebellion, and the situation will be complicated by a rising of the Indians, who will be against everybody else. Mexico, in her present isolated independent condition, needs a soldier ruler. Your Corrals and Limantours, your Marischals and Sierras are good enough as cabinet ministers, but they are not the men for the awful task which Porfirio Diaz set himself 30 years back, and has brought to temporary perfection. Those who know Mexico best know there is no successor to Diaz. The very installation of a new president will only add fury to their internecine strife. But Mexico cannot boil her pot as she likes. Other nations have helped her with too many condiments and too much stock. American troops will cross the frontier to protect American interests and capital, and when they are once in they will stop there, as the English have in Egypt. It will be a protectorate, the maintenance of which will prove in the best interests of England, Germany, and every other power concerned. America is inevitably marked out as the dea ex machina when the social earthquake in Mexico comes about. A few years, a few struggles, a bloody civil war, a rising of the miserable Indian slaves in all the states, and Mexico will vote herself inside the federation of which, despite her struggles, she is already so completely a geographical part. The Mexicans have a little weakness for calling their land South America. Whatever else Mexico is, she is not South America, and their eagerness to alter stern geographical fact only underlines the fear which is in their hearts. When one remembers that by the Nicaraguan treaty 5 miles each side of the canal are definitely annexed by the United States, when one looks at the ridiculously truncated appearance of the land of the stars and stripes on the map of the world, when one knows enough of the Mexicans to foresee what must happen on Diaz's death, when one tots up the vast amount of American wealth which is at stake in Mexico, when one remembers that Mexico is without military or naval resources to resist foreign interference, her army of 20,000 is, as a fighting force, a negligible quantity, and her navy consists of 3 old gunboats and a training ship. When one realizes that her difficulties will find her with an empty treasure chest, living from hand to mouth on a suicidal policy of a crushing excise system, stifling internal commerce, and forcing her people to look to other lands for countless manufactures which they could tackle themselves, when one sees that the last, the greatest resource of every country, an appeal to national feeling, will be lost on ears deaf with the din of civil bloodshed, it does not need much acumen to drive at the conclusion that Mexico as a separate state is doomed to extinction, and that the stars and stripes will float all over America to the Panama Canal. Yucatan, which wished to cede herself with Texas in 1845, Guatemala, Nicaragua, they must all go, and into the atrophying veins of these dying Latin races will be injected the honest virile life of a democracy triumphant, and Mexico, for certain, will rise phoenix-like from the ashes of her hybrid Spanish past. End of section 4. Section 5 of The American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 5. Yucatan and Her History. It has ever been the fate of Yucatan to be misunderstood. Her very christening was the result of a misunderstanding. Accounts vary as to the exact place and time, and as to the Mayan words used. But there seems little doubt that it was Cortes's first question of the Indians who had gathered on the beach when he landed in 1517 that settled the matter. He naturally asked what they called their country, and they as naturally, not understanding a single syllable, returned Matan Kaubadan, Tektetan, or some such words we do not understand, which were promptly taken by the invaders to be the country's name, and corrupted into Yucatan. Bishop Landa, in his Relación de las Cosas de Yucatan, 1556, credits Cordoba with the christening, and says the incident took place at Cape Catoche, varying the Indian reply as Kiuthan, meaning "how well they speak." But 15 years earlier Christopher Columbus had blundered worse, for he had declared Yucatan an island, and the sight of a richly laden canoe had persuaded the sanguine Spaniard that he had reached El Dorado at last, hence Yucatan's early name among the Spanish of Isla Rica. How bitterly the brave Spanish pioneers paid for this error, laying down their lives by scores to win a country which was all limestone bluffs and dense rank forests, will be outlined directly in the brief account we must give of Montejo's ill-fated expeditions. Here it is enough to say that as soon as the land's barrenness was known, Spain's great captains turned their backs on it. Thereafter, for centuries, Yucatan passed through a series of misunderstandings, political and otherwise. In her tangled woods and on her bare sun-baked limestone hills, Central American civilization had, it is now known, reached its apogee, but more than 300 years were to pass before the peninsula reached its archaeological apotheosis. Ignorant and bigoted Spaniards, intent on serving the interests of that ecclesiastical institution which the late Professor Huxley once termed the bloody wolf of Rome, swept away temples and palaces, broke to pieces statues and idols, built bonfires with bark writings and sacred books, each of which today the trustees of the British Museum would probably regard as cheap at 1,000 guineas. Murdered, pillaged and destroyed everybody, everything, everywhere. So that while avaricious Spanish eyes were turned toward the glittering temples of Moctezuma's capital and the gold mines of Mexico, Palenque and Chichen Itza, Uxmal and Piedras Negras lay crumbling and forgotten in their forests. Yucatan passed into a backwater of history. The ancient annalists referred to her briefly, or not at all. The modern encyclopedia usually deals with her claims for notice laconically thus: Yucatan, sea under Mexico. Probably not 15% of Englishmen could tell you offhand her exact geographical position, and of those 15% there would be few whose knowledge extends beyond a vague memory from school days that she is physically a peninsula, and that the rattlesnake, the tapir, and the giant-crested lizard, the iguana, haunt her forests. And what wonder? Porfirio Diaz, sphinx-faced, granite-hearted, who for 30 years has been dictator of Mexico, wielding a power as autocratic as that of the Tsar, he, too, if reports are credible, knew little of the easternmost portion of his realm till a year or two ago, Yucatan's governor, ambitious of presidential patronage and faithfully forgetful of the fable of King Stork, begged the republican monarch to let the light of his countenance shine for a while on his Yucatecan lieges. And no sooner was it announced that the great Diaz would go than he received countless letters, some anonymous, some from governors of other states, warning, imploring, declaring the Yucatecans to be little better than savages and cutthroats, that the inestimable presidential life would be not worth a moment's purchase when he landed at Progreso. Evidently his subjects knew as little of Yucatan as did their ruler. President Diaz went, he saw, and he was staggered. Instead of the uncouth band of savage rancheros, armed to the teeth, he found a community of sybarites, among whom the only difficulty was to find a man who was not a millionaire or the son of one. Instead of a fever-haunted, poverty-stricken one-horse town, he found the very loyal and noble city of Mérida, a Paris in miniature for vivacity and luxury. As they passed within the gates of one great hacienda or farm, the gardens lit with myriads of coloured lights, Madame Diaz clapped her hands and cried out gleefully, "Look, Porfirio! Surely we have never seen anything so lovely!" Well might she so say, for that particular haciendado had lavished 60,000 Mexican dollars, about £6,000, to dazzle the presidential eyes for one short evening. But Mérida is not Yucatan, and the henequen millionaires of Mérida strained every nerve and even their Fortunatus purses to prevent their shrewd ruler from seeing beneath the surface the social rottenness of the country. Of the amazing and amusing efforts they made to throw dust in those terrible eyes we shall have something to say later. What the President saw we have seen: the almost boundless wealth of Merida, and the symbaritic life led by the haciendados. But we have seen more. We have seen the real Yucatan. For months we have wandered in her wilds. We have shared the huts with the Indians. We have slung our hammocks in the forests. We have slept in the palm-thatched cabins of the woodcutters. We have lived the fisherman's life on the islets of the east coast, round which in the days of Cordoba and Cortes cruised fleets of canoes, fruit and corn laden. The primary reason for our trip was archaeological exploration, but the interest which this volume must have as containing descriptions of those wondrous ruins which have earned for Yucatan the title of the Egypt of the New World, will be, we believe, enhanced by that insight which we are enabled to give into the social state of a country which for nearly all is a terra incognita. And now for a little history. It was on the 30th of July, 1502, that Christopher Columbus, near the island of Guanaja, in the Gulf of Honduras, met a canoe paddled by 25 Indians and carrying as many women, and a cargo of fruits, cotton cloths, copper hatchets, and pottery. The men wore loincloths, and the women were modestly draped in mantles of cotton. By signs the great Spaniard gathered that they came from a rich land to the westward. Such is the first knowledge the white world had of Yucatan. 4 years later Juan Diaz de Solis and Vicente Yanez Pinzon sailed for Guanaja, intent on completing the discoveries of Columbus. Reaching Guanaja, they steered westward and discovered the east coast of Yucatan, convincing themselves that it was an island, but making no landing. On the 20th of May, 1506, Columbus, a victim of injustice and neglect, ended his splendid career in sadly lonely surroundings at Valladolid. His two successors in the pioneer work of Yucatan's discovery came to untimely ends, Yanez Pinzon dying in Spain a year later, while Diaz de Solis was eaten by the Indians of Rio de la Plata. In 1511, more by bad luck than good management, the Spaniards came again into contact with Yucatan. Núñez de Balboa, alcalde of Darien, dispatched one Valdivia in a caravel to Hayti for provisions and reinforcements. When nearing Jamaica, the ship was wrecked on the Alacranes reef, and the Spaniards, to the number of 20, took to the boats. 7 died of starvation, and the rest, after days of exposure, were washed onto the eastern coast of Yucatan. Here, though they were warmly welcomed, it can scarcely be said that the reception accorded to them was one which they appreciated. The Indians, making a feast day of their arrival, swarmed down on the beach, and insisted on their coming at once to the village, where, it is sad to relate, those who had been unlucky enough to preserve a little adipose tissue in spite of the hardships they had endured, were accorded the honour of becoming the pièce de résistance at the banquet which the chief had commanded to celebrate their arrival. The less plump ones were enclosed in glorified chicken coops, where they were fattened with succulent viands until such a time as the chief should be disposed to put his lips to them. Unwilling to await this distinction, the unfortunate Spaniards found an opportunity one night of breaking the bars of the coop and taking to the woods. Several died of exposure, but a few struggled through to the territory of a neighbouring cacique, who appears to have been more of a vegetarian. He rejoiced in the name of Joaquin Coots. The Spanish fugitives, for some reason or other, perhaps because they made praiseworthy efforts to pronounce his name, were taken into his service and well treated, though an 8-hour day does not appear to have been part of Hakim Coots's programme. As Joshua, he said, "Let them live, but let them be hewers of wood and drawers of water unto my people." Under this system all died but two, Gonzalo Guerrero, a swashbuckling soldier, as his name suggests, and Geronimo de Aguilar, a young priest. Guerrero, one can picture him the thorough captain of industry, cynical, fearless, taking his pleasure where he could, took to his new life like a duck to water, fell in love with a Mayan girl, stripped off his clothes in favour of a loincloth, painted his body and decorated his nose and ears with stone rings, winding up with a very decent imitation of reverence for the stone gods, who had it all their own way in Hakim Coots's kingdom. But Aguilar was an idealist, and though, true to his church's teaching, casuist enough to keep on the right side of Hakim Coots, he treasured a hope of some day, somehow, returning to Spain and its Catholic joys. With a view to hastening this consummation, he so devoutly wished, he took the saints into his confidence, and, satisfied of their assistance, promised at all costs to preserve that chastity which is believed by the credulous to be still, as it doubtless always has been, the brightest jewel in the crown of the Catholic priesthood. Aguilar's misogynistic tendencies do not seem to have much troubled Hakim Coots, but his successor, Amae, was distinctly uxorious, and in addition appears to have been something of a humorist. Aguilar's lack of appreciation of his maidens worried him somewhat, and he determined to find out whether it was the lack of opportunity or the lack of taste. When the young priest was not cutting wood or drawing water, he was sent out fishing, going overnight to the coast and sleeping on the beach till dawn, when the fish were feeding. One day Amae ordered him to the coast, but as a mark of his favour told him to take as his companion a very beautiful girl of 14, to whom the cunning cacique gave instructions that she was to fish for Aguilar while he, poor innocent, was seeking his lord's breakfast. Aguilar did not much care for his girl comrade, but he did not dare to refuse. So off they started, the chief first loading his faithful servant with warm garments for the night journey, and a sort of en tout cas bedspread. As the coast was not far distant, and the travellers had not much to say to each other, they got over the ground so quickly that the night was not far spent when they reached Aguilar's fishing pitch. Seeing his companion was sleepy, he gallantly made a bed for her in the woods, with the wraps Amae had so thoughtfully provided, and then went off to the beach and lay down on the sand. But the temptations of St. Anthony were not in it with those to which that Indian mink subjected the young priest till dawn. And thus it is the more gratifying to learn that he was able to keep his arrangement with the saints, whereby he passed into the highest favour with Amae, who, poor weak mortal that he was convinced that Aguilar was a very exceptional young man. This is a Spanish story, and must be taken with a pinch of salt. But to return to more serious history. Undeterred by their predecessors' misfortunes, the Spanish undertook a third expedition to Yucatan. On the 8th of February, 1517, Francis Hernandez de Cordoba, with 110 soldiers and 3 ships, sailed from Cuba, and on the 20th day sighted an island. On their approach, 5 large canoes put off. Signs of friendship prevailed on some 30 of the Indians to come on board Cordoba's ships, and there such amicable relations were established that the Spaniards landed, finding to their surprise every sign of a considerable civilization. For the first time Europeans saw stone buildings in America. In the temple, approached by well-laid steps, they saw incense being burnt in front of stone and wooden idols, while files of women ministrants chanted near the altars. Hence Cordoba christened the island Isla de Mujeres, Isle of Women. Another version has it that the Spaniards found gigantic female figures of stone at the south end of the island, but our careful search of the island and a consultation of its records do not support this version. Thence he sailed to the most northerly point of Yucatan, where he was welcomed by the chief, who came out with his people in 12 canoes and repeatedly exclaimed, "Conex Cortes," come to our town, which the Spaniards believed the name of the place. Hence Cape Catoche, as the point is still called. The Spaniards, led by the treacherous cacique, landed, and were soon attacked in a thick wood by a body of Indians armed with stone axes, bows, and lances of wood, hardened by fire, their faces and bodies painted, wearing on their arms an armour of plaited cotton, beating a war tune on turtle shells and blowing horns of conch shells. Cordoba lost 20 men, and many of the Indians were killed. Returning to their ships, the Spaniards sailed on to a point where at the mouth of the river was a large Indian town called by the natives Kimpech, the modern Campeachy. Farther on a disastrous fight took place which ended in the loss of 50 Spaniards and the retreat of Cordoba. He himself received 12 arrow wounds, and but one soldier escaped unhurt. Within 10 days of his reaching Havana, Cordoba died of his wounds. This signal disaster did not, however, deter enterprising Spaniards from looking longingly towards the veritable will-o'-the-wisp, La Isla Rica. In 1518 an expedition led by Juan de Grijalva sailed from Matanzas. This resulted in the discovery of the island of Cozumel, and a fairly complete reconnaissance of the coastline of Yucatan. A third expedition, commanded by the great Cortes, left Cuba on the 18th of February 1519, made first for Cozumel, and thence, cruising round the north-east coast, the Spaniards continued their voyage as far as what is to-day the city of Vera Cruz, where the glittering promise of Mexico once and for all removed the great Spanish captain from Yucatecan history. But in Cortes's suite was one Francisco Montejo, a gentleman of Seville. To him, on the 8th of December 1526, a grant was made for the conquest of the islands of Yucatan and Cozumel. Fitting out a small armada, he sailed from Seville in May 1527 with 360 troops. He made first for Cozumel, where he landed in September of that year, establishing friendly relations with the chief, Naumpat. Thence, taking with him an Indian guide, he sailed to the east coast. With bombastic prematureness, the royal standard was planted on the beach, and amid cries of "Viva España!" the whole country claimed for the King of Spain. But Montejo was merely beginning his troubles. A disastrous march through the dense pathless bush, his troops footsore and fever-stricken, hunger and thirst their constant comrades, ended in a battle in which, with fearful losses, the invaders barely held their own. A retreat followed, but undismayed, in 1528, Montejo, with the remnant of his army, marched on Chichen Itza. The old chroniclers contradict one another as to this expedition to Chichen. We believe Montejo made but one, though time would allow for 2 visits and 2 temporary settlements there, as some writers believe. In the metropolis of the Itza tribe, a friendly reception at first was accorded him, but he unwisely divided his forces by dispatching his captain, Alonso d'Avila, with some foot and horse to the westward. Thus weakened, he was soon driven out of Chichen and forced to the sea at Campeachy. D'Avila fared no better. Arrived in the dominions of a neighbouring cacique, his request for provisions was fiercely answered by the latter, who said he would send them fowls on spears and maize on arrows. After 2 years of weary struggle with hunger and fever, harassed the while by Indians, D'Avila rejoined his chief at Campeachy. Nothing had been achieved. Yucatan was still unconquered. Montejo now returned to Cuba for reinforcements, and, thus heartened, he made an attack on Tabasco. leaving a few Spanish at Campeche. These few, weakened by privations, were after some years reduced to an effective force of 5 only. The camp was abandoned. González Nieto, who had planted the flag amid such bombastic shoutings on the eastern beach 9 years earlier, was the last to leave. In 1535 not a single Spaniard remained in Yucatan. 2 years later, Montejo, whose attempt on Tabasco had signally failed, returned to the attack, landing at Champoton, where once more the Spanish flag was raised. The Indians, grown shrewd, left the heat and general malaria to do their skirmishing, and when Montejo's camp had become a hospital, a pitched battle all but drove the Spaniards into the sea. Worse than this, the rumours of the wealth of Peru and Mexico, of the dazzling conquests of Cortes and Pizarro, caused desertions, for the poverty of Yucatan had now become notorious, and one by one Montejo's men slunk off. 19 stalwarts at last were all that were left at Champoton. Montejo sent his son to Cuba with urgent requests for relief. In 1539 stores and men arrived, and Montejo, distrusting his own fortune, placed the conquest of Yucatan in his son's hands. The latter marched out from Champoton, gave battle to the Indians, and completely routed them. Advancing into the land, in one day 3 fights took place, the Indian dead being so numerous that they literally obstructed the roadway. After a march of many months, during which his troops suffered incredible hardships and fought their way almost league by league, Montejo reached the great city of Tiju early in 1541. A preliminary victory ensured the invaders some months of peace, but the clouds were gathering. The caciques formed a confederation, and on the 11th of June a final battle took place. Little reliance can be placed on the figures, but if they are anywhere near the truth, the pious historian, Father Cogolludo of the Franciscan Friars, may be forgiven for exclaiming, in an ecstasy of faith, "Divine power works more than human valour," for the Spanish mustered but 200, while the Indians, it is alleged, were 70,000 strong. Be that as it may, the Spanish firearms won the day, and the 6th of January 1542 saw the formal founding of the city of Mérida, built out of the stones and on the ruined site of Tiju. The Indians never rallied, and the brutal work of enslaving them was thenceforth to be pursued with few interruptions. In 1561 French pirates attacked Campeche and entered Mérida, and in 1575 English buccaneers sacked the city. Forced to withdraw, they renewed their attack in 1606, but unsuccessfully. In 1632 the Dutch appeared on the scene, and 2 years later British pirates made a descent on the coast. For the next half-century Yucatan was the prey of pirates, and Mérida was attacked again in 1684. Meanwhile the country had been constituted a Spanish province under a captain general. A see of Mérida was created, and Spanish towns built on the ruins of the Indian pueblos. The internal history of the peninsula from 1684 during the next century and a half is a story of Spanish cruelty and bigotry, of Franciscan arrogance and vandalism. The Spanish settlers, not content with the conquest and enslaving of the Indians, busied themselves in the destruction of everything, buildings, books, statues, which had to do with the earlier days. Towns were built on the ruins of Indian villages. Large churches, the majority now in ruins, were constructed, for the most part out of the stones of Indian palaces, and the great haciendas were formed and worked by gangs of miserable natives whose spirit was broken. In 1824 Yucatan, which had borne its fair share of the war of independence against Spain of the previous year, became a federal state. Amicable relations with Mexico were interrupted in 1829, and again in 1840, when heavy taxation brought about an armed revolt. In the June of the latter year the rebels drove the Federal forces out of Yucatecan territory, and independence was declared. In 1843 General Santa Anna, the head of Mexico, by a successful campaign, forced Yucatan into the Federation once more. In 1847 a serious Indian revolt occurred, and this was not suppressed until 1853, when a treaty of peace was signed granting autonomy to the Indians of the East. A year later trouble broke out again, but in 1860 an army 3,000 strong attacked and captured Santa Cruz, the Indian capital. The town was almost at once, however, retaken by the natives with a loss of 1,500 whites, and until 1901 it remained in the hands of the Mayans. Of the war which was then declared against these stalwarts, of the injustice of its inception, and of the barbarous methods now being employed against them, we shall speak later. The Mexican government have done their best to hide from the outside world what exactly is happening in the far eastern Yucatan, but despite official discouragement we penetrated the district and are in a position to tell the whole story. As the authentic history of Yucatan previous to the conquest, it might almost be written as succinctly as in the famous chapter Snakes in Iceland. There is none. Even its ancient name is in dispute, for there is little doubt it was Maya. Columbus is the first to record that name. For the first half-century or so after the founding of Merida, the Spanish Vandals were far too busy, in their ruthless Christian zeal, with the destruction of the Mayan towns and palaces, with the butchering of men and the outraging of women, to give much thought to the past of the unfortunate race which they were bent on degrading and enslaving. Bishop Landa, one of the earliest of the Catholic bishops of Yucatan, bears terrible evidence on this point. The Indian chiefs were burnt alive in many instances. Women, after outrage and gross and filthy indignities, were hanged, their babies being hanged on their feet, thus making gibbets of their mothers' bodies. Landa says that there is no doubt that until his countrymen arrived, chastity was dearly prized among the Mayans, death being the penalty for both young man and maiden proved unchaste before marriage. Today, Mayan morality in all towns and centers where the Indians are in contact, or have long been in contact, with the whites, is loose in the extreme. Prostitution is terribly common, practically universal. When, towards the end of the 16th century, the task of collecting historical data was undertaken, naturally enough the Indians consulted had little to give but a hotchpotch of tradition and legend. With an alacrity positively suspicious, the so-called books of Chilam Balam cropped up in all directions. Each important township had one of these almost worthless compilations based on the musty memories of garrulous old Mayans, who thus sought to ingratiate themselves with the domineering Franciscan friars. The Mayan hieroglyphics were, as they still are, undecipherable. The temple records and picture writings had been burnt, and the oldest Indian assisting at the manufacture of these tradition books must have been in long clothes or the Mayan equivalent when Cortes landed. Yet this lack of credibility has not prevented many who have labored earnestly and long in the field of Mayan archaeology from spoiling their work by plunging into the muddied tideway of date and legend and emerging convinced of much of which there is not a tittle of real evidence. Most of the tradition books agree in ascribing Central American civilization to the Toltec nation, and Toltec has become the rallying cry, the shibboleth of those who struggle to unravel the past of Central America. Learned professors from Berlin and Dresden, enthusiastic young men from Harvard and other American universities, foreign and native writers and students, clamber or tumble headlong over the Toltec fence, with the perverse persistence of the national school child, whose memory of dates is restricted to William the Conqueror 1066, at which moment its infantile mind supposes England, London, the Tower, the Zoo, and Madame Tussaud's to have come into instant being. So 648 A.D. Toltecs arrived at Tula, or Tulapan, crops up in everything these good people write. King Charles I's head never worried Mr. Dick half as much as the Toltec bogey worries them. Where Tula or Tulapan was, is, or ever has been, where the Toltecs sprang from, what ethnical affinities they possessed, whether they were kin to those affiliated tribes which have most certainly inhabited the Americas since prehistoric times, how they came to have cut and dried building specifications in what were equivalent to their breeches pockets, they never stop to tell us. One professor glibly remarks, assuming his Toltec premise, while the Toltec, race was still quite at a low stage of civilization, the Aztecs advanced out of the north from at least 26° north latitude. No conjurer ever produced rabbit from silk hat with more assurance than the professor produces the Aztecs out of the north. That, at least, is distinctly precious. Was ever such begging of the question? The Aztecs were builders too? Where did they get their knowledge? They certainly would have difficulty to find a hint of it in the vast North American continent. The truth is that, stripped of all nonsensical fetish worship, there is not an iota of real evidence for this Toltec theory. No Toltec nationality ever existed, and the explanation of that civilization which differentiates the Mayan peoples and their Aztec neighbors from the natives of the rest of the Americas is to be sought, as we endeavor to demonstrate in Chapter 15, in an altogether different direction. Well, then, we have no real pre-conquest history. All that seems certain is that in Yucatan no kinship in the true sense existed. The land was ruled by caciques, chiefs, each the head of a tribe or tribal family. As is natural in such a regime, the predominating power was not always in the same hands. About 1436, Bishop Lander writing in 1556 gives the date, and this agrees with native tradition, the tyranny of the Cocomes, who ruled over the city of Mayapan, caused a rebellious confederation of lesser caciques, which ended in the overthrow of the Concomes family and the destruction of Mayapan. This, the great event of the more recent pre-Spanish history of Yucatan, was followed by the uprise of the chief of Chichen Itza, who thenceforward till the conquest maintained predominance. These, the only dates upon which reliance can be placed, fit in well with the date which we are inclined to assign to the superb ruins of Chichen, which we describe in detail in a later chapter. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Smith. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 6. First Impressions of Yucatan. A sea of greengage green, broken by scarce a ripple save where a shark's fin curves up shiny black in the blazing sun. A semicircle of pale sand, fringed by brown and mahogany red boarded barns of warehouses, with here and there a gaunt brick chimney, a thin belt of palm trees, 3 wooden jetties, and beyond, houses stuccoed white and salmon pink. This is our first sight of Yucatan's only port, Progreso. There is no harbor, for the shallows stretch far seaward, and steamers of any draught dare not come within 5 miles of the coast. The outward and visible signs of the town have scarcely come distinctly into view, and we have barely lost sight in the heat mist of the monster form of our liner, anchored miles in our wake, when the panting tug has come alongside the pier, and we are for the first time face to face with Yucatans. A Yucatan crowd is a pleasant sight to look upon. Personal cleanliness, bright-collared vests, and spotless linen breeches are a welcome change for the traveler who comes from a Mexican port. The Yucatan and the Mexican, too, are physically very unlike, and the difference is all in favor of the former. The crowd which awaits the tug is a bright, clean-faced, orderly crowd, and as we step ashore, the luggage touts, many of them remarkably intelligent-looking and handsome fellows, take your "no muchos gracias" for an answer, which is more than you can say for the evil-smelling, vulture-faced, blackmailing gang who throng the quays at such ports as Vera Cruz and Tampico. Alas, months of sojourn in the land of the Mayans are to alter the first favorable impressions of that Progreso crowd. Verily are Yucatans whited sepulchres. And here perhaps it would be as well to define a Yucatan. The population of Yucatan, speaking broadly, consists of two classes, slaves and savages. The former are the Indians, by centuries of brutally degraded and robbed of that spirit which made them foes worthy of Cortes's prowess, but still a kindly, hospitable people, for whom every English heart must feel a keen sympathy. The savages are the Yucatans, the mongrel people resulting from the early unions of the Spanish with the Indian women, and if the epithet seems harsh, we would ask our readers to reserve judgment till they have finished this volume. The tint of the Yucatan is that of a half-baked biscuit, but the eyes are black-brown and often small, and the lank black hair suggests the Indian crossings of the 16th and 17th centuries. At the end of the jetty, a lofty lich gate of wood houses, Señores los Aduaneros, Messrs. The Customs House officers. But our passports are from headquarters and bear a cabinet minister's seal, so our baggage is soon passed. Over the Customs House gate might be written, bearing Dante's terrible line, all hope of cleanliness abandon. Ye who enter here, for once inside Progreso town you must do battle with tropical dust at its worst. Through the railway yard, where the sun beats down with a blistering heat on trucks, mules, and men, you make your way to the train through filthy little arcaded streets, your boots disappearing at each footstep. In the ill-smelling, garbage-littered compound, your eyes smarting in the clouds of it, you kick up. The station is a barn, the railway a 3-foot gauge. The cars are rickety, low-roofed, cane-seated, yellow wood affairs. From engine to brake van, the train is American-made. There seems little to choose in comfort between the classes, but for the sake of more elbow room we plunge our 3 centavos a kilometre, the usual first-class fare all over Yucatan, a fraction less than a penny a mile. Distinctly cheap if the rolling stock were better. As the little train jolts through the outskirts of the town, ringing its bell, the dust it raises blending with the resinous smoke from the wood fire of its engine, naked yellow babies look up from their play in the dirt and scamper into shelter, while female faces peer out between the iron bars which do duty for glass windows in the one-storied high, flat-roofed houses. Northern Yucatan is as level as an Essex marsh, and the line runs through miles of country at first glance quite English, with its dense covering of small trees like nut bushes and silver birches. Nature has been niggard of soil to the whole peninsula, but perhaps it is around Progreso that you realize most that the Yucatan must be content to sow his seed in the stony ground. The sun-dried undergrowth is of cactus, stunted shrubs, and sea grasses. Here and there this breaks to give way to swamps rich in purple and white orchids and golden water plants, fair to look on as the sun touches the water between the waving rushes. But surely enough the happy breeding ground of the yellow jack mosquito, then come fields of henequen or hemp, the green gold of Yucatan. The plants like huge green pineapples with waxy green feathers on top, enclosed within grey stone walls like those of Scotland. As we near the capital, the distance is but 25 miles. The carriages fill up, and you squeeze closer into your canned seat for two to make room for some fat Yucatan or his ill-shaped, chalk-faced, powdered dame in the suburbs of Merida. There are miles of them. The rail runs between rows of native huts, palm-leaf thatched frameworks of wood upon which red earth is plastered and then stuccoed or whitewashed. Each has its garden, evidently the despair of its owner, for dogs, pigs, and fowls dispute possession of it with tin cans and refuse. But even in these unfavorable surroundings, tropic nature beautifies with the greeny gold leaf of the banana and the heavy hanging greener crown of the coconut palm. Over all rises a strange vista. Merida might well be called the city of windmills. On each side of the train you see the horizon literally crowded with air motors for pumping water from the limestone, and you hear it whispered in a tone of pride by Yucatan to his neighbor that there are in Yucatan's capital 6,000 of these eyesores. Merida could claim another alias. The city of windmills might as appropriately be called the city of cabs. And they are curious cabs too, cabs without sides or backs or fronts, mere frameworks of light wood with leather tops and cloth curtains all round, which roll up and button or roll down and shade the fair, spectral four-wheelers as if in prehistoric times a London growler had immigrated here and propagated a species of tropical growler, all skin and bones. Dozens of these hackney phantoms await us in the station yard. The drivers in spotless loose-flying linen shifts and linen trousers, bell-bottomed over their bare brown feet, shod with sandals, their headgear wide-awakes of black or brown felt. The boxes are elaborately ornamented with brass nails, burnished to a dazzling brightness. The back seat, you must not sit too far back or you will fall out, has room for two, and in front a shelf like that in a Victoria lets down for a third passenger. There are hundreds of these cabs in Merida, and everybody uses them all the time. They are not the luxury they are in most capitals, and are quite a feature of the place. We had understood there is only one hotel in Merida. It is a libel, for there are three, and seated in the phantom car we select, we bowl noiselessly over asphalted roads towards it. It was on the 6th January, 1542, that amid, one can be sure, immense bombast of trumpet blare and drum beat, the first stones were laid of the very loyal and noble city of Merida. This is what its charter, granted by His Most Catholic Majesty Philip II, called it. It is a double-barreled misnomer. Merida has no claim to loyalty, for she revolted from Spain as soon as she conveniently could, and she has never been loyal to the Republic of Mexico, of which, much against her will, the country of which she is the capital has formed part, off and on, since the beginning of the 19th century. And Merida is in no sense a noble city. Never has been and never can be. But she is what perhaps is better, a clean city. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Merida thinks it comes first, and she has let the other virtue lag a very bad second in her civic race. But she has not always even been clean. 5 years back her streets were Jairus of ill-smelling dust to your boot tops in the dry season, and sloughs of despond in the wet. No one who has not visited Yucatan can realize the Aladdin-like results of the showers of gold which have fallen upon this Danae land as a result of her stable product, henequen. But directly you enter one of the phantom cabs, you come under the spell of a city which is magically perfect, as unlike any other Spanish-American town as is possible. The millionaire henequen growers are so rich that they really do not know what to do with their money, and so it came about that the ex-governor, Señor Molina, conceived the idea of reupholstering Merida, till its founders would never recognize their handiwork. The shape of the city is much what it was planned on a vast chessboard system, all the streets running at right angles and parallel to one another, forming 9 square miles of squat stone-built houses, almost all one-storied, their long windows heavily barred instead of glazed. But just as carpet makes a room, Señor Molina saw that what Merida needed was paving, and so he proceeded to get an estimate from a French asphalt company. The amount was so huge that his brother millionaires on the council only smiled sickly smiles of incredulity when he suggested voluntary contributions. But if their ill-gotten dollars would not come out of their pockets by fair means, the governor determined that they should buy foul. At least, that was the adjective which these much oppressed Croesuses probably applied to his methods, and he taxed every bale of henequen loaded at Progreso. In this way he raised a gigantic sum for the beautifying of the capital, part of which, no less than 30 million Mexican dollars, 3 million sterling, was spent in paving the streets. It took between 2 and 3 years, and the result is perfection. From north to south, from east to west, side streets and main streets, for the full 3 miles width of the city, the surface is as smooth as glass, as clean as marble. Never was there such paving, and never will there probably ever be again, for there is no parallel to the circumstances of unforeseen wealth which has come to Yucatan's capital. We had been favorably impressed by the cleanliness of the Yucatan crowds at Progreso, and as we moved easily and without a vibration down street after street of well-matched and well-built houses, we rubbed our eyes and wondered whether we were in a land where it was always washing day, for the people on the sidewalks, the people in the passing carriages, the police at the corners in their trim Holland uniforms, the children playing at the pavement edge, the tradesmen at their shop doors, and the boys and girls in their neat linens returning from school were so spotless as to beggar all description. But in the midst of our amazement we reached our hotel, a massive 3-storied building in 2 squares, neatly floored with tiles, roofless, wide flights of stone steps leading up to galleries from which was access to the bedrooms. Stone-floored, very high-ceilinged, opening through wooden sunblinds onto small balconies. We were very tired with our journey, and the coolness of our rooms and the brightness of the city had such a lulling effect that we were almost persuaded that we had reached Utopia. There was nothing disquieting in our rooms from the insect point of view, except a line of harmless-looking small black ants which were taking an afternoon walk along the tiles at the corner, and the fact that the small iron bedsteads were enveloped in mosquito nets. We had evidently reached Utopia. The air was balmy as we composed ourselves to sleep that night, and there was not even a mosquito in our nets. Shortly before dawn the next morning, Sunday, we were roused from a dreamless sleep by a din so terrific that to our half-sleeping wits it converted itself into a giant tattoo beat on cracked tea-trays. We started up. Boom, boom. A pause. Boom, boom. The last was a ragged-edged sound, as flat as stale soda water, as lifeless as Queen Anne. Then came a shrill noise, such as might be produced by a violent meeting between a butcher's steel and the treble octave of a cottage grand. Then pum-pum again, and then a noise as if the blacksmith of Spreading Chestnut Tree fame had gone suicidally mad, and had spent his dying fury and the full force of the muscles of his brawny arms in one fell blow on his anvil. Something must be wrong. We could not patiently bear this. Perhaps it was a utopian form of fire alarm, and we were doomed to cremation in our mosquito netting unless we roused ourselves. At this moment our door burst open, and a fellow traveler from Vera Cruz, in purple silk pajamas, his hair on end, a wild look in his eyes, cried out, "Do you hear those awful bells?" Bells? Surely. We rubbed our eyes and gazed open-mouthed at him. Surely they weren't bells. What superhuman intelligence was this he showed at such an early hour? We listened. Yes, they were. That anvil note again, meant for bells. Bells as cracked as any March hare. The cathedral bells, too, pounding their awful tea-tray notes right across the plaza into our windows. We had never heard such bells. Nobody outside Yucatan ever has. It was bedlam in the belfry, and with our fingers in our ears we walked on to the balcony to see how the Utopian knights were bearing them. Merida was up, and did not seem to mind the bells a bit. Perhaps they are an acquired taste. The people in the streets seemed not to notice the noise, and there was as much crowd as there was din. This bell scandal was evidently the rift within the Utopian lute, and presently, thank heaven, the music was dumb, and we were able to watch in peace from our point of vantage the life of the awakening city. It was a picturesque scene. The street was alight with bright colors and pretty faces. The women of Merida were going to early mass. Here were a knot of pale-faced maidens in muslins, rainbow-hued in their variety, pale blue, rose pink, saffron, heliotrope, white or green, hatless, their raven-black hair decked with flowers, their service books clasped in small hands. These were the upper middle class femininity of the city. The wealthiest women never walked at all. But a prettier picture still were the mestizas, half-castes, the name given by the wealthier Yucatans to their lower sisters, the beauties of the people, whose soft skins were colored a sweet brown by their Indian blood. Their dress was a long, spotlessly white, softly flowing shift of linen, bordered at neck and hem with embroidery, cut open low round the neck, and with no sleeves, and exposing their bare feet and ankles. It was a costume which framed their charms in quite a perfect style. And with all these mingled the Indian women and girls, their complexions a warm reddish brown, their black hair draped in cotton wraps of blue or brown, green or pink, thrown sari fashion round the head and falling over the shoulders, their bare feet innocent of shoe tortures, small and dainty, if a little broad. There were few men and boys about, but those looked cleaner than ever, spotless in their linens, with felt hats or panamas, the laddies in their tight linen knickerbockers, with their plump bare brown legs, looking the picture of boyish health. As the hour wore on, Indian dames passed on their way homeward from the early market, balancing on their heads large flat baskets filled with oranges, bananas, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, eggs, large slices of salmon-fleshed melons dotted with black seeds, small pineapples, lemons, limes, green and red peppers, and garlic. And often in the midst of this market medley sat a small hen or two, as contentedly as if they were brooding over a sitting of eggs. A wealthy Yucatecan who has traveled much, is credited with saying, "After Merida, give me Paris." There is really much to be said for his patriotic view. Merida is a beautiful city. The vista down the long street from our balcony, with the gay colors of the girls' dresses, the snowy whiteness of the men's clothes, and the smart brass-decked skeleton cabs, the soft yellow of the houses. All houses in Merida are by order painted yellow to prevent the unpleasant sun glare which white walls would mean. Here and there a waving crown of green peeping over the housetops from some garden patio made a right pleasant picture against the deep blue of the cloudless sky. But Merida owes none of her undoubted beauty to her buildings. There are but three worth mention, and this not from any architectural merits, but solely because of their historical interest. These are the cathedral, the bishop's palace, and the house of Francisco de Montejo, conqueror of Yucatan. They are all in the plaza. The cathedral is a gaunt pile of plastered mediocrity, with naked facade flanked by two turreted towers, lair of the accursed bells which had marred the tropic beauty of the morning. It was completed in 1598, and cost some 60,000, equivalent today to perhaps $250,000. Within there is little worth seeing except the 12 immense columns which support the roof. The hangings and drapings are as tawdry as is the much begilded altar. The pulpit is dusty, dirty, and old, and is reached by wooden steps, literally rotten and in holes. But if there is nothing worth seeing, there is something which is very astonishing. On each pillar is hung a notice which reads, "Servants no escupir en el pavimento de este templo." You are requested not to spit on the floor of this church. And on the flooring of the plan, yellow wood seats, and all along each aisle at the entrance to the pews are spittoons. Yes, it sounds incredible, but they are there. Right up to the altar rails a vista of earthenware abominations, such as disfigure the sanded quaintness of the bar parlor of an old village inn. In a later chapter on Yucatan manners we shall have more to say of the habit thus officially countenanced by the church. That perspective of spittoons from door to altar rail in Merida Cathedral was probably no parallel in any country. The bishop's palace adjoins the cathedral and bears the date 1757. It is so hideous in its flat stuccoed plainness that it is really wonderful that even the Yucatans do not rebel and raze it to the ground. Beneath it entrance is obtained by a large double wooden doorway to a vestibule opening into the bishop's garden, which forms a lady chapel, where on a trestle such as those upon which the coconut and sweetstuff men do their roaring trades on bank holidays at Hampstead, an iron tray covered with small spikes is provided for the faithful to stick a tallow dip, value 1 centavo, a farthing, in front of a plaster image of the Virgin. The house of Montejo, now the property of one of the many branches of the Peon family, the wealthiest of all Yucatecans, bears the date 1541, and is thus the oldest building in Merida. The facade is fine, and the doorway is a typically Spanish representation of militarism, plus bigotry. 2 knights armed capapa being engaged in the congenial occupation of trampling underfoot 2 Indians who take it lying down, as alas, their descendants are still doing. Life in Merida is as artificial as, indeed more artificial than, that of Mexico City. The latter, owing, as we have said, our fashions and her veneer of civilization, to Paris and New York, is assisted by her size in still being much herself. Not so Merida. No self-respecting Yucatecan wants to be himself. All of them are pathetically striving all the time after a culture which they do not understand, and which fits them as ill as his dress suit fits the hired butler at a suburban dance. Scratch the Russian and you find the Tartar. Most Yucatecans are the vulgarest of parvenus, and by the least scratching you find the savage. They are ashamed of their Indian past, and by an exaggerated class arrogance they try to widen the gulf between themselves and the Indians. As the purse-proud woman thinks she will be mistaken for a lady if she calls every servant a slut. They love to emphasize their superior wealth by dubbing their lower brothers and sisters mestizos and mestizas. The truth, Yucatecans form but one class, and they are all mestizos. There are few pure Indians in the capital, and those are the domestic servants of the wealthy families. You do not see the great contrast of wealth so marked in Mexico City. The whole town has an air of prosperity, and it is not an air merely, it is a fact. During the past 20 years, the group of large henequen growers, about a score, have divided among themselves, as a result of this green gold, no less than 800 million Mexican dollars. And this vast sum has percolated through the whole place. Merida is a Monte Carlo for extravagance and extortion. There is no social standard but pound, shilling, pence. A man is or is not great socially in proportion to his banking account. Nowhere in the world, probably, is money so absolutely God as here. We shall show later what moral effect this fact has had upon the citizens, and through them upon the whole of so-called civilized Yucatan. Corruption and venality are rampant. Few races have stamina enough to resist the corroding influences of sudden wealth. The silver mines of Mexico prove the knell of Spanish imperial greatness. Lord Beaconsfield said once, "Only a great man can stand power." In Yucatan, wealth is power, the only power, and the Yucatecans stand it very badly. In this city of mushroom millionaires, everything is naturally very dear. Food is practically all imported. We had been told that at our hotel it was impossible to get a square meal for less than $5, 10 shillings. It was not quite so bad as that, but for half that sum it is true enough you could only get just such a snack as an honestly hungry Briton would regard as a wholly inadequate, quick lunch talk business while you eat style of meal. Few of the Yucatecans eat out of their own houses, and thus restaurants, at any rate of the cleanly and better class, are few and far between. Those which do exist are literally dens of robbers. The traveler in Yucatan, as indeed in all Mexico, has to learn what to a Briton accustomed to more or less trust his fellow man is a very unpleasant lesson, namely, that you can trust no one. The only safety on ordering a meal is to first drive a bargain. You must know down to the smallest roll or condiment what your repast is going to cost you. No Merida hotels or restaurants ever attach prices to their menus. They know a trick worth two of that. Each restaurateur is a gastronomic Procustus who cuts his prices according to the cut of his customers. An article served at 25 centavos to one dinner will at the next table boom to 50 at the discretion of the subtle waiter. It is very hard to always remember to do this unpleasant bargaining before you take your place at a table, but you are literally lost if you do not. On this glorious Sunday morning we were successfully caught in a place where they charged 4 shillings for 3 glasses of lemonade and 3 or 4 fly-blown cakes. The cakes you would get anywhere for a penny, and lemons could be brought in the street outside at 6 a penny. The streets of Merida are full of life and bustle, the cleanliness of bustle. Even the blind beggars (blindness is rather common) who crouch against the walls with their plaintive cry of "Pobre ciego" are as neat as a new pin. Smartly varnished, mule-drawn tram cars tinkle their way to and from the suburbs. Outside the railings of the cathedral sit all day a line of Indian women in front of baskets filled with cakes, flattish, appetizing looking, sometimes as much as 2 or 3 feet across. Under the arcades of the municipal palace, which forms the north side of the plaza, is a motley scene of life. Here are tiny cigar booths, small drinking counters, where are dispensed hour after hour to thirsty crowds refrescos, drinks of squashed fruits, the deliciously sweet guanabana, limes, coconut water, pineapple, or what not, and iced waters, withered beldams, with baskets of sweets, lottery ticket sellers, and itinerant booksellers, while at the small round tables set in the doorways the Yucatecan loafers drink coffee or the native spirits, and from within the shaded rooms is heard the eternal click-click of billiard balls. Billiards, the French game without pockets, is a mania in Yucatan. As the young Yucatecans crowd round the green tables, the edges of the arcaded pavements are occupied by large chairs on daisies. Lolling in the chair, the Yucatecan lad who will polish your boots for 15 centavos. The Yucatecan jeunesse dorée are dandies if nothing else, and this must be the reason why there are more bootblacks to the square mile in Merida than in any capital we wot of. But the lordly bootblack who waits for you to come to him is not half as picturesque a figure as the peripatetic boot boy. All day long these little roguish-eyed rascals wander round the plaza, carrying their boot boxes and begging you to let them kneel in front of you and make your boots like looking glasses. The boys are all so pretty and have got such winning smiles that you are insanely inclined to have your boots blacked every quarter of an hour. Joking apart, boot blacking has been reduced to a science in Merida, and the operators put out of joint the noses of the London Boot Brigade. Time was when Merida was far more picturesque than she is today. In the old city, when few of the citizens were grand at reading, streets were, as indeed they were once in London, known by their signs. Thus at one corner there was a wooden image of a flamingo. This was Flamingo Street. Another was the Street of the Old Woman, the corner being decorated with an effigy highly coloured of a bespectacled dame. There was a Tabor Street adorned with a representation of that queer pig deer which still haunts the swampy forests of southern Yucatan and Chiapas, a Crane Street, and so on. But all this is a thing of the past. America has invaded Yucatan, even to her street naming, and Merida, with her 48th and 63rd streets, with the street numbers reduplicated on the corners, thus 503, 62nd Street, 503, is as maddening and intricate as New York. Only one of the old signs remains, that of the elephant. As you cross the plaza towards the market, it is difficult to picture what the old city must have been like when roads were not roads, and the plaza, now a wonderfully kept square of grass, flowers, and stone, was a mangy patch of leprous grass dotted with trees to which were tied mules which had brought in produce from the country. But the alterations in Merida are surface alterations. The only wonder is that the city is as healthy as it is, for there is no attempt at any general sewerage system, no main drains, and every householder is a law unto himself on this vital question. Each hot season there are outbreaks, sometimes very serious, of yellow fever, but the city is a healthy city. There is no doubt about it. There is a general avoidance of well water for drinking purposes, and as a substitute the most elaborate arrangements are made for storing every drop of rainwater during the wet season. This is done by every house of any size having enormous cemented tanks under their patios. The water pipes from the roofs connecting with them, thus the two huge quadrangles of our hotel, were nothing but gigantic reservoirs, tiled over. The rainy season practically never fails Yucatan, and though not as regular in its advent as the Indian monsoon, keeps up year by year its average of supply. Surface refuse is dealt with summarily by the most picturesque set of road sweepers imaginable. Neatly uniformed in white drill or brown holland, they wear pith helmets, adorned with metal badges bearing their number, and look like soldiers. In front of them they push by means of a long handle a tin shovel, some 4 feet long, which runs on neat little wheels. These men are everywhere, and take very good care that garbage is nowhere. The water carts, too, are worth a mention, gigantic wooden hogsheads painted in yellow stripes. These generally work at night, and take up their supply from huge water taps which jut out from the walls of buildings, and upon which the men tie brown holland piping in the most primitive fashion to fill their carts. The evenings at Merida are the gayest times, for then all folks, rich and poor, come out to spend the cool hours in the plaza. There is very little twilight ever in the tropics, and as soon as the sun is down and it is dusk enough, the wealthy Yucatecans have a queer habit of sitting in rocking chairs outside their houses. A whole group of ladies will thus take the air in front of the huge doorways of the biggest houses, surrounded by 2 or 3 cavaliers. Later on the carriages are ordered, and sleepy-eyed beauties drive round and round the plaza in the dark, apparently enjoying this rather queer form of carriage exercise. In the centre of the plaza itself the town band assembles, and this is a signal for a nightly promenade of the humbler Meridians. Nothing can be more picturesque or typical. The seats are filled for the most part with the older people, fat old men, linen-suited and besandaled, armed generally with an incongruous, ill-rolled umbrella, smoke and doze. Beside them, solid-looking Yucatecan matrons with gold chains round their necks, from which hang gold coins and a metal or ivory crucifix. At their feet a baby or two, dressed in the shortest of shifts, play about. But young Merida walks. Yet here again there is something which attracts the English eye, for there is a complete separation of the sexes. The girls walk together in 2s, 3s, and 4s one way, and the young dandies in their spotless white linen bell-bottomed trousers, belted with ornamental belts, over which are hung blue and white striped cloths, reaching to their knees like butchers' aprons, put on sideways, gaudily coloured silk cotton vests, and other these white linen coats, walk the other. All the youths have a pretty habit of going hand in hand, or with arms round each other's necks. They are there to see the girls, and in the hope that the girls will see them. But the curious thing is that you never see them look at one another. The groups of chatting youths and maidens pass and repass one another round and round under the trees, in and out of the pass. Watch as hard as you like, you will never see an ogling glance, or catch a hint of that coarse chaff which is inseparable from such a congregating of lower-class youth of both sexes in a city like London. It really is quite extraordinary. The naivete of it all, the determined way in which the external sex problem seems tabooed here. We sat for hours watching the orderly crowds, and never once did we see a girl stop in her walk to speak to a man, or any youth attempt to speak or to walk with a maid. It was decorum in excelsis. It reminded one of the famous description of Boston as a place where respectability stalks unchecked. But respectability is usually perilously near being a synonym for mawkish dullness. Here it was not so. You had absolute decorum. There was no suspicion of noisy horseplay or hooliganism. There was not the slightest need for a policeman. As a matter of fact, none appeared during the whole evening to keep order, and yet the crowd was as perfect a specimen of the brightest popular life any city could show. They had all come out to enjoy themselves, and they enjoyed themselves like children, with a simple, unaffected gaiety which was very infectious. With all their faults, the Yucatecans have the saving grace of good temper, not from a geniality of disposition so much as from a physical apathy which makes them reluctant to the effort which losing one's temper involves. And this merry, laughing crowd in the plaza, the simple, unadorned beauty of the dark-eyed lasses, the knots of handsome youths armed length, the plum babies contentedly playing in between the legs of the strollers, the old people dozing in the shady seats, and the mellow light from a huge electric strand dappling with a moon-like radiance, the exquisitely cleanly pathways made such a picture of pleasant contentment as was quite utopian. In the darkened roadways the wealthier beauties of Merida drove round and round the plaza like bats circling round a lamp. But though there were many of them whose lascivious beauty would have made most men forswear their most cherished convictions, our hearts were in the plaza with the chattering, happy crowd, and we were quite sorry when the band, which, with an extraordinary display of energy, had played 4 tunes in 2 hours, struck work and the folks dispersed. End of Section 6. Recording by John Smith.
Section 7 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 7. A Yucatecan Breakfast and Other Sights. Unless one is endowed with the appetite of the proverbial ploughboy, there is surely nothing which puts you off your food more than having too much on your plate. One's sympathies go out to the irritable old gentleman at the London Club who, having ordered a plate of beef and getting beef and the plate, snapped out angrily to the waiter, "Do you think I haven't eaten for a month?" The next worst thing to having too much on your plate is to have too much on the table. Every traveller knows the bewildering effect of those breakfasts served on the Paris and Mediterranean Railway, when 7 dishes are placed before you, with 15 minutes in which to eat their contents. But though there is no time limit for feeding in Yucatan, you have got to get accustomed to the whole meal, in all its courses, being placed before you at once. We had brought with us to Merida several letters of introduction, and on the Monday we presented one of these to a Yucatecan millionaire whom we ran to earth in his office. He was mayor of the city, transacting official business. After our preliminary greetings he said, "We Yucatecans never ask anybody to our houses, but I should like you to see the interior of a Yucatecan home. Therefore, will you breakfast with me tomorrow at 11:30?" In fulfillment of this engagement, we turned up the next day in his patio at the appointed hour. The house is one of the finest in Merida, and is so typical of the people as to be worth a short description. Entering through the patio, bright with flowering shrubs, with orange trees loaded with the golden fruit, with palms and evergreens, you ascend a short flight of stone steps into a long central tiled hall, forming a kind of glorified veranda on two sides of the courtyard. On the tiles are thrown a few cheap coloured mats. Ranged in two rows facing each other are 8 or 10 American bentwood rocking chairs. On the walls hang a few oleographs. Here we were received by our host in a linen suit, and his señora, a celebrated Meridian beauty, daintily dressed in a pink muslin frock, the mother, as we afterwards discovered, of 7 children, though she herself looked little more than out of her teens. One or two other guests, male relatives, are in cool linens, having arrived. Our hosts lead the way to the further end of the hall, out of which opens the dining room. Not all such a dining room as we English associate with the sacred occupation of feeding. It is really nothing but another tiled annex to the hall with huge doorway, but without doors. There are no real doors between the rooms in Yucatecan houses, at which the chickens and turkeys from the backyard are congregating to see the fun, hopping, cackling, out of the way of the half dozens of Indian women servants who are pattering in with bare feet from the kitchen, of which you catch a glimpse down a vista of tiled yard. But here's the table, and what a spread! There are only 8 of us to breakfast, for it is the children's school hour, and thus they are not present. But if there were 88 of us, we feel, as we look at the groaning board, that the Indian maids would be able, when everybody's appetite was satisfied, to gather up of the fragments that remained many basketfuls. As we take our places, our host perhaps detects the amazement in our eyes, for he says with a wave of his hand, "I wished you to have a Yucatecan meal. It is always our custom to have everything on the table at once. There is certainly everything, almost everything you can think of. There is a dish of steaks, a stew of rabbit, a great plate of pork sausages, chickens stewed and chickens roasted, turkey minced with egg and turkey in puris naturalibus, a greasy mess of pork joints, a great heaped up mass of venison, a vast soup tureen of beef broth, a dish of chopped eggs and tortillas, a huge salted sausage in red skin, a favourite food of all Yucatecans, a minced mess of meat known throughout Yucatan as chile con carne, a plate of veal cutlets, a large boiled fish, a famous red snapper of the Mexican Gulf, and last but not least, turtle steaks. And for vegetables there are dishes of tomatoes, of green and red peppers, of garlic and onions, of black beans, frijoles, squashed into a greasy dark purple pulp, of snowy pyramids of rice, of boiled plantains, of sweet potatoes, and boiled Indian corn. But the sweets are here too, jellies and stewed fruits, cranberries squashed into a luscious disguise of pipeless semi-liquid jelly fringed round with cream, pineapples stewed in thick slabs, and peaches floating in a wine-tinted syrup. And among all these plats de jour, the wonder is that the Indian maids have found room to place them on the table, are china baskets of fruits, apples from California, oranges from our host's farm, bananas and banana apples, peaches, and the purple-brown kaumita, which looks like a cross between a rosy-cheeked apple and a nectarine, and has a white soapy flesh with a taste which is somewhat like that of a green fig soaked for an hour in a lather of delicately scented soap. And to wash down this gargantuan feast there were 3 cut-glass, short-stemmed, long-bodied goblets beside each breakfaster, which were kept filled by the Indian maids with red and white wines, aerated waters, iced lemonade made from the limes from the patio, fruit drinks, or iced milk. Bread throwing at school, if you remember aright, was an offence punishable with the 6th book of the Aeneid to write out and the loss of a half holiday as the minimum penalty. In Yucatan it is all the fashion in the highest circles. No sooner had we taken our places at the table than an Indian maid brought in, holding them in her brown hands, a towering pile of soft white doughy tortillas, each about as big as a large Abernethy biscuit. These she placed at the side of our hostess, who at once began to throw them to us all. It was so adroitly done that before you had recovered from the amazement with which the mere act filled you, you found yourself admiring the exquisite dexterity of the gentle thrower. Those of our readers who have visited Monte Carlo and admired, as everyone must, the marvellous precision with which the croupiers flip the golden louis to the lucky punters, will be able to imagine something like the dexterity of our hostess. A tortilla whizzed circling across the table under your very nose, and landed with exquisite softness, like a tired dove, at the side of your host's plate. Whiz, whir, here comes another. Why, it's like boomerang throwing, for this last, you'll swear, circled round you before it sank nestling under the edge of the plate of steaming pork stew in front of you. The air is thick with these doughy missiles. Nobody is the least surprised except us, and we become quite absorbed in watching the friendly bombardment. Our host engages us, as the newspapers say, in animated conversation, inquires the purposes of our tour and our theories as to the origin of the Mayan people. It is hard to give him our whole attention, for we feel we are losing all the fun, for the tortillas are whizzing over the table now and round it just like boomerangs. And then the hostess' supply is exhausted. But here is a plump Indian maid with a fresh supply, snowy white and softly fluffy, such as would fill a London muffin man's heart with envy. It is all very funny, and the climax is reached when your host peels an orange of some very rare flavour and offers you the juicy dripping quarter in his fingers, following this up with a like exhibition of his hospitable wish to share with you his apple and his peach. We had defended ourselves as well as we could from the unbridled hospitality of our host, but all the same we felt like boa constrictors who had made an injudicious meal of goat's whole, when we packed ourselves into a skeleton cab to pay a visit of inspection to the Merida prison, which is one of the sights of the place. The drive thither was through one of the finest thoroughfares in the city, lined with substantially built bungalow houses of stone and stucco, each standing in its picturesque tropical garden, a mass of bloom and waving fan palms. This street debouches upon the broad Avenida de Paz, a wonderful stretch of asphalt running the full width of the city and forming its western frontier. Beyond this opens out the really fine Plaza de Porfirio Diaz, a great oval of lawn intersected by broad paths of asphalt meeting in a large central space ornamented by a small artificial lake with fountain. The Penitenciaria Juarez fronts upon the plaza, a long low building of limestone stuccoed, one-story-eyed save over the central doorway, where a turreted second story forms the residence of the president, as the governor of the jail is called. This official met us at the doorway. He was a Mexican of about 40, a tall, handsome, military-looking man, swarthy skinned with a big black moustache. He impressed us very favourably, for there was in the face a certain charm of frankness and straightforwardness which is not characteristic of the Mexicans, and is almost wholly lacking in the Yucatecans. His smile was quite kindly, though behind it was not difficult to detect a certain official grimness which suggested the man capable of anything if duty demanded. He had been imported into Yucatan because of his reputation as a specialist in the governing of jails, and what we saw of the administration of the building under his control suggested that Yucatan had been very wise in her importation. Armed with an ordinary walking stick, in linen suit and a Panama hat, he led the way across the central hall, where loafed half a dozen soldiers in Holland uniforms ornamented with green and white braidings, and wearing a cap of the French képi type, to the interior of the prison. The iron gates were unlocked by a convict dressed in a red and white striped shirt, the president explaining that all the short-term and good conduct men wore these, while the more desperate characters have blue and white striped shirts. From the gateway 3 long corridors branched off, and we passed down each in turn. Out of these opened on each side the cells, small cubicles of stone, their only furniture a wooden shelf, some 3 feet wide, let into the wall about 3 feet from the ground and supported by 2 wooden legs. Upon this shelf the prisoner sleeps, his bedclothes the simple blanket universal throughout the country. In the corner of the cell was a small gutter and drain for washing down the cell, which was ventilated by a small grated window in the corner furthest from the corridor. At the end of the central passage was a large stone room where convicts in blue striped shirts were busy making hammocks. The place reminded one of a hop garden in Kent. There were long rows of posts, 2 to each man, between which were stretched the rough string frameworks of the hammocks, the men passing up and down between the posts, threading the strings backward and forwards like carpet weaving. Passing through this, we came into a large garden quadrangle, at the further end of which, in a big shed, scores of red-striped convicts were busy carpentering. At a signal from the president's stick, the buzzing of lathes and saws stopped, as if by magic, and the men stood at attention. The superintendent carpenter was called up, and explained everything to us, and the president called 1 or 2 of the men to him and asked particulars of their cases. One of these was a nigger who rejoiced in the British name of John Williams. With a broad grin which showed his white teeth to the gums, he told us that he was serving a month's sentence for fighting a man in the street. All the men looked well cared for and contented. On the other side of the courtyard was a large wash house with baths for the men and big sinks in which the prison washing was done. Close by was a blacksmith's shop where a score of men were engaged in all sorts of iron work, much of it quite artistic, the chief job at the moment being the designing of railings for the outside of the penitenciaria, which had been opened only a short time. Here the president told us that much vigilance had to be exercised to prevent the more desperate men from using their opportunities to make less innocent things than railings. Only a few days before our visit one of the workmen had been found in possession of a bloodthirsty looking knife which he had manufactured with the purpose possibly, as the president coolly said, of trying its metal upon him. Close by, sitting in the garden, were a row of men busy weaving sacks from henequen fibre. Crossing the yard we were shown the kitchens. Here were 2 or 3 large circular blocks of masonry, into each of which were let several coppers or ovens, the fireplaces beneath. The whole building had a business-like and cleanly air, and a couple of convicts were engaged in manufacturing a stew which had a very garlicky Yucatecan smell. We complimented the President upon these kitchens, which would certainly very favourably compare with those in even a first-rate British barracks. After having inspected an excellent miniature hospital which formed an annex in the rear of the gaol, we were taken by the President to his private room, where from a safe he produced the prison books. These were most interesting volumes from the criminologist's point of view. To each prisoner was devoted a page, headed by a photograph of him, stripped to the waist and with head shaved. Thereunder were entered details of his crimes, birth, parentage, age, health, weight, and any physical peculiarities. They do not go in for fingerprints in Yucatan. Two or three facts struck us as we turned the pages of these truly human documents. First, there appeared to be no Indians in the gaol. Secondly, the clean-shaven presentments of the culprits emphasized to a startling degree the physiognomical lowness of the Mexican type. The majority of the men, certainly of those imprisoned for the more serious offences, were Mexicans and not Yucatecans. Some of them were mere lads, but one and all had features which suggested the atavism of crime. They were born murderers, and thirdly, as was logical enough, 4/5 of the offences chronicled in these books were homicide or robbery with violence. It was a curious sidelight into the condition of even this peaceful corner of the Mexican Republic, that purple land where law secures, not life. We were astonished, too, to notice that the maximum penalty for murder appeared to be 15 years' imprisonment. The President explained that as a rule capital punishment was not inflicted, but was reserved for parricides and murderers of the most brutal kind. We ventured to suggest that in such a land this was a somewhat ill-judged leniency, but the President shook his head. He probably thought that it would make too serious an inroad upon the population of the Republic if every murderer was shot. The supreme penalty of the law here, as in Mexico, is always by the rifle bullet, never the rope. The President explained in detail the administration of the prison, and the regulations seemed to be quite utopian in their mildness. Thus each prisoner is allowed to see his relatives once a fortnight, and they can bring him food. During these visits the utmost vigilance is needed to prevent the smuggling in of contraband articles, money, and so on. As illustration of this, the President took from his desk a broken tortilla into which had been kneaded 2 half-dollars and the tortilla then cooked. The ruse had been discovered, and now the rule is for every tortilla brought into the gaol to be broken in two by the guards. The Gilbertian element, which we had noticed so much in Mexico, was represented here by the truly astonishing provision of a gaol band, which discoursed sweet music to the culprits every afternoon. Evidently our friend the President firmly believed with Congreve that music hath charms to soothe the savage breast. Another benevolent regulation was that by which the prisoners received on their release all the moneys which they had earned by industries, the only deduction being for the purchase of materials and the upkeep of the working sheds. The President took us out to a gallery where were stored a quantity of really excellently made pieces of furniture, tables, writing desks, wardrobes, washstands, chairs, and carved cupboards. In this way a prisoner on his release is sometimes entitled to as large a sum as $600 (£60). Having inspected the school department, where the humanizing effects of education were tried upon the criminals, we were taken up to the roof of the prison to view the method of guarding it. Between the outside street wall and the inner wall of the building was a moat some 30 feet wide. In these were stationed at intervals soldiers armed with rifles. On the outside wall, some 2 or 3 yards broad, paced more armed sentries, who thus commanded an entire view of the whole prison. In bidding the President good bye we said what we felt, that he was the head of an establishment which did him the utmost credit, and from the humanizing and rational system of which the English prison commissioners might take many valuable hints. There is a museum in Merida, a poor affair and badly housed in 3 dark rooms. But there were several things we wanted to see specially, so we made our way thither after leaving the prison. With some difficulty, for our driver did not appear, with true Yucatecan stupidity, to know that his city contained such a very unnecessary adjunct. We ran the National Treasure House to earth in a back street, where a small brass plate on a decayed-looking doorway announced itself as El Museo. The director, a middle-aged Yucatecan whose amiability was only equalled by his archaeological ignorance, was routed out of his hammock by his little 10-year-old son, who opened the door to us, and sleepily proceeded to do the honours of the place. It is a great pity that, with such limitless wealth and such boundless opportunities, Merida has taken no pains to establish a museum worthy of her position as the capital city of the Egypt of the New World. What we saw, if it had not been so sad, would have been really comic. Absolute confusion reigned. There was no catalogue, the smiling director forming a peripatetic one. Exhibits bore numbers which were thus meaningless to every one but himself. It was Mexico Museum over again on a humbler scale. Wretched pieces of Spanish carved stone work from the interiors of churches or from the facades of 17th century houses were jumbled up with really marvellous pieces of Indian workmanship, figures in bas relief of gods and animals, and warriors in feather dress. But the good director had not been content with making a hodgepodge such as one sees in the shop of a dealer in marine stores and scrap iron. He was guilty of archaeological crime, for on the top of a Spanish church pillar he had actually cemented a carved Indian head from one of the temples. In another corner a slab of stone, an 18th century Spanish coat of arms, had joined forces by means of cement with a wonderful Indian frieze. The result was ludicrous in the extreme, but when we expostulated with him, he smilingly explained that he had done it to prevent them from falling about. There was, as far as quantity is concerned, an excellent display of Indian pottery, incense burners, water pots, and domestic utensils, and small stone figures of gods, but these were all lying haphazard in a case with Spanish pottery and tile work. One of the most interesting exhibits from the archaeologist's point of view is the much disputed Cozumel cross, found on the island of Cozumel in the 17th century. It was brought to Merida and placed first in the patio of the Franciscan convent, then in the church of the Mejorada, whence it was removed to its present position. It is a very ordinary stone cross, standing some 3 feet high with a 2-foot cross piece. On it, in half relief, is an image of the Saviour, made of plaster, coloured with the hands and feet nailed. Chiefly upon this relic has been based a ridiculous theory that at some remote date Christianity had been preached to the Indians, and that the worship of the cross was found to exist in Yucatan by the Spaniards. The truth is, as the American traveller J. L. Stevens showed years ago, the Cozumel cross is nothing but a poorly sculptured piece of ornamentation from the first Catholic church built in the island of Cozumel by the order of Cortes. The director made vigorous efforts to convince us of its Indian origin, but one look at it was enough, and we passed on to an exhibit which was the special object of our visit. In Guatemala, around Copan and Quirigua, skulls have been unearthed from time to time, the teeth in which had in some instances been ornamented with tiny discs of polished jade. The workmanship was of the most exquisitely precise nature, and the object had evidently been adornment and not dentistry. When these skulls were submitted to expert dental surgeons in America, they declared the work so excellent as to be unsurpassable even with the present day mechanical devices and instruments. Since these finds, archaeologists have been searching for years in northern Yucatan for some skull which exhibited a like dental ornamentation. A few months before we arrived in Yucatan, their persistent hopes had been fulfilled. About 20 miles to the northeast of Merida, at a town called Motul, during casual excavations at a hacienda, a skull was found, which now lay before us. Several teeth in the upper and lower jaw were missing, but in the former two of the front teeth had let into their centre tiny discs of bluey green jade so firmly done that after the lapse of centuries the stone still formed a surface flush with the enamel of the tooth. Since our return to England we have seen in the British Museum a skull from Ecuador, in which some of the upper teeth are ornamented in the same way, but with gold. Only one room of the three was devoted to Indian antiquities, and after the director had made a special point of showing us a gigantic broken stone phallus which appeared to interest him and his little son more than any of the other exhibits, characteristically enough, for the Yucatecans are nothing if they are not phallic worshippers, we spent a few minutes in rambling round a medley of cases containing such incongruities as fetal monstrosities in bottles of spirits of wine, pistols which in their youth had had the honour of dangling round the waist of Yucatecan heroes, a model of a gas engine, examples of 16th century ecclesiastical furniture, moth-eaten collections of bugs and beetles, examples of the coinage of all nations, very faulty collections, and some battered Spanish armour. There is great deal of ego in the Yucatecan cosmos, and these rooms represented self-complacency run amok, with its mementos of persecuting Catholic clerics, pseudo-heroes and municipal nonentities, with the tag-rag and bobtail of their wretched relics, their chairs, their wigs, their coats, their walking sticks, their slippers and their snuff-boxes. On the walls were a series of ill-drawn pictures representing poor Spaniards being disembowelled, hanged, quartered, and burnt by ruthless Indians, and as we made our way to the door our cicerones pointed out to us 4 large wooden wheels which had supported the truck upon which Doctor Le Plongeon had had a chuck-mule he discovered at Chichen, and which we mentioned in describing Mexico Museum, brought to the coast. If Merida had not got the statue, and in the circumstances she has probably not lost much, she at least had the genuine cartwheels. The attitude of Mexico towards foreign archaeologists is that of the dog in the manger. This is more particularly noticeable in her policy regarding the comparatively recent activity of German and American students in Yucatan. We were the first Englishmen to approach the government for permission to cross the peninsula, but we found ourselves somewhat the victims of the indiscretions of foreign rivals, whose conduct during the past few years has gone some way to justify the churlishness of the Mexicans. The Mexican or Yucatecan is, as a rule, an illiterate sensualist, who cares not a jot about his country's past and is incapable of differentiating between a magnificent ruined Indian palace and the stuccoed carcass of a hideous 18th century church. Too mean and too indolent to enter upon researches for themselves, they regard with suspicion and dislike all who would study the ruins. The passport granted us was none too generous, and its wording made it clear enough that our archaeological enthusiasm was scarcely welcomed. In accordance with its terms, we had reckoned our most important official duty in Merida was to call on the Conservator of Monuments. We expected an ancient of days whose talk on Mayan problems would be a treat, But nothing is as you expect it in this Gilbertian land. We found the conservator gently rocking himself amid the orange trees of his patio. He was a sleek, self-satisfied, shiny-booted, white-waistcoated young man, good-looking of the barber's block style. He languidly informed us that he had never seen the ruins of Chichen, a confession equivalent to the keeper of England's regalia admitting that he had never set eyes on the Koh-i-Noor. Our amazement was so obvious that he had apologetically added that he had photographs. It was irresistibly reminiscent of poor Dan Leno as private detective, tired of watching the suspected house, taking a photograph of it and sitting at home in comfort watching that. Months later we learned that a bitter battle had been waged in Mexico City by contending bands of German and American archaeologists to influence the federal government to appoint their respective nominees to the then recently created post of conservator. What might not result were the work of guarding and studying the marvelous ruins of Yucatan in able and competent native hands. The Germano-American battle had ended in a compromise. As they could not get their special candidates appointed, they had agreed that it was safest to have a non-entity. The federal government had certainly granted them this favor. End of section 7. Recording by Sienna, Fresno, California. Section 8 of The American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 8. Amid the Palaces of the Itzas. Part 1. By all means, let the sluggard go to the ant, if he feels equal to the journey, but on no account let him go to Yucatan, for if he ever arrived at Merida he would never get further. It is only the early bird which catches a Yucatecan train. Bradshaw would find himself in Yucatan one of the unemployed, for there is no need of railway tables. All Yucatecan trains start at dawn, one from each terminus, east, south and west. With the rising of the sun there is a setting of railway activity, the only remaining excitement of the day being the reception of the incoming train from east, south or west, which has also started at dawn. Early rising is accounted a virtue in most countries. In Yucatan it has become a vice. It may have something to do with sleeping in hammocks. Everybody, rich and poor, sleeps in hammocks in Yucatan, and until the last year or two a bedstead, even in Merida, was scarcely known as a curio, and even now the few existing are restricted to the hotel and one or two American houses. For even the energetic to get out of a bedstead with the sun is an undertaking, an enterprise, demanding real moral courage and iron will power. But the hammock is so different. You give a sharp twist of the body to the left, raise your feet clear of the blanket, and before you know where you are up, or, to speak more accurately, you are down, for there are falls in plenty for the uninitiated in hammock sleeping. But whether it is due to hammocks or not, the Yucatecans are all early birds, though they seem to have no designs on the early worms, for they simply sit about in the dark and shudder with cold. The stars were still bright and it was pitch dark when, cursing the unearthly hours of Yucatecan railways, we tumbled out of our beds and into our top boots on the morning of our leaving Merida. There are many pleasanter occupations than putting the finishing touches to one's baggage for a long journey in the wilds in a gloom which is almost Cimmerian. The worst of the Yucatecans is that, having forced you, by the intemperance of the railway methods, to leave your bed, they do nothing for you in the way of providing food. Though the barbarians are all up themselves and the markets opening, you could not get a square meal for love or money. We were due to catch the dawn train going eastward, and the irritability born of dressing in the dark had developed into a sullen despair by the time we reached the station. It was deadly cold, that penetrating coldness which is typical of the tropics before dawn, and as the little ramshackle train jolted through the suburbs, we wondered at the obstinacy of a people who will get up early and will not breakfast. This eastern railway, which now runs as far as Valladolid, a small place which we shall describe later, had only just been completed on our arrival in Yucatan. Its total length is some 80 miles. At first the scenery was much what we had seen in our journey from the coast: desolate, flat, stony country, all grey walls and henequen. After about 10 miles of this, the little ill-laid single line enters the forest, which it thereafter never leaves, except at the clearings for the stations. Some of these are primitive enough, the platforms merely mounds banked up at the side of the rail. The monotony of the journey was broken by one or two humorous incidents. The slowness of Yucatecan trains is such as to make applicable Artemus Ward's sarcastic suggestion in regard to the American trains of old times, that it's no use having a cow catcher on the engine, for we shall never catch up a cow. It ought to be at the rear to prevent the cows from boarding the train and biting the passengers. We did not literally face this peril, but we did suffer the indignity of being chased by a pack of barking dogs, and at one point we had to slow down for a herd of cattle which had blundered from the woods on the track and galloped, tails in the air, in front of the engine for about 5 miles. After we had been delayed for some time, further on, by the wood fuel stored on the tender of the engine catching fire, we eventually reached Citas, whence it is some 18 miles through the forests to the famous ruins of Chichen Itza. Citas is a dirty village with a large church. There is something pathetic about Yucatan's churches. They are all too big for their towns, and look as much out of it as a boy of 16 at a child's party. The smallest village in civilised Yucatan always possesses a large church and a small official with a big name, El Jefe Politico, the political chief, a kind of mayor without the sables and the chain of office. Citas's mayor had very little on but a Panama hat and a shirt, but he was an intelligent fellow to whom, as strangers in a strange land, we felt gratitude, for he had provided horses and an Indian guide. It was our first experience of a Yucatecan road, and we were not impressed. Even the best roadways resemble a Scotch trout stream with the water dried up. Ledges of rock, a foot or more high, stretches a quarter of a mile at a time, covered with boulders but a few inches apart, make riding an absorbing exercise. The horses of Yucatan have learnt to take matters quietly. They certainly would not last a week if they fussed, and your mount will balance himself on a rocky promontory like a chamois, and deliberately look about for the best place for his next hoof step. A hold on the rein in case of a stumble, but no steering, is the best rule for the rider in Yucatan. If you try to steer your mount, you come to grief 4 out of 5 times. He knows best. The light was fading with tropical quickness as we rode through the Indian village of Piste, a ruinous settlement thrice the scene of battles and raidings in the native wars of last century. Thence less than a league lies Chichen, and the road, deep embowered in trees, looked like a cavern's mouth ahead of us till the moon rose. We had been riding 40 minutes or so when of a sudden the trees parted. Looming up, momentarily blotting out moon and sky, rose a mighty pyramid, rearing its vast mass of ink-black shadow into the silver sky. As we rode towards its western shoulder, the moon touched with a glinting light the flat stones of its southern slope and struck on the huge plinths and door lintels of the temple which crowned it. Around us, as our eyes became used to the light, we saw, rising gaunt above the tree tops, the crumbling walls and facades of palaces and temples. It was Chichen, Chichen the Magnificent, and this the Taj Mahal of Central America, down the steep steps of which the solemn procession of priests and victims had passed in their journey to the scene of the sacrifice. Reining in our horses, we sat there gazing up at this grand relic of a dead people. Instinctively one almost held one's breath. There was something so sublime, so awe-inspiring in this imperishable monument to perishable gods. What did it all mean? The tyrant priests, majestic in their bejewelled and befeathered robes, standing at the head of those now crumbling steps, with supplicatory hands uplifted to the starlit heavens; the mighty lord of the Itzas, at whose command tens of thousands had toiled at the building for years in the blistering sunlight; the gods, to appease whom the blood of human victims had perchance flowed in rivers before their grotesque idols, all dead, unutterably dead, impotent, discredited. As we sat there, from the dark woods echoed the weird long-drawn cry of the Mayan nightjar, the pubuy, like a spirit wail over the fallen race. The history of Chichen Itza before the arrival of the Spaniards is as vague and as untrustworthy as all else concerning the ancient Mayans. In a later chapter we shall review the evidence available as to the date of its building. Monsieur Desiré Charnay labours needlessly to prove that the city was inhabited at the time of the conquest. Of that, at least, there is no doubt. Even if no credence could be given to the report of the expedition thither of the elder Montejo in 1528, there is a sufficiency of Spanish documentary evidence to show that the city was not only inhabited, but the centre of a vast and powerful population in the twenties of the 16th century. But there is no reason to doubt the truth of Montejo's account of his sojourn there, which has been outlined in Chapter 3. He found Chichen the metropolis of the vast tribe of the Itzas. The Spanish historian Herrera asserts that Montejo had a return of the population taken with a view to apportioning the Indians among his soldiers as slaves, and that each Spaniard became master of between 2,000 and 3,000. Montejo's troops possibly numbered on his arrival at Chichen some 350, and this would make the census of Indians work out at something like 1,000,000. This is obviously a gross exaggeration, for even if there was any evidence that Montejo succeeded so completely in subjugating the Itzas as to be able to enslave them, we are quite certain from a careful personal survey of the district that the country around never could have supported, any more than it could today support, so many inhabitants. But as a matter of fact, it is thoroughly clear that though Montejo succeeded in making a lodgment at Chichen and possessed himself of the principal buildings, occupying these for something like 2 years, the vast horde of Indians were not in any sense conquered, but had simply temporarily withdrawn into the surrounding woods and village suburbs of the city. Unable in the face of firearms to recapture their palaces, the natives played a waiting game, setting about slowly but surely to starve the Spaniards into submission. Weakened by months of privation, with every square mile of woodland thick with his enemies, Montejo's position became at last desperate, and there was nothing for him but to evacuate the city. This was done in a picturesque way. Choosing a dark night, Montejo collected his men, keeping the sentries on the walls till the last moment, and then, muffling with cloth the horses' hoofs, he tied a dog to the bell rope attached to the clapper of a bell, putting a piece of meat a few feet away, but just out of his reach. Stealthily the war-worn Spaniards moved off into the woods, and naturally as the dog saw them going he pulled at the rope, thus ringing the bell. When they were actually out of sight, the dog presumably scented the meat, and thereafter throughout the night made efforts to reach it, ringing the bell the while. This ruse entirely succeeded, the Indians believing their enemies still in camp, and it was not until their suspicions were aroused by the continuous ringing of the bell until dawn that they approached the buildings and found them deserted. But it was too late, and the Spaniards on their horses were able to make good their escape to the coast. At the hacienda a kindly welcome awaited us from Mr. Edward Thompson, Consul General for America in Yucatan, who has for some years been the owner of the property. A keen archaeologist, he pluckily entered into possession of the estate some 15 years ago, when the neighbourhood had long earned an unenviable reputation. The last two haciendados and their families had been massacred by the revolted Indians and the house pillaged. Even today Chichen, which practically stands on the borderland of the disaffected eastern district of the peninsula, is not as peaceful as it looks. A fortnight before our arrival, a village some 30 miles off called Chosen had been raided and burnt. But these outbreaks do not distress Mr. Thompson, whose sympathies are with the Indians, and who, speaking Maya like one of them, is beloved by all around. An experienced traveller himself, Mr. Thompson gained our hearts at once by introducing us, as soon as our greetings were over, to a palm-thatched bath-house in his garden, where in a stone trough we revelled for some time in the pleasures of cold water after our dusty, burning ride. With the dawn we were up and out at El Castillo, to use the stupid Spanish name of the Great Pyramid. It loses none of its majesty in the daylight. It is a truncated pyramid close on 100 feet high, squared almost to the 4 cardinal points, but not, we believe, orientated. The northern side being the front because in that direction lies the sacred cenote, which we shall describe in a moment. The 4 base lines are each, as near as can be, 200 feet long. On each of the 4 sides were gigantic staircases. That on the west, still in fair preservation, up which we must climb directly, is 37 feet wide. That on the north was 44, but this latter and that on the east are so entirely destroyed as to be barely traceable. The stairs on the south, about 40 feet wide, are much broken and overgrown by cactus and shrub. The pyramid is built of rubble and earth, and was completely faced with flat-hewn slabs of limestone about 5 feet by 4 and 4 to 6 inches thick. In places these are still in position. This is particularly the case with the south front. The four corners were evidently once dressed with rounded stone blocks from top to bottom. It is difficult to exaggerate the magnificent appearance the mound must have once presented. The stairways, which are so steep as to appear in some places almost perpendicular, were balustraded, each balustrade ending on the ground in those gigantic carved stone serpent heads, the jaws wide gaping, which we find again and again in Mayan ruins. The climb of the 120 steps, on the average about 9 inches high and 8 broad, is an undertaking before which any one not a practised Alpine climber might be excused for quailing. Pausing for breath at the 80th step and looking downwards, your head reels, for the edges of the steps appear to merge into one another by reason of their steepness, giving one the feeling of being perched, fly-like, on the face of a grey cliff. On reaching the top step, a few feet of platform separates you from the temple. Climbing as you have been from the western side, the real one-time grandeur of the sanctuary does not strike you. It is not the front, and you must pass to the north, where was the state entrance to the Holy of Holies. This is 20 feet wide, and the lintel of the gigantic doorway is supported by 2 pillars 8½ feet high, carved with a snake pattern, and ones ending at the base in snakes' heads, open-mouthed, the now empty eye sockets having once been filled with brilliantly painted stone or pieces of polished jade. These heads are broken up, and only enough remained for the tutored eye to reconstruct the whole. Entering, you are in a now roofless room running the full length of the building east to west, 40 feet long and 6 broad. In front of you is a second doorway, its massive doorposts carved with life-sized figures of warriors in full ceremonial dress. By this you enter the central room, 20 feet by 12. 2 pillars, each 1 foot 10 inches square, carved on every side with life-sized figures of warriors or priests in feathered costumes, support beams of sapota wood, once carved but now too decayed to permit of the designs being traced. There is no doubt that the building formed a temple. The religious nature of the castillo must be indubitable to any one standing in front of it. Whether the bloody rites which are known to have been celebrated by Moctezuma's people in honor of Huitzilopochtli, god of war, on the pyramids of Mexico, had their equivalent on Chichen's mound is a very different matter. There is really no proof for or against, and if it were argued that the fact that there is no altar stone within, as is the case, goes far to prove that there were no such rites, there would be no value in such negative evidence. If bloody deeds in honor of a sun deity were here enacted, possibly the flattened serpents' heads at the outer door, which would have been in view of the congregated thousands on the plains below, formed the butcher blocks upon which the victim's palpitating heart, after his breast had been sliced open with a silex knife, was torn from its tissues to be burned as an offering to the god in the inner holy of holies, while the body, scarcely lifeless, was pitched, as some writers who value the picturesque rather than the accurate would like us to believe, down the steps to be sacramentally eaten by the worshippers. On the other 3 sides of the building runs a corridor 6 feet wide, 3 doors with sculptured jambs facing almost due south, east, and west. A woodland path, in places wide enough to merit the title of road, and here and there showing signs of an ancient cementing, leads from this grimly majestic shrine of fallen gods to perhaps the grimmest pool in the world. Yucatan is peculiar in being riverless and lakeless. Rivers and lakes there are, but these are all subterranean, generally from 50 to 200 feet beneath the surface. But dotted over the peninsula are deep holes or water caves, reservoirs carved by nature out of the limestone and fed by these underground sources. For this the Mayan Indian name is cenote, and they are often huge. Two of the largest are at Chichen. Indeed, the very name is due to them, for Chi is mouth and Chen is wells. Thus Chichen was the city at the mouth of the wells. But only one of Chichen's natural wells served as water supply. This flower-bordered path we follow leads to the sacred cenote, round which grim rumours have long collected, rumours which it is now our privilege to confirm as facts. As we approach, the trees on either side give a denser shade. A few yards further and the path debouches into a small semicircular space with tiers of stone running round it to the left, suggestive of a tiny amphitheatre. In front of you is a small stone building, one-roomed, possibly the scene of the penultimate acts of the terrible dramas played so many centuries back in this tropic woodland. A step more and you are on the brink. Hold the branch of that sapota sapling fast, for the fall is sheer. 70 feet below you, in a huge limestone basin, 200 feet or more in diameter, so nearly a perfect circle that as you look into it you find it hard to believe it has not been engineered by man, that it has worn thus from the infinitely slow corrosive action of the rainfall and natural drainage water. 70 feet beneath you lies the black, still water. It is an inky black. High above it, on the limestone sides of the great hole, sprawl ferns, cactus, and orchid. Higher still, fringing its verge, thorn bushes and pale green acacias, the grey-barked sapota, and the heavy-leaved ceibo tree raise their branches into the sunlight. But the sun never touches that gruesome, deadly still, pitchy lake. Its very glassy stillness sends a shudder through you. In its sepia depths, what wonder that Mayan priest and people saw the home of the terrible rain god, at whose will the land might smile with plenty, or the spectre of famine lay his bony hand on the shrinking townsfolk. From the earliest days of the Spanish invasion to the present time rumour has been busy in circulating many gruesome stories of the exact sacrificial uses to which this terrible pothole in the limestone was put by the ancient Mayan Indians. If Montejo the Elder, during his stay at Chichen in 1528, was cognizant of human immolation in the cenote, he has left no record of it. But this is no evidence that he was not, because, like most of his fellow adventurers in the New World, he left no chronicles at all. The probability is, however, that he knew nothing accurately and certainly witnessed no sacrificial rites, for during the foreign occupation of their city the ritual of the Indians would almost certainly be in abeyance, or at any rate practised with the utmost secrecy. The first actual written Spanish testimony to the sacred character of the pool appears to be that of Bishop Landa in his Relación de las Cosas de Yucatan, 1556. He writes, "A good wide road led to a well into which in times of drought the natives used to throw men, as indeed they still do, as an offering to their deities, fully believing that they would not die even though they disappeared. Precious stones and other valuable objects were also offered, and had the country been rich in gold, this well would contain a vast quantity because of the great veneration of the natives for it. On its bank rises a small building filled with idols in honor of all the principal deities in the country, exactly like the Pantheon in Rome. I cannot say whether this is an ancient practice or an innovation of the aborigines, who find here their idols to which they can bring their offerings. I also found sculptured lions, vases, and other objects, which from the manner they were fashioned must have been wrought with metal instruments, besides two statues of considerable size of one single block, with peculiar heads, earrings, and maxtli round their loins. The bishop's remarks were based, obviously, on an actual visit he paid Chichen, and upon such tittle-tattle as he could obtain from the Indian peasantry. A more serious notice of the cenote is contained in a report, clearly inaccurate in detail and based on hearsay, which was drawn up in 1579 by the Spanish governor of Valladolid and transmitted to Madrid. It runs as follows: 8 leagues from this town stand some buildings called Chicheneca. Among them there is a cu, Maya name for pyramid, made by the hand of hewn stone and masonry, and this is the principal building. It has over 90 steps, and the steps go all round so as to reach to the top of it. The height of each step is over 1/3 of a vara high. On the summit stands a sort of tower with rooms in it. This cu stands between two cenotes of deep water. One of them is called the Cenote of Sacrifice. They call the place Chicheneca after an Indian named Alguin Itza, who was living at the foot of the Cenote of Sacrifice. At this cenote the lords and chiefs of all the province of Valladolid observe this custom. After having feasted for 60 days, without raising their eyes during that time even to look at their wives, nor at those who brought them food, they came to the mouth of the cenote, and at the break of day they threw into it some Indian women, some belonging to each of the lords, and they told the women that they should beg for a good year in all those things which they thought fit, and thus they cast them in unbound. But as they were thrown headlong in they fell into the water, giving a great blow on it, and exactly at midday she, who was able to come out, cried out loud that they should throw her a rope to drag her out with, and she arrived at the top half dead, and they made great fires around her, and incensed her with copal, and when she came to herself, she said that below there were many of her nation, both men and women, who received her, and that raising her head to look at some of them, they gave her heavy blows on the neck, making her put her head down, which was all under water, in which she fancied were many hollows and deeps. And in answer to the questions which the Indian girl put to them, they replied to her whether it should be a good or bad year, and whether the devil was angry with any of the lords who had cast in the Indian girls. But these lords already knew that if a girl did not beg to be taken up at midday, it was because the devil was angry with them, and she never came out again. Then seeing that she did not come out, all the followers of that lord and the lord himself threw great stones into the water, and with loud cries fled from the place. End of section 8. Recording by Sienna, Fresno, California. Section 9 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 9. Amid the Palaces of the Itzas, Part 2. During the succeeding centuries, there is no record of any effort on the part of the Spaniards to solve the mystery surrounding the well. This is not at all surprising, for from the first they took no kind of interest in questions affecting the Indian past of the country, and their innate avarice was not awakened by any well-founded suggestion that jewels and the precious metals had been cast as offerings into the cenote. The mineral poverty of Yucatan was so obvious as not to permit of such a belief gaining currency, as is clear from the quotation given above from Bishop Landa. There was another and a stronger reason why the pool should hold its secret fast. This was the extraordinary mechanical difficulty of dredging operations. As has been said, the height from the brink of the cenote to the water level is 70 feet, and the basin is a complete and precipitous circle all round, there thus being no means of reaching the water except by some elaborate contrivance of a crane nature. Monsieur de Cirey-Charnay, in 1881, provided himself, in anticipation of his visit to Chichen, with 2 automatic sounding machines, one of which was capable of bringing up half a cubic meter deposit. Owing, however, to the height of the cenote walls, the depth of the water, and the enormous detritus of centuries, he could do nothing. It has been reserved for our good friend Mr. Edward Thompson, whose earnestness is only matched by his persistence and his contempt for difficulties, to wrest from this ugly hole the full measure of its secrets. Some 12 months back he had set up an elaborate crane apparatus worked by hand winches which, projecting considerably over the cenote and moving in a large half circle, supported the heavy iron dredger. By means of this machinery, dredging over the whole surface of the well bottom has been done to a considerable depth. The water, regarded still by the superstitious Indians as fathomless, is at present 30 feet deep, but was probably deeper once. The dredging operations have disclosed the bottom of the cenote to be an accumulation of earth and vegetable refuse, into which Mr. Thompson has been able to probe to the depth of over 30 feet. These investigations have once and for all established the fact that the pool was the scene of countless human sacrifices. The quantity of skulls and bones brought up by the dredger admits of no other explanation, for it was urged, as it may be, that such finds point possibly to the cenote having been put to a sepulchral use. The answer is provided by the character of the skulls and bones. In a pool which was regarded in the light of a national Valhalla, the majority of the skeletons would almost certainly be those of men, and men too of advanced age, chiefs and war-worn tribal heroes. But this is not the case. With scarcely any exceptions, the bones are those of the young. We were privileged by the courtesy of Mr. Thompson to see and handle many of the skulls, and our examination of them satisfied us that they were one and all those of young females between 12 and 16 years of age. The disarticulated bones all exhibited alike immaturity and sex. From these facts only one deduction is possible, namely that sacrifices in the cenote did occur, and that such sacrifices were of young girls who were hurled by the priests into the chasm, possibly after defilement by the high priests in the small building at the pool's edge, thus symbolizing the simultaneous surrender of virginity and life to the rain deity. It is of course impossible to say for how many centuries before the Spanish conquest this practice prevailed, but allowing for the natural tendency of the bodies to entirely decay during anything like such a vast period as some writers would suggest, is represented by the life of Chichen as a city, the quantity of skulls found in fair preservation seems to indicate a comparatively frequent repetition of this cruel rite, probably many maids each dry season. These grim mementos of the pagan past are not the only finds the cenote has yielded. While the dredging has more than corroborated Bishop Landa's supposition that the mineral poverty of Yucatan forbade the hope that countless ounces of gold and silver lay hidden in the pool's muddy bottom, many archaeological treasures have been recovered. There is much reason to believe that, aided by these, Mr. Thompson will be able to give the world an absorbingly interesting reconstruction of pre-conquest life in Chichen, pieced together with that painstaking zeal which has distinguished all his previous work in other parts of Yucatan. To these finds we shall have reason later to refer more in detail, but of one thing we would speak here. An enormous quantity of lumps of copal, a resin obtained from several small trees or shrubs of tropical America with compound dotted leaves, known to botanists as the order of Burseraceae, have been dredged up. This copal was used as incense in the Mayan temples, and it is certain that it was regarded as very precious, for there is evidence that tributes to overlords were paid by vassal tribes in so much weight of this resinous gum. There thus seems little doubt that part of the ritual at the cenote edge was the casting in of lumps of copal as offerings to the god, and it is more than likely that this custom is referred to unconsciously by the Spanish official reporting in 1579 when he says that all the followers of that lord and the lord himself threw great stones into the water and with loud cries fled from the place. The pieces of copal recovered are in some cases as large as a human head. About 130 yards to the southwest of the Great Pyramid is the building known as the Tennis Court. Running north to south are two immense parallel walls 274 feet long, 30 feet thick, 25 feet high, and 120 feet apart. At each end, some 30 yards from the walls, stand buildings roofless and wall-less on the tennis court side. That on the north still shows traces of elaborate carvings from floor to roof, and on two pillars, where was once a doorway, are figure carvings. The building to the south is not so richly decorated. The clue to the purpose of this vast enclosure is given by a massive stone ring projecting from the eastern wall 20 feet from the ground. A corresponding one on the west side has fallen and lies among the bushes. We found its measurements to be 3 feet 11 inches in diameter, 11½ inches thick, and the diameter of the ring hole 1 foot 7 inches. The ring still in position is obviously of the same measurements. It can be seen in the photograph reproduced. On the flat surface and on its edges, each ring is carved with two serpents intertwined. These rings formed an essential part of a ball game, which seems to have been common to the Mayan peoples in Yucatan and the Aztec subjects of Moctezuma in Mexico. The native name for this pastime was Tlachtli. The Spanish historian Herrera, in describing the amusements at the court of Moctezuma, has a detailed account of the game. He writes, we follow the translation adapted by J. L. Stevens. The king took much delight in seeing sport at ball, which the Spaniards have since prohibited, because of the mischief that often happened at it, and was by them called Tlachtli, being like our tennis. The ball was made of the gum of a tree that grows in hot countries, which, having holes made in it, distills great white drops that soon harden and, being worked and moulded together, turn as black as pitch. The balls made thereof, though hard and heavy to the hand, did bound and fly as well as our footballs, there being no need to blow them, nor did they use chasses, but vied to drive the adverse party, that is to hit the wall, the others were to make good or strike it over. They struck it with any part of their body, as it happened, or they could most conveniently, and sometimes he lost that touched it, with any other part but his hip, which was looked upon among them as the greatest dexterity; and to this effect, that the ball might rebound the better, they fastened a piece of stiff leather on their hips. They might strike it every time it rebounded, which it would do several times one after another, insomuch that it looked as if it had been alive. They played in parties, so many on a side, for a load of mantles, or what the gamesters could afford, at so many scores. They also played for gold, and feather work, and sometimes played themselves away, as has been said before. The place where they played was a ground room, long, narrow, but wider above than below, and higher on the sides than at the ends, and they kept it very well plastered and smooth, both the walls and the floor. On the side walls they fixed certain stones, like those of a mill, with a hole quite through the middle, just as big as the ball, and he that could strike it through won the game. And in token of its being an extraordinary success, which rarely happened, he had a right to the cloaks of all the lookers on, by ancient custom and law amongst gamesters; and it was very pleasant to see that as soon as ever the ball was in the hole, the standers by took to their heels, running away with all their might to save their cloaks, laughing and rejoicing, others scouring after them to secure their cloaks for the winner, who was obliged to offer some sacrifice to the idol of the tennis court, and the stone through whose hole the ball had passed. Every tennis court was a temple, having two idols, the one of gaming and the other of the ball. On a lucky day, at midnight, they performed certain ceremonies and enchantments on the two lower walls and on the midst of the floor, singing certain songs or ballads; after which a priest of the great temple went with some of their religious men to bless it. He uttered some words, threw the ball about the tennis court 4 times, and then it was consecrated and might be played in, but not before. The owner of the tennis court, who was always a lord, never played without making some offering and performing certain ceremonies to the idol of gaming, which shows how superstitious they were, since they had such regard to their idols even in their diversions. Moctezuma carried the Spaniards to this sport, and was well pleased to see them play at it, as also at cards and dice. This account by Herrera of the temples surrounding the playground would be as accurate if it purported to be a description of Chichen instead of Mexico. The 2 roofless buildings which we found north and south of the court certainly suggested temples, but a more elaborate confirmation of the religious element in this ball game is found at the southern end of the eastern wall, where stands another building larger than either of those described. This is called the Temple of the Tigers, from a frieze design, marvellously lifelike, of jaguars, always called tigers in Yucatan, pacing after one another. The building is built to the same level as, and indeed forms part of, the wall of the tennis court. Its position, with serpent-columned doorway facing the arena, indicates that it, too, figured in the ceremonies of the ball game. Of the front room nothing remains but the 2 columns and the back wall, out of which latter a doorway leads into an inner apartment. Here are the most remarkable Mayan paintings so far discovered. They cover, or, to be accurate, they once covered, for they are much mutilated, the whole wall space. The colors used are green, red, blue, a reddish brown, the color of the human skin in all Mayan paintings, and yellow. The designs are coarse in outline, the colors are faded, the plaster is chipped, but the humanity of it all holds you. The method employed in these mural paintings was that of placing one layer of pigment over another. Thus, a green shield, with yellow bosses studding it, was depicted by the shield being first painted entirely over with green, discs of yellow chalky pigment being then placed on the green background. This method, which at the time of the actual painting obviously must have added to the glowing realistic effect, has its grave disadvantages in the detaching of these superimposed layers of paint by crumbling during the passage of centuries. Thus, much of the original skill of the design is forever lost to us. But it is all very human. Life as it was lived, loved and struggled for, life with all its work and its play, its lights and its shades, the drama of life in those far-off Indian days, is here pictured for you. The long dead past lives again in that crumbling fresco. By the magic of even that crude draftsmanship, you are transported back through the centuries into the living city. Close at hand, you seem to hear the weird chanting of the priests, to smell the resinous incense. From the steaming plain below rise the sounds of hut life. The grating of the stone rolling pin, universal sound in every Indian village, on the matati or stone tray as the housewife crushes the maize, the cries of playing children, the barking of the house dogs, the crowing of the cocks. You seem to catch the echo of sharp words of command, of the low, long-drawn, grunting cries of the toilers as they drag huge plinths up the newly banked sides of the pyramid, while from the distant quarry comes the incessant tap, tap, tap of nephrite chisels as the masons shape the vast blocks of limestone. On the other wall the artist shows you warriors, shields and flint-headed spears in hand, in the full crash of battle, while above them the women have come out upon the battlements of the city to watch the struggle. Truly is there nothing new under the sun. To one's mind come those lines of Matthew Arnold: "Men shall renew the battle on the plain. Tomorrow as it had been, it shall be. Hector and Ajax shall be there again. Helen shall come upon the walls to see." Scrambling down the broken wall to the ground level, at the back of this painted room, is another looking towards the pyramid. The back wall, all that remains, is covered with figures of warriors carved so closely that it is hard to follow the design in the blaze of sunlight. But there is one figure which demands attention. In the center of this bas relief is the presentment of a man who is distinguished from those around by the fact that he wears a beard. This is very curious and very important. Beards were never worn by the ancient Mayan Indians, as indeed they are never worn today. In fact, physiologically, the Mayan cannot grow a beard, or at least a beard of anything but the mangiest and most scrubby nature, a fact which is evidence of that Mongolian blood which he shares in common with the American Indians of the north and south. But beards are said to have been worn by the priestly caste attached to the worship of the Mexican deity and culture hero Quetzalcoatl. This divinity, it has been believed, can be identified with the Maya god Itzamna, and this belief certainly gains support from the appearance of this bearded figure on the sculpture of Chichen, the work of a beardless race. In front, where the doorway of this temple once stood, are two square carved pillars, not monolithic, but built of slabs a foot or more thick. But the topmost slabs have come away and lie on the ground. Between these pillars, the back hollowed as if for a ceremonial seat, is the much broken form of a tiger, jaguar. Between this building and the pyramid are heaps of fallen stones, and in the dense bush we find and photograph huge slabs of limestone, 3 or 4 feet square and more than a foot thick, upon which are carved quite brilliantly lifelike representations of a much bewhiskered jaguar and a parrot eating a nut of the mamey tree. Among these littered stones are, too, many serpents' heads and pieces of a curious frieze decorated with skulls and crossbones. Standing on the top of the Castillo platform, looking northeastward, one sees shining white amid the trees the pillars of what is known as the Temple of the Tables, so called in allusion to its chief feature, a series of tables, huge stone slabs supported on Atlantean figures. These latter are of extraordinary interest. They have the square, severe Egyptian headdress and fillet, and so closely resemble in features and general appearance the Sphinx forms of Egyptian mythology that one starts back in amazement on first seeing them. One curious thing, too, is that a close examination shows an extraordinary diversity of feature. Whoever the sculptor was, he was not content with producing a stereotyped face, but actually aimed at and obtained a series which one might reasonably guess to be portraits. But of these squat figures, more when we come to our conclusions as to who the Mayans were. Away to the north of the Castillo, but a few yards from the path which leads to the sacred cenote, is a small ruin known as the Temple of the Cones, because in front of it are perhaps 100 small cone-shaped stones about 2 to 3 feet long, looking for all the world like the 10-inch shells fired from modern artillery. Some writers have found a suggestion of phallic worship in this, but the close inspection we made convinced us this is not the case. To the east of the Castillo, in the dense woods, are an extraordinary series of short columns, the difficulty of explaining which has so far defeated all students. Hundreds of these columns, now broken and scattered, built, as all the columns at Chichen are, of square slabs mortared on to each other, appear to have stood in rows 5 or 6 abreast, and some 12 feet apart each from each, forming the sides of an immense square. These columns would seem to have been finished by plain square capitals which lie about here and there. The most reasonable suggestion offered in explanation of these groups of pillars, none of which evidently exceeded 6 feet in height, is that of Monsieur Charnay, who was at Chichen in 1881. He believed them to mark the site of the marketplace of the ancient city, and found in the columns the supports for that low colonnade which, he pointed out, was known to have bordered the marketplaces in Mexico at the time of the conquest. He quoted Clavigero, who wrote, "In Mexico, the judges of the commercial tribunal, 12 in number, held their court in the market buildings, where they regulated prices and measures and settled disputes. Commissioners acting under their authority patrolled the marketplace to prevent disorder." The position of these strange columns at Chichen, in the very heart of the old city, as they must have been, within 100 yards of the Castillo, certainly seem to support Monsieur Charnay's guess, and there is no difficulty in believing that a large arcade supported by rows of 5 columns abreast ran round the marketplace to afford shelter from the sun to those who, like the judges mentioned by Clavigero, had by reason of their duties to be there all day. Monsieur Charnay, however, does not attempt to explain what has become of the roof of such arcade, for there is no sign of it among the littered stones. The explanation undoubtedly is that the roof would have been formed not of stone but of a framework of light beams thatched with palm leaves, the thatch periodically renewed, as is the case today with every Indian hut where the thatching lasts little more than a year. This roofing of the arcade would have of course long ago entirely rotted away. In the woods to the southeast of the Castillo are a series of ruins which, while intrinsically interesting, are perhaps of the most value in the discussion as to the actual age of Chichen. We shall refer to them in a later chapter, and at present would content ourselves with saying that we believe them to represent an older Chichen than that which flourished at the time of Montejo's visit. They consist of a series of mounds some 30 feet high, crowned with now ruined buildings. In their midst are 2 temples. The first is very remarkable. Its roof has gone, but the majestic carved pillars, 10 feet high, which supported it are still for the most part in position. Here Mr. Thompson recently unearthed a life-sized recumbent statue of the Chacmul type, to which a reference was made in our description of the museum at Mexico City. Its head is half turned, and its features and headdress are those of the Atlantean statuettes. A hollow in the body between the navel and ribs, 3 inches wide by 3/4 of an inch deep, suggests a receptacle for incense burning, the figure probably being altar and idol combined. To the immediate south of this, with the walls nearly adjoining, is a second temple, now roofless. Against its southern wall stand 3 carved pillars some 10 feet high, but the peculiar feature is a platform 3 feet high and 5 feet wide and 12 feet long on the north side, which has all the appearance of an altar, while a second feature, which we saw nowhere else in Yucatan, was a terraced ledge at the eastern end, about 4 feet wide, running the full width of the building, and approached in its northeast corner by a flight of 5 stone steps well laid. Still further to the south of these twin temples were 2 mounds parallel to each other about 50 yards apart. Owing to the dense growth of bush, accurate measurements were difficult, but each appeared to be between 40 and 50 feet long, 20 feet wide, and 25 to 30 feet high. Excavations on the second one showed 3 small stone houses, apparently communicating. In the woods to the south of the Castillo are a group of large and well-preserved ruins. First, the Red House, a literal translation of the Indian name Chichanchob, in allusion to the extensive colouring of the inner walls. The building, which is 43 feet long and 23 deep, and has a richly ornamented cornice, stands on a low mound 62 feet long and 50 odd wide, approached by a stairway 20 feet wide. It has 3 doors admitting to a room running the full length of the building, and out of this again there are 3 doors to 3 inner rooms. Along the top of the wall of the front room runs a tablet covered with 2 lines of hieroglyphics. They are much worn, and we found it impossible to get a satisfactory mould of them. The paints on the walls are still vivid, but no pattern is traceable, the only striking feature being that red hand, which we found in far better preservation at a city we discovered some months later in the island of Cozumel, and of which we shall write later. To the southeast of the Chichanchob is a most puzzling building, unique as far as Yucatan is concerned. The caracol or winding staircase stands on two rectangular stone-faced terraces reached by steps. The lower terrace measures 220 feet north to south, 150 feet east to west, and is 20 feet high. The masonry is very rough and may have been plastered. At one end are the remains of 4 small pillars, and around the building we found at intervals carved heads hollowed in the crowns to serve as incense burners. The stairs are on the west side and are 45 feet wide. The broken remains we found suggested there had been serpent balustrades. The second or upper terrace is 60 feet east to west, 80 north to south, and 12 feet high, the steps being a continuation of the lower flight. The building is a large, squat turret of about 40 feet diameter and about 25 in height. Upon this turret a smaller one, now largely fallen, stood. The main turret consists of 2 concentric walls enclosing 2 annular rooms and a circular core or pillar. The walls are some 2 feet thick. There are 4 doorways facing the cardinal points of the compass in the outer, and 4 facing the sub-cardinal points in the inner, wall. The core is about 7 feet thick at the floor level and 8 feet at ceiling. The roof of each of these annular rooms ends in a very pointed arch. Facing the northeast door is a small opening in the core about 4 feet from the floor and measuring about 28 by 24 inches. J. L. Stevens in 1842 abandoned the attempt to explore these, but we were luckier. By a total disregard of our clothes and of the probability that the passage sheltered at least one rattlesnake, we squirmed through and came out at the side of the topmost turret some 10 feet from the top. Undoubtedly this was once a stairway, for we could feel, it was too dark to see, the broken edges of the steps. It is reasonable to surmise that this unique winding stair building was in the nature of an observatory, though whether in connection with sun or star worship it is of course impossible to say. To the south of the caracol stands a ruin of remarkable beauty and in wonderful preservation. The Spaniards called it La Casa de las Monjas, nuns' house, and there is much reason to believe that this is a thoroughly appropriate title, and that this building did actually house those virgins of noble birth of whose dedication to religious uses we shall have to speak at some length in a later chapter, when reviewing the whole subject of Mayan religion. The peculiar feature of the building is the manner of erection. Apparently at first it stood on a solid foundation of masonry 30 feet high and of the same size as the building itself except to the north, where there was a platform 30 feet wide. At some period, whether during erection or after completion, it is impossible to tell, the architect must have come to the conclusion that the building was top heavy, and decided to strengthen it by continuing the northern platform all round. This new wall was not spliced and mortised into the other as one would expect. A wall was built to the outer dimensions of the support only 2 feet thick, and the space between this and the main building was filled up with rubble and loose building waste. The abutment on the northern side, down which 34 steps lead to ground level, was built in the same manner, giving it an unsubstantial lean-to appearance. But we shall have more to say upon this mode of building when attempting to date these structures in a later chapter. The buildings on the platform are two in number. The larger is 104 feet long and 30 wide, and contains 7 rooms. The largest on the south side, measuring 47 feet by 9 feet wide, its inner walls bearing traces of figure paintings from floor to roof. The space on the northern side corresponding to this room has apparently been filled up. The niches for the doorways exist, but they are sealed to the lintel with masonry, whether because sepulchral or to give support to the building above it is impossible to say. On either side of this closed space are 2 smaller rooms, and 2 more in corresponding places on the south side, while at the east and west ends a room runs from north to south. The lintels of the 3 sealed doorways, both underneath and on the facings, are covered with hieroglyphics, as are also those of the doors on either side, and the fact that none are found on the southern chamber suggests that the sealing was for an important reason. Returning to the north side and climbing 16 steps, you reach the second platform, on which stood a second house, now merely a heap of stones. It was one-roomed with 2 doors, looking north and south. As we came down the steps, we disturbed a huge iguana, which darted up the face of the ruin and ran along its edge, stopping motionless at the corner to peer over at us, its grey, dew-lapped head and hideous blinking eyes making it look like some animated gargoyle. Once more on the ground, we turned towards the eastern annex of the nunnery, containing 5 open and 2 closed rooms. Its façade has scarcely a parallel in Central America. The twining serpent frieze, the elephant trunk, the diamond pattern, and other designs common in Mayan ornamentation are lavishly used, as can be seen from the illustration, while in a central arched niche is a bust with a headdress of feathers. Over the door are 20 curious cartouches, 5 in a row, and over these are 6 ornaments like capital T's stuck into the building by their stems. As we approach, 2 or 3 asses, startled from their grazing at the doorways, clatter off into the stony woodland. Lizard and wild ass. Could better illustration than these desolate, gaping palace chambers be found for Omar Khayyam's lines? They say the lion and the lizard keep the courts where Jamshid gloried and drank deep, and Bahram, the great hunter, the wild ass, stamps over his head but cannot break his sleep. We sat a while amid the fallen blocks of masonry in what must have been the nunnery courtyard, watching the swallows as they flew in and out of those time-worn doorways. Here and there, amid the stunted wiry grass, rose clumps of cactus and coarse thistle-like plants, while over all climbed a large blue convolvulus, its centre striped purple-red, making nature's perfect harmony of colouring, with a dainty butter-yellow, foxglove-shaped flower which filled the air with a subtle musky perfume. Huge butterflies of orange and sulphur, of striped black and scarlet, of black and white, flitted among the blooms, while over us blazed the sun in a sea of blue, the rich blue of the eternal Carib summer. A few yards south-eastward of us stood Akkad Zib, house of the mysterious writing, 18-roomed and unique as being the only building in Chichen not on a mound. Its facade, a contrast to the palace, is severely plain, but the building has importance. In the room looking south over the dark lintel of a doorway leading to an inner chamber are 2 rows of hieroglyphics, the best preserved in Chichen, while on the ceiling of this doorway, carved in relief and seated in front of what appears to be a basin of incense, is a figure in full feather dress, a right angle of glyphs running round to its left. Southward beyond the Akkad Zib we could just see the greener patch of woodland which marks where lies the huge cenote whence the Itzas drew their water supply. Approached by a winding path which runs to the water's level, the broken sides of the chasm admit the sunlight, and the blueness of the water and the golden green of the palm leaves make a true tropic picture. And so the reader has wandered with us round 2 square miles of woodland and glanced at the wonders of a city which in the days of its greatness numbered its citizens by scores of thousands, a city which architecturally, though possibly not culturally, remains the greatest monument of Central American civilization. End of section 9. Recording by Sienna, Fresno, California. Section 10 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 10. Valladolid and After, Part 1. There are 2 kinds of brigands in Yucatan. There is the honest fellow who cuts your throat without apology, or waits behind a tree and puts a bullet into your back at a 10-yard range, and there is the oily-tongued con permiso, detestable phrase ever on Yucatecan lips. Rascal who, permission or not, will see to it that your last centavo is his if he can manage it. At Valladolid, whither we went from Chichen, we made our first serious acquaintance with the latter. 1 or 2 pleasant little episodes had occurred at Merida, but they were only in the nature of dress rehearsals. Valladolid, railhead, frontier town, is the back of beyond in Yucatan. Today it is the most important township on the border line dividing the enslaved Indians from those few thousands who are still maintaining their independence against the criminal recruited forces of Diaz. In the revolt of 1847 and in all the lesser Indian risings, it has been the jumping-off ground for the rebels. It is a long dirty street of shabby houses, ending in a weed-choked, down-on-its-luck sort of plaza, at one side of which is a huge gaunt stuccoed church surrounded by tumbling 3-foot walls. The whole place has a shamefaced, seen better days kind of air, and if it is indeed true that it has claims to be reckoned a health resort, one feels, as did the martyr to gout, when recommended to a very dull town for its baths, that one prefers the gout. It was on the 28th of May, 1543, that Montejo founded the town on the site of the Indian settlement of Chanakha. This native name means large water, in reference to a great lagoon of sweet water on the northward. It was the fertility of the country around, due to this swamp, for it was nothing else, which had attracted the Spaniards. But this in turn betrayed them, for, ere a year had elapsed, the place had proved so malarious that it was determined to move the town to the neighboring Indian pueblo of Saki. There, on the 24th of March, 1544, the Valladolid of today was founded, its plaza being on the site of a huge Mayan temple built on a lofty pyramid. Not a stone or trace of the Indian work now remains, but tradition relates that in the temple was an idol of pottery, regarded as of great sanctity, and to which the Indians for miles round made pilgrimages for adoration. There is some reason to believe that this idol was in the form of the tapir, in Maya called zimin. There is no doubt that the queer pig deer which is still found in the southern forests of Yucatan and in Chiapas held an important place in Mayan mythology, and the account of this idol of pottery at Saki, worshipped as a Zakik Ual, Lord of the East Wind, which is described as being shaped like a huge vase molded in front into an ugly face, suggests that there was here a temple dedicated to the tapir god, replicas of whose image have been found molded in vase form in many parts of southern Yucatan and especially in Guatemala. The interior of the huge vase was not probably used for the burning of copal, the figure thus being, as appears to have been so often the case, idol and altar in one. We had left Chichen as we had reached it in the dark, but this time it was the darkness before dawn, and with no moon, the castillo looked gloomy and awesome in its setting of black woods. With our pockets full of oranges from the hospitable trees of the hacienda, and our hearts full of wonder at the ruins amid which we had spent so many interesting days, we turned our horses' heads once more towards Citas, where we were due to catch another early train. It was perilous work, picking your way in the gloom amid the boulders of the Camino Real, as the Spaniards euphemistically call these execrable high roads. One wonders what a sham camino would be like if this is a real one. But the dawn was worth seeing in those dark woods, dripping with a heavy tropical dew. The glorious sun came, and the slate greys and blacks turned to silvers and lustrous greens, and the dank, sodden boughs changed to fairy wands, trimmed with diamonds as the sun touched them, and the sombre sky turned into such a blue, and the reds and ambers, the azures and the greens, of birds and butterflies as they woke for another day were so wonderful that one caught the infection of it, the magic of God's tropic woodland, and we forgot the troubles of boulder-strewn roads and horn-pommelled Mexican saddles. We found Citas, the same dirty little place we had left it a week past, and the people as stupid as ever. But after some difficulties with our baggage, we did eventually reach Valladolid towards midday. To the Jefe Politico there, we had a letter from the governor of Yucatan bidding him treat us in a very special manner. The Jefe was a feeble, melancholy, epicene little man, who wore spring-side boots, carried a lady's silver-topped umbrella and a fan, and perpetually smoked straw cigarettes. His hair was dyed and his manner was wistfully bored. He was fetched from his hammock to receive us, and extended a damp bird-like claw of a hand. He offered us no hospitality, but led the way down the street to a filthy shop, in the rear of which was a barn, furnished with 2 hammocks and an enamelled bowl perched on an empty soap box, serving as dressing table and wash-stand. For food he directed us to a reeking little drinking den. Having thus exhausted his energies in this very special manner, he retired, promising to return in the evening to assist us in the purchase of stores for our journey through the forest. There was very little to see in Valladolid. The Spanish Vandals had taken care of that. All traces of the old Indian domination had been effectually wiped out. At the Jefetura, the courthouse or town hall in the plaza, signs were not lacking of the troubled state of the country. Bands of soldiers were loitering under the verandas, cleaning rifles and smoking cigarettes. We call them soldiers because that is what they call themselves, but they were certainly the sloppiest, most ill-disciplined body of men who ever disgraced that name. They were dressed in loose flying cotton shifts and cotton trousers rolled up to the knee. Their feet were sandaled, and on their heads were queer pudding basin-shaped straw hats with red ribbon lettered in black 5 Bat GN, which means 5th Battalion National Guard. Ever since the War of Extermination, some of the iniquities of which we shall presently relate was started, Valladolid never knows quite where she is. Raiding parties of Indians loiter in the woods to the eastward and make periodic descents upon outlying houses and government convoys. We attached to us a Yucatecan lad, sadly enough far advanced in consumption, who, unlike his fellow citizens, was frank and pleasant-mannered and anxious to please. With him as our guide, we visited a neighboring cenote, the water supply of the ancient Indian city. This was very unlike those at Chichen, for it was not very deep down and was of open approach. In a basin some 100 feet wide lay the water, grass green with water weed, and far over it jutted a natural roof of rock, from which hang stalactites, a row of grey stone icicles some 30 feet long, like a fairy fringe over the pool. We made our way down the steep rocky side to a narrow ledge of rock which ran halfway round the cenote, some 20 feet above water level. Here there were caves where we were told jaguars sometimes sheltered. The Jefe Politico was due to join us at 8 o'clock, and on our return to the town we waited with what patience we could for him. But he never appeared. So we made the best of a bad bargain and a tour of the shops, succeeding in being swindled over each item of our commissariat. On the morrow, anxious to be starting, we walked over to the Jefetura to wake the mayor up. There, under the veranda, in a ring, sat the rude forefathers of this Yucatecan hamlet, the ancient Jefe in the middle. There is a local proverb, "Hay mucho vago en Valladolid." There are many loiterers in Valladolid, and no better realization of its truth could there have been than this band of venerable officials drowsing their morning away. We were invited within the magic circle, but even our execrable Spanish failed to rouse them. They had nothing to do, so they sat in the shade and did it, and the street crowd had nothing to do, so they hung on the veranda railings and stared at the first Englishmen reckless enough to visit the city of do-littles. But smoking cigarettes and endeavouring to remember the past and future tenses of irregular Spanish verbs pall as occupations, and losing all patience, we informed the somnolent mayor that unless our wants in the matter of horses and a servant were promptly satisfied, we would make a complaint to the governor of the state. This threat galvanized the band of Valladolitans into a frenzy of energy. Soldiers were summoned and came forward at the salute with fixed bayonets. 2 were dispatched to get us hammocks. A 3rd went off to seek a horse dealer, while a 4th, actually the sentry on duty, under the directions of the Jefe, solemnly laid aside his rifle and set to work to peel a plate of oranges which had been produced to assist in our pacification. The hammock-seeking warriors returned with a string of Indian women, each nursing a special line of hammocks. Of course, prices had rushed up at the mere rumour of us, and having been assured in Merida that hammocks, a staple product of the town, were cheap in Valladolid, we were naturally disappointed to find that the commonest of those brought to be shown us were about 3 times their normal value. but hammocks we had to have, so we bought a couple of strong cloth ones at an exorbitant price, and a portion of the National Guard were told off to string them. Then came the horse dealers with all the maimed, the halt, and the blind of equine Valladolid. The prices asked for these chargers were truly tropical, and had grown to a great height. But no Englishman had ever visited the town before, and it was far too good a chance to be lost. We do not want to libel the somnolescent Jefe, but it was probably as much as his place was worth to refuse to cock the blind one on the frauds which his fellow citizens were attempting to play on us. He was no man for half measures in such a delicate matter, so he retired into the mayor's parlour to take a nap while we argued. None of the mounts were in the first flush of their giddy youth, and some looked Methuselahs. There was a horse with a sore on its back as big as a cheese plate, which the owner resolutely declined to part with for less than $100, while another steed, badly spavined, was so precious to its lucky proprietor that with tears in his avaricious eyes he assured us it would break his heart to accept for this peerless mount less than double that sum. Fortunately, we knew something about horses, and were able to slowly but surely to weed out the crooks, though the rapacious crowd did all in their power to fool us. It ended in our giving $100 too much for the 3 horses we selected, but they were at least sound in wind and limb, though the strongest, a stallion, was blind in the right eye. The mayor, having been waked up by a soldier, then regretfully took an active part in the proceedings. To prevent horse stealing, the purchase of a horse in Yucatan is attended by the utmost official ceremony. If the occasion had been an auction of blood stock at Tattersall's, these fatuous Yucatecan officials could not have made more fuss. Armed with notebooks, they waltzed round our sorry purchases, marking down their peculiarities. We did not see the books, but it is quite likely that they were entered as having 4 legs and a tail. At any rate, it took the united efforts of the town council to make out the official receipts, which bore so many stamps as must have crippled the resources of the local GPO for some weeks. But it is one thing to buy a Yucatecan horse, and it is quite another to load him with portmanteaus sewn into sacks. The stallion, which, as the strongest of the trio, we had selected to carry the heaviest of the baggage, had not signed on for any such nonsense, and fixing us with his one eye, which rolled as viciously as it could in its deserted state, he signified intense dissatisfaction with all loads and portmanteaus in particular by letting out his heels at the mayor, and then rearing up and pawing the air, Pegasus fashion, over a knot of sloppy, becottoned troops who broke and ran in all directions. He was really quite a nice horse. We afterwards nicknamed him Cyclops, in affectionate allusion to his ocular defects, and grew to be quite fond of him. But he was not at all nice on first acquaintance, and a crowd of jeering Valladolitans, far too scared to come within the lash of his hoofs, collected at a respectful distance to watch the fun. The mayor had half an hour before presented us with a soldier servant who owned the name Contrario, and rejoiced on all occasions in deserving it by his obstinacy. We had come into the country expecting to find every man a Buffalo Bill. But these troops were very disappointing. They were so obtrusively foot soldiers. They evidently agreed with the psalmist that a horse is a vain thing for safety, and Contrario, told to hold Cyclops, absolutely refused. But the crowd was growing with our anger, and it was no time for mutiny. So by sheer physical force we made the poor shivering wretch carry out our orders. Again and again we tried to get the baggage on. No sooner did Cyclops feel the first pressure of the load, which we adroitly brought up on his blind side, than he plunged and bucked like the veriest bronco, throwing the baggage into the dust. Disappointed in their malicious hope that we should have to give it up, one or two of the crowd began to take a friendly interest in our efforts, and one man, a big fellow for a Yucatecan, but obviously as timid of horses as our soldier servant, volunteered to help. This time we got the twin sacks well over the stallion's back before he plunged, and the rope, adroitly thrown round, kept them in position till he quieted down, and made up his mind to the inevitable. It was all over except the jeering, and fearful as we were of mounting our saddle horses and leaving the recalcitrant Cyclops with his hated load to the feeble management of Contrario, we ignominiously led the horses out of the horrid little town amid an accompaniment of this from the citizens. But it was such an infinite relief to turn our backs upon the city of Doolittles and brigands that we could have calmly borne twice the mockery hurled at us by that yellow-faced shambling crowd. Our way lay for the next few days through 40-odd miles of a country densely wooded but traversed by a fair road. This latter had earned a bad reputation of late as being infested by bandits, Mexican criminals shipped from Vera Cruz to serve against the Indians, who had deserted and betaken themselves to the woods with their rifles. Only a few days before our arrival, a gang of them had murdered 3 Indians who were in charge of a drove of pigs. It had been such collar work, inducing the Doolittleians to do even the little they did, that it was wearing well on to 4 o'clock before we found ourselves out into the open. Once past the outlying huts of Valladolid, the dust of the rock-strewn road changed into a brick-red loam. In many parts of Yucatan, for scores of miles at a time, the tracks through the forest are red like this, suggestive of nothing so much as a rough cart road to an English brick field. Once you have seen one such road, you have seen them all, for they are as like as 2 pins. The dense woods hemmed us in on each side, and the monotony was only broken now and again by meeting straggling parties of Indians, naked but for breechcloth, with rough plaited straw hats, their long guns slung on their brown backs, a linen hunting bag at their waist, on their way to shoot in the woods. Throughout eastern Yucatan, every Indian is out at dawn and sundown to pick up something for the pot. Their guns are for the most part antiquated muzzle loaders, single-barreled, sometimes of obviously home manufacture. They are poor sportsmen from the English point of view, for they are out to kill, and they think nothing of following a bird up for a mile or 2 till they can shoot it sitting. They were a very different breed of men from those Indians we had seen nearer Merida, and some of them even looked truculent. But they gave us a very civil "Buenas tardes" (good afternoon), as they stopped to rest on their guns and gaze with wonder at such an unusual spectacle as 2 khaki-clad Englishmen and the 3 laden horses. We were not able to make much progress before the sun was near setting, and we kept our eyes open for a likely spot to make our camp. Shortly before 6 we halted on the Tizimin side of the small Indian village of Cursuk. We cut our way some 50 yards into the wood, and with axes made a clearing of some 20 feet square, slinging our hammocks between the trees. Tethering the horses to stout saplings, we sent Contrario to the village for water, but before we had got our saucepans boiling, darkness was on us, and we had to make the best of a meal eaten in a gloom which made it impossible to tell a spoonful of black beans from a spoonful of egg till you tasted them. In this Cimmerian darkness we managed to make the deplorable discovery that we had forgotten to provide cups, and we found ourselves in the ludicrously Tantalus-like position of having a saucepan too hot to drink from, of boiling Cadbury's cocoa, and nothing to put the precious liquid in. Then one of us had the happy inspiration of utilizing the saucepan lid. A great deal of real fun can be got out of drinking boiling hot cocoa from a saucepan lid. It is so aggravatingly shallow, so infernally hot to hold, and so top-heavy. But we were far too tired with the dusty tramp, after our long day's battle with the detestable inhabitants of Valladolid, to make mountains out of molehills. If we had had cups, we should have got through the precious draught far too quickly, we reminded ourselves. Pleasure is anticipation, and waiting in the dark, seated on a boulder by the fire we had built in the red road, for your turn at the shallow draught, was a real joy. We got outside our precious Cadbury, the black beans, and the eggs, and then we rolled ourselves into our hammocks, making cocoons of ourselves in our Mexican blankets, and, with our soldier servant stretched on a blanket on the ground between the two of us, we were soon fast asleep. Each day of our march through this forest country was much the same as the last. We waked in the bitter cold of the early dawn, huge drops of dew falling from the trees overhead upon the rubber sheeting which we had had the foresight to take with us to act as counterpane. Each night we camped afresh in the forests, making a clearing some little way from the road, and despite the alarmist rumours which had reached us in Merida and elsewhere of the dangers attending such forest campings, we had but one serious alarm. We had been asleep some hours, dead tired with our day's march, when we waked to find the fire which we had left on the roadside mere embers, flaming 3 feet high. We did not know why we waked, and we do not know now, for there was no noise to disturb us, and it was quite an unusual thing. As a rule we slept like logs. All we know is that we did wake, and to our astonishment saw the fire, which we had carefully stamped out on turning in, blazing high. We were wondering what this could mean, when in the rear of us we heard stealthy footsteps, the brushwood crackling as if some 2 or 3 people were creeping in upon us. It was a very dark moonless night, and altogether the position was decidedly uncanny. We reached for our revolvers, which always hung by their belts at the hammock head, and sat up waiting. Whoever it was had seen us move, for all was still at first, and then, after a few minutes of dead silence, we distinctly heard the footsteps retreating. Possibly, as our horses were tethered on the side nearest the road, the robbers did not care to venture in that way, but made up our fire that the glare might guide them in a wide detour through the wood in rear of us. They had no doubt hoped to find us asleep, to have dashed in upon us and given us a slash over the head with their long knives, and then ransacked our baggage at their leisure. Finding that we were awake, however, and that they would have to fight for this privilege, they decamped. But brigand alarms, though the most dignified, were not our only troubles in the forests. All Yucatan, wherever there are cattle, is cursed with an insect pest, a cattle louse known as the garrapatas. In these first days we suffered much from them. To look at, they are like a cross between the ordinary bed bug and a sheep tick, but they often have markings on their backs like those on a garden spider. They get onto coat sleeve or riding breeches, often tiny as money spiders, in scores at a time. They hang in brown patches upon the leaves and branches of shrubs and bushes, and if you just brush against these, before you have time to notice almost, the insects have climbed all over you. In a few minutes fixing themselves in the flesh and digging their way in till nothing but the rounded tops of their backs are visible. Their bites are not at first painful, but become intensely irritable after a day or two and cause troublesome swellings, if in any great numbers. It is nothing uncommon to find 50 or 100 of these tiny plagues on one after a day's riding through the bush. Cleanliness is no prophylactic against them. The only thing we found any good was to make a strong solution of tobacco and smear this well over legs, thighs, and arms when dressing. This keeps some of the less hardier ones at bay, but the really big ones, we found one as big as 3 penny piece fastened on to the hinge of the lid of a box tortoise in the woods at Chichen. Stop at nothing, and no pulling will get them out. The only thing to do is to let them work their wicked will off you, when, after a day or two, they fill up with blood and turn a deep purple color like a black Hamburg grape. In this aldermanic condition of repletion, they are very easily detached, and alas, squashed. The Yucatecans are a cleanly people and bathe a great deal, the poor as well as rich. But nothing astonished Contrario more than a rubber bath. This, which we had bought in London, folded into so small a space that it was a treat to watch his face when we first unfolded it and he saw an admirable bath 4 feet in diameter spread out as if by a conjuring trick. If we stopped early enough and the sun was still up, we would send him down to the nearest well and have a glorious time splashing about and sponging cool streams of water over ourselves, while gorgeous butterflies of blue, scarlet, and amber fluttered round us in the thicket, and green parakeets and the bushy-tailed grey squirrels perched on the trees to watch us. Though probably as immoral as any race in the world, the Yucatecans are singularly modest, and, though he saw us minus everything but a smile, revelling in the cool limestone water, and he would sit mournfully by, trying to pick the garrapatas out of his legs and thighs, nothing would induce him to take advantage of our rubber bath, presumably because he feared we might look while he was in the altogether. The villages we passed were monotonously alike. Squares of palm-leaf thatched huts round a plot of wiry grass centred by the village well with gibbet-like uprights and crosspiece of wood over which hung the bucket. At all hours of the day there clustered here knots of Indian women and girls, the cantaros, earthenware water jars, balanced on their left hips, as they pattered to and fro to their whitewashed huts with the precious liquid. We generally called our midday halt between these settlements, as we found that our arrival was hailed with the same popular excitement as that which welcomes a circus in an English village, and it is a trifle disconcerting, even if your menu is not very varied, to eat one's lunch in the centre of a serried circle of bright-eyed children and women and grinning, wondering men. But the 4th day at the little village of Pokbok, we were so much tempted by the wonderful shade of a large ceibo tree, which stood by the huge ruined church, inside the gaunt staring walls of which a whitewashed Indian hut now did duty for such infrequent services as were held, that we broke our rule. Though we were now deep in Yucatan school season, the heat had been blistering all the morning, and steering as we had been due north on a fairly straight road, the sun on our backs had made us feel quite sick. Thus the deep shade offered by the giant tree, the leafiest of all trees found in the country, was an irresistible temptation. The horses too had suffered, and stood as meek as lambs to be unsaddled. But before we had got far in our preparations for a meal, half the village was round us, to make way in a second for 2 men, one about 60, with a long tufted beard of grey growing from the extreme limit of his chin, the other some 20 years younger. They cordially introduced themselves as the village jefe and his son, the latter insisting upon calling himself El Secretario. They kept the store and public house of the village, and, in the absence of customers, had filled up their time by serving themselves so liberally that they were quite merry. They insisted that we should come to their shop and take some of their agua ardiente (fire water), and it lives up to its name too, but we explained that we were teetotalers. End of section 10. Recording by Sienna, Fresno, California. Section 11 of The American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 11. Valladolid and After, Part 2. At this moment there came racing across the plaza a perfectly lovely little laddie, bare-legged and bare-headed, with the scantiest of cotton vests and black cotton knickerbockers on. El Secretario introduced the little fellow as his son. Cipriano su servidor, Cipriano at your service, and told us he was 10. We had a bottle of acid drops with us, and diving in our saddle bags, we in a moment won Cipriano's heart and cemented our budding friendship with the family by filling his pretty little hand full of the sweets. By this time a baby sister had arrived, and we found it impossible longer to resist the pressing hospitalities of the jefe. We were anxious, too, to taste the national drink, which has the alias of anise, and is made from crushed sugar cane and aniseed. So we temporarily threw our teetotal principles to the four winds, or at least to where the most desirable elements successfully hid themselves, for there was not a breath of air, and walked over to the store. Once there, large glasses of the clear white liquid were poured out, and our hosts, enchanted at the excuse for more tippling, began drinking our healths in such lavish style as was ominous of the great difficulty we should have in getting away from their bibulous friendliness without the risk of a quarrel. We had just sipped at our glasses, which was all we ever intended to do, when fortune came to our aid. Looking across the plaza, we saw a stray village horse biting our stallion's neck. With a hurried word of excuse, we rushed out of the shop, our hosts shouting to us to return after we had righted things, but we never did, and the somnolent effects of the last bumpers of anise they had drunk were so complete that we were left to eat our lunch in peace. By the time we had finished it was the siesta hour, and the village had crept into its hammocks. As we rode past the store we caught a glimpse of our friend the jefe, stretched full length, fast asleep on his own counter. From Pokboc it was some 3 leagues. All distances in Yucatan are measured by the league, which is not the well-conducted league of Europe, but, like the French verbs, irregular to the verge of impropriety. To Calotmul on a road which seemed redder and hotter than ever. Calotmul is a town run to seed, a ruinous, unwieldy place with a plaza of mangy grass as big as Trafalgar Square, a long stuccoed arcaded building in one corner of which served as the Jefetura, where loitered some of Contrario's brothers in arms. Big as these decayed Spanish Indian villages are, there is never any attempt at an inn, the very rare travellers by the roads being local Yucatecans who are sure of having one or more kinsmen in each village. So knowing no one and having been sated with Yucatecan interiors at Valladolid, we pushed on through the town, preferring the freedom of our woodland hotel. Our obstinacy much alarmed Contrario. He knew that Tizimin, the town to which we were steering and which was to serve as the base for serious exploration, was 14 miles further on, and he thought we intended to try and reach it that night. But he became easier in his mind when we unhooked from the saddle our tripod boiler, which had throughout the journey served as a pail for fetching drinking water, and sent him back to the well. By the time he had overtaken us, we had selected a camping ground about half a mile from the village. The horses were feeding quietly by the roadside, the baggage had been carried into the woods, and our hammocks slung. We always made the practice of one of us seeing the horses properly watered, while the other stayed in camp. As soon as Contrario rejoined us, it was time for watering order, and one of us started out on Cyclops, while Contrario led the other horses tied together. We had given him the kettle and one of the water bottles to carry. The well was reached safely, the horses watered, and some corn bought at the local store, but on return to camp Contrario was only carrying the kettle. He had already annoyed us by the slow pace at which he had kept the horses going and by loitering to talk with some of the National Guard. We were tired and not in the best of tempers, and somewhat testily demanded to know where the water bottle was. He gabbled away in Spanish some sentences we did not understand, but did not attempt to produce it. We thought he had left it at the well and tried to say so, ordering him to return for it. He entirely misunderstood and believed we were accusing him of stealing it. The fellow was a fool, but he was genuinely honest, and the most we were accusing him of was carelessness. But he would not be pacified, and wringing his hands and in a snivelling whine repeating again and again, "Yo soy no robo," I am no robber. He gathered up his traps and regardless of pay was about to leave when suddenly by the firelight one of us detected the water bottle lying hidden in the shadow of a boulder where he had set it down and forgotten it before going down to the well. We were really sorry to have hurt his feelings and he saw it, and with almost childish pleasure accepted our apologies. It was like a thunderstorm, it cleared the air, and as, after our frugal meal of black beans, boiled eggs, tortillas, and Cadbury's cocoa, we sat round the fire smoking, we became quite chummy with the soldier lad, who, delighted at the rehabilitation of his character, talked 19 to the dozen till hammock time, when we cemented our new-found friendship by giving him one of our blankets to aid his own flimsy Mexican wrap in keeping him warm during the cold night. The next day, in sunlight which was positively grilling, we completed our journey to Tizimin. It was siesta time when we rode into the plaza under the shadow of the gaunt walls of the hideous ruined monastery. The town was quiet, almost like a city of the dead. The shops were closed, and at the long grated window spaces sunblinds were drawn. The grass had invaded the streets. The whole place looked like a Rip Van Winkle city which had got badly left in the race of civic life. Stretched in the thick dust, a mangy dog or two lay panting. Here and there under the shadow of a wall dozed an Indian, crouched on his haunches. We rode up to the Jefetura, and there from a yawning soldier we learnt that the Jefe was taking his morning tub, so we had some minutes to wait before we could expect an official welcome. Meanwhile we had time to glance round us. The plaza was of much the same size as Valladolid. In front of the Palacio Municipal, where the becottoned National Guard were drowsing in the veranda shade, was an avenue of orange trees loaded with fruit. On the other side of the square stood another of those huge stuccoed churches we had become so accustomed to seeing. The 17th century Spaniards in Yucatan certainly had no taste in building. Nothing could be more distressing than these great piles of stucco, flat-faced as any Hottentot. Their bigot builders certainly preferred quantity to quality. Even when new, these ecclesiastical eyesores must have always been such, but now, with plaster peeling off, with tufts of rank weeds growing from gaps in the walls, surrounded by a courtyard half cobble, half leprous grass, the enclosing walls tumbling in ruin, the church gate sagging on its broken rusty hinges, or perchance replaced by a hurdle, they admirably typify the bedraggled down-at-heel ceremonial which masquerades throughout Yucatan as religion. By this time our arrival had attracted representatives of the Tiziminians in the shape of three of the fattest boys we had ever seen outside a show. They were pretty fellows too, about 13 years old, but they would have been a good deal prettier if they had possessed less adipose tissue. Their tight holland knickers seemed on the point of giving up the task of enclosing the luxuriant opulence of what one might politely call their southern facades, while their bare brown legs were so ludicrously plump and rounded that they looked as if they had been blown up with a bicycle pump. The boys gazed at us and we gazed at the boys. It was hard to say which of the two sets of gazers was most astonished. But by this time a shuffling among the troops heralded the approach of the Jefe, coming like a giant refreshed from his bath. He was a great contrast to the epicene bird-like creature who had lorded it over the civic fortunes of Valladolid. A grand old man of good height, swarthy skinned, with a snow-white full patriarchal beard reaching nearly to his waist, he greeted us with true Spanish courtesy, with a hospitable wave of his hand inviting us within the cool stone room, where above the row of rocking chairs hung a life-sized coloured print of the great Diaz. It was a most humiliating moment. Dusty, dirty, sweaty, covered with garrapatas, with many days' growth of beard, we were grieved indeed that this should be the snowy-haired Don's first sight of England. We indicated as best we could that this was not the normal condition of Englishmen, and that we should be more than grateful if he would allow us to wash first and talk afterwards. But he insisted upon hearing our plans, and when we told him of our intention of going through the country to the eastward, his face bore a look of alarm. He declared the country muy peligroso, very dangerous, that the Indians were hostile to the whites, that even for the contents of a water bottle travellers were killed, as in fact had actually happened to two Yucatecans but a few weeks before. We were too much in need of a wash to be much depressed by his pessimism, and were glad when he made a move to find us lodgings. This we found without much difficulty, a young Yucatecan being fetched and offering us a house for $4 the week. It was only a few yards away, nothing really but 2 or 3 lofty whitewashed barns and sweet, stone-floored, the walls decorated with hammock pegs. But the great advantage was that it possessed a small paddock, rankly overgrown with shrubs and grass, which would serve as an excellent corral for our horses. A well too there was, and before the genial Jefe had bade us adios, we had a rubber bath out and were preparing for a glorious wash. We were now in what is known as the Cantonil district, and in touch with the northeastern branch of the independent Mayans, for Tizimin is the last outpost of Yucatecan authority. Even the Indians living within the town are a very different breed from the haciendado-ridden ones of the Yucatan which lay behind us, and this is perhaps the best place to give some idea of the physical appearance of the Mayan Indians generally. The whole race throughout the peninsula is still singularly homogeneous, though it is in the Cantonil and Eastern Coast district, where crossings with the whites or even intertribally are unknown, that the purest types are found. The Mayan is stoutly built and muscular, but seldom tall. His color is a rich dark reddish brown, a beautiful tint remarkably distinct from that of the American Indian race in general. His hair is invariably raven black, lank and coarse. His eyes are black or black brown, usually small and somewhat cunning looking. Straight set as a rule, but occasionally with a suspicion of obliquity. The nose is well formed, straight or slightly aquiline, and at times somewhat Semitically heavy at the tip, but scarcely ever pyramidal in the pure Mayans. The noses of the women one would almost declare their best feature. The hair of the women, worn gathered in a knot at the back of the head, is often luxuriantly long, but men are fairly closely cropped. Of baldness we never saw a trace, though grey Indians of both sexes are fairly common. Both sexes have a Mongolian lack of body hair, legs, arms and chests being rarely hirsute. The teeth are always good and add to the charm of the sweet smile which at the least provocation comes to rob the faces of both sexes of the rather sullen expression characteristic of them. Many of the children are extraordinarily pretty, and young girls of 12, at which age they usually marry, are often fascinating pictures of youthful bloom, quite statuesque in their grace, their exquisitely developed figures showing through the clinging folds of their one chemise-like linen garment. Mayan women age rapidly, but between puberty, about 10, and their 25th year, they are remarkable for matronly health and strength and their graceful courage. They incline to flesh, and before 40 are often unwieldy to a degree which is really ludicrous. Such too solid flesh, scarcely harmonizing with the severely scanty lines of the huipil. This, the universal dress of all Indian women throughout Yucatan, is really nothing but a sheet folded double and sewn down the sides and a half moon cut out of the middle of the fold. Through this the head goes, and round this yoke runs back and front a flowered border, stamped coloured cotton among the poorer, elaborately hand embroidered among the richer women. The hem of the garment, which reaches rather more than halfway down the calf, is also often ornamented with embroidery. This shift or chemise, for it is little else, is sleeveless, and the only attempt at underclothes is a plain cotton petticoat, but many women and most young girls do not wear this. In some of the wilder districts we visited, the girls are stark naked till puberty, while the old women and many of the young matrons wear nothing but a short cotton kilt from waist to knee. Round her neck the Indian woman wears a chain, though this habit is less common among the independent Mayans than among the Indians of Merida and the northwest district, oftenest of gilt or glass beads, with some small gold coin, gewgaw, charm or crucifix attached. Large gold earrings, too, are much worn. Round her shoulders she throws, when out of doors, a wrap of cotton or silk, brought up over the head and then allowed to hang down over the other shoulder. These wraps, which serve a practical purpose in protecting from the sun, are most picturesque. In Merida, as we have said, you see all colours, but the dark indigo or rich copper brown are the most common in the country districts. Almost without exception the women go barefoot, and their feet, though small, have from long shoelessness become broad. The Mayan man dresses in loose white cotton trousers, which he usually wears turned up to the knees, and a loose-fitting shirt of white cotton tucked in at the belt. As often as not the shirt is discarded while at work or in the bush, and the trousers give place to the maxtli, a broad loin cloth. A pudding basin-shaped straw hat, home-plaited, and sandals made of a single thickness of tanned hide cut to the shape of the foot, with a piece of cord coming up between the first and second toe, passing over the instep and through a string loop on either side of the heel and then twisted round the ankle, complete his outfit. Every Indian wears belted round him in a leather sheath the machete, the native weapon universal throughout Central America. It is a sword-like knife, the blade about 30 inches long and 2 broad, with a plain hand grip of bone or wood about 4 inches long. These are fearsome-looking weapons even when, as is usually the case, the blade is straight, but they are positively blood-curdling when they are, as one sees them sometimes, scimitar-shaped or ending with an ugly hook, like the finish of an English billhook. The Mayans are a singularly healthy people, and free of skin complaints and those other blood diseases which so often affect native races in a low state of civilization. But they are not constitutionally strong, and die off like flies when exposed to an epidemic. Though so thoroughly a tropical people, they are cold-blooded with sluggish circulations, if one is to judge by the coldness of their hands, which, even in the children, are froggy in their chilliness. They are a clean race, and the Mayan labourer on coming in from his work would not dream of squatting before his frugal evening meal of tortillas and beans till he has had a hot bath. This he takes in a large shallow wooden trough, exactly like a butcher's tray magnified 4 times. In this, one end resting on the ground, the other raised on a low log of wood, the Mayan squats and sponges the water over himself with a bunch of henequen or other fibre. In this tray too the babies are bathed and the family washing is done. It is always washing day with the Mayan women, and the hot gardens are always aflutter with billowy white huipils. The Mayans are a singularly modest people, and sharing their huts we were again and again astonished at the decency which triumphed over the fact that a large family of all ages shared the same sleeping room and slung their hammocks from the same beams. With Tizimin as our base, we explored the Cantonil district. The roads marked even on the official maps in Mexico City no longer exist. Probably never existed. Overgrown and rendered impassable by luxuriant vegetation, such as there are have become mere trails, which even the Indians can only use in single file. 30 miles to the eastward of Tizimin begins the region of unbroken primeval forest. The road, which starts a good width, dwindles down into a mere path by which the Indians from Chansenote and Cantonil come into Tizimin to buy powder or shot or a new gun. Growing their own maize, raising cattle, pigs and poultry, spinning and weaving their clothing, braiding their hats and netting their hammocks, arms, salt and luxuries such as women's finery or spirits are all they need to buy. They come into Tizimin not in crowds but 1 or 2 at a time, so as not to create suspicion, and meet their friends outside with their purchases. Of these Indians, some 5,000 are said to still exist in this northeastern corner of the peninsula, but the Mexican authorities, after butchery as ruthless as it has been fruitless, have been forced to retreat, and there is thus no way of obtaining accurate statistics. The Jefe Politico of Merida himself told us, we quote it as a proof that the Indians have triumphed thereabouts, that his family property near Cantonil had not been of any profit for years and was never likely to be again, as the Mayans denied his agents access to it. It was at Tizimin that we first realized the positively amazing ignorance of the Yucatecan as to his own country or even his own district. No definite information as to the road we should take, or whether indeed we could reach the coast at all, was available. As it proved, this was impossible. Between Cantunil and the sea stretched miles of uninhabitable swamp which is impassable for horse, mule, or man, except possibly in places at the end of the driest of dry seasons. When we were there an average of 3 feet of water covered the coastlands. A change of plan was thus essential, and we had to go first more directly north and then take an eastward course. Meanwhile we employed some days in exploring the northeasterly district. The road to Chansenote shows signs of the struggle which has ended, at any rate for the present, in the triumph of the Indians. Here and there the gaunt walls of ruined haciendas, half hidden by luxuriant tropic weed, stand as silent witnesses to the cowardly retreat of the Yucatecan landlords. A cruel war of extermination has laid its desolating hand on all around, and the hungry forest has swallowed up again milpas, cornfields, and fruit gardens. The Indians themselves we found friendly enough if treated fairly and kindly. The children would watch us solemnly from the hut doors, and the boys and men followed us at a respectful distance in our wanderings through the woodlands in search of buried cities. We found little save littered stones, but our excursion satisfied us that no Chichens exist in this part of Yucatan. Chansenote itself, once a flourishing Indian town, is now a group of mud-plastered huts with possibly 3 dozen inhabitants. Cantunil is a larger settlement, strictly Indian now as it always has been, the government vested in an Indian chief. Here the Mayans live pretty much as did their ancestors 4 centuries back, cultivating their milpas, rearing their farm stock, nominally Catholics but really without religion, save a jumbled mass of superstition in which Christian saints and pagan gods are, after the long lapse of years, inextricably mixed. Due north of Tizimin the country is still for the most part in the hands of the Yucatecans, but the cultivation of it is handicapped by a dearth of labour, for here the Indians do not submit to the conditions of serfdom existing in so-called civilised Yucatan, but will only work for fair wage, and often not long for that. Kikil, some miles from Tizimin on the north, is a struggling settlement of such working Indians, once the site of a large Indian town before the Spaniards built Tizimin. Here there were said to be extensive ruins, but we were disappointed as usual. Nothing is more disheartening than the glib way the idiotic Yucatecans send one on wild goose chases after ruins which prove to be hideous Catholic churches of the late 17th or early 18th centuries. The Indians, too, are untrustworthy guides in such matters, for they have a perfect indifference to the architectural skill of their ancestors and speak of their productions as slap packs, old walls. Christmas week is a grand time for Tizimin, for it heralds in the great local fiesta of the year, a feast which lasts from Christmas Day till the New Year. Though synchronous with our Yuletide, it is not in celebration of that, but in honour of the local patron saint. The great feature of this gala are the bullfights. It is really doing them too much honour, though, to give them this dignified name, for they are really nothing less than a series of cowardly baitings of young bullocks. Ichabod, Ichabod. The glory of the bullring had departed from Yucatan. We shall have more to say of this decadent torturing of domesticated animals in a later chapter. But the people see blood, and in this respect the Indians are as bad as the mongrel usurpers of their country, and crowds flock in from the settlements for miles round. They bring with them their wives, their children, and packs of dogs, the babies astride their mothers' hips, the bigger children clinging to her huipil, while the men bend under huge loads of basket baggage slung on their backs, but the whole dead weight of which is on the man's forehead, the broad-plaited string of the basket passing just above his eyes. This is the queer way that all the Mayan Indians carry loads, and as you pass them they look up at you from under the strings, their uneasy attitude giving their eyes a quite unfair appearance of sneaky shiftiness. This fiesta week, then, we had the local life of Tizimin at its brightest. The plaza turns itself into a fair, with rows of tiny wooden booths whereat cheap gewgaws and tasteless finery in cottons and tinsels, necklaces of beads and the inevitable rosaries hung with cheap gilt crosses, bankrupts the Indian wife, while her lord fuddles himself with liquid poisons at the drinking shops. Foodstuffs leap up to famine prices. The skinny fowl which would have cost you $1, 2 shillings, booms to 3. Eager crowds surround the butchers' stalls where from dawn are trays, none too clean, piled up with blood-boltered lumps of meat. They never cut their beef in joints in Yucatan, calculated to rob an average tomcat of his appetite. Trays of unspeakably sticky sweets reek in the sun, surrounded by eager-faced children. Strung like onions, hundreds of tortillas hang festooned on strings round the shops, as if some huge type of yellow mushroom had been utilized for decoration. Hour after hour gallop into the dusty plaza caballeros from the local plantations. Fine young dandies these, who fancy themselves intent on conquests among some of those black-eyed girls who stare from the shaded doorways as they clatter past. The three-muled wagon, too, huge-wheeled, shaded with green canvas, rolls its lumbering way into the town, bringing some family from Espita or Valladolid, and the tired mules, released from their rope and leather trappings, look about for the dustiest spot in the plaza and roll and roll and roll, backwards and forwards, in an ecstasy of freedom, to presently regain their feet, shake themselves like a dog from the water, and look about for the much-desired drink. The people come in to enjoy themselves, and perhaps they do, but there seems little or no real gaiety in the crowd. The drunken Indian is at best a maudlin creature, often quarrelsome and never merry and boisterous, and his women and children are the most silent of beings, while over the whole scene hangs the mephitic atmosphere engendered by that mischievous superstition, mainstay of a sickeningly hypocritical ecclesiasticism, that web of priest cunning which Catholicism has woven, spider-like, round the race she has enmeshed and degraded. And so you see the poor bewildered, stumbling Indian drunkard wasting his last few centavos on a dirty melting tallow dip which, with many genuflections, he places before a plaster St. Andrew or St. Peter. Yes, the church is there and makes high holiday. It is the padre's great harvesting. Later we will describe an amusing corner made in candles by the Tizimin curer of souls. And hour after hour the Yucatecan sacristan climbs to the belfry to summon the faithful. But the Indian faithful are made, the wise padres know, the more faithful by a little liquor, and so outside the church doors are little drinking shops, and the devils of superstition and drink, hand in hand, work their evil will on the weltering crowd. All the burning day the people sit huddled in the dust of the plaza, and when the chill black night settles down, the light streams from the gaping doorways of the church, where the whining sing-song of the priest and the treble voices of the boy choristers make one long inharmonious chant, punctuated with the metallic ring of cymbals, while beneath the ink-black shade of the church walls the Indian families squat shivering in their blankets around small fires. Our final preparations for the journey to the coast took some days, and the fiesta was in full swing before we were ready to leave. Owing to the swamps, we thought it well to cut our baggage down to vanishing point. Having thus almost attained that consummation devoutly to be wished by all good travellers, the toothbrush and blanket state, we rode out from Tizimin late in December. Contrario had gone back to Valladolid, and we had hired an Indian boy. Our route lay for 9 miles over a fair road to Sucopo. Thence a narrower path led to Zonotake, whence after 18 miles through the jungle we reached the old Indian settlement of Oxe. Here we made a day or two's stay at the hacienda, and discovered a series of sepulchral mounds, each crowned with the ruins of a building. Below one mound we found, hidden by the tangled thorn bushes, what appeared to be the mouth of a cave. It was little more than 2 feet wide and looked uninviting. But hoping it would prove a passage to the centre of the mound, and first taking the precautionary measure of throwing in a stone to disturb any snake which might be sheltering, we wriggled in. It was only a cave of fair size. At the back a mass of limestone had lately fallen, blocking up any passageway, if indeed any existed. In Mayan burial mounds the corpse was nearly always deposited in a well sunk from the top, and often extraordinarily deep. Between Oxe and the sea lay 40 miles of forest. As we approached the coast, the land became low and boggy, till the whole country seemed a swampy wood. The animals were often floundering up to their bellies in water and black mud. In places a stretch of water looking like a river formed the path ahead of us. When night came and the moon rose, the forest seemed a piece of water fairyland. The mule track we followed lay between woodland so thick that it seemed like an ebon wall on either side save where the moon, glinting through the overgrowth, speckled the path with silver light. A great silence reigned, broken only by the cry of some night bird or the whispering rustle of the palm leaves. Here and there the trees parted a little, as we reached some clearing where the moon was reflected in the pools and struck upon the sapota trees, making them, with their smooth grey barks, look like granite pillars. Now and again the animals waded through shallow swamps around which 1,000 fireflies flitted, and from the edges of which white ibises splashed and fluttered up, a ghostly flock, at our approach. On reaching the coast, a kindly welcome was accorded us at El Cuyo, a tiny port, by the Cuban superintendent of a wood-cutting company which has its headquarters there. End of section 11. Recording by Sienna, Fresno, California. Section 12 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 12. In the Footsteps of Cortes. On the coast from El Cuyo to Cape Catoche and round as far east as Contoy Island are mounds, sometimes many miles apart, averaging about 50 or 60 feet in height. We examined some of these. They are obviously artificial, quite roughly built of earth and unhewn stones, and there can be little doubt were erected during the later years of the 15th and the early years of the 16th centuries as lookouts to warn the tribes of the interior of the approach of the Spaniards. Around them there are no traces of buildings. From them smoke signals by day and fire by night doubtless served as a perfect means of collecting the tribes at any threatened point. From El Cuyo, recrossing the salt lakes which for 24 miles fringe the swampy forest coastlands at this part, we took a directly east course for 60 miles. Profitless as this part of our tour proved archaeologically, it was geographically of interest. We have been enabled to prepare a map of this northeastern corner of Yucatan, which attains an accuracy no map heretofore published has attained. This district is a dead level of primeval forest, untrodden, unknown, stretching for 40 miles inland and fringed by swamps which are anything from 5 to 10 miles wide. Here and there we discovered traces of Indian towns, in no case suggesting much size, the settlements of those sub-tribes which ranged this woodland and probably looked Chichenwards for their supreme chief. This belt of forest land forms the gigantic concession of a Yucatecan trading concern, La Compañía Agrícola, founded in 1902, but a really infinitesimal part comparatively has been brought by them under cultivation, working with imported labor, chiefly from Cuba and Mexico. From the officials, all Cubans, we received the most perfect courtesy and the most generous assistance in forwarding our progress along the coast, and we shall directly describe a pleasant stay we made on their chief sugar plantation. The days in the forest were monotonous enough. We followed a mule track used by the woodcutters. Mile after mile the scenery was the same. There is nothing majestic in the Yucatecan forests. You see no giant trees, no mighty fathers of the woodland towering up. The highest is the sapota, from which the gummy sap chicle, basis of all American chewing gums, is obtained. The characteristic of the forest is its deadly stillness. Thanks to the riverless nature of Yucatan, there is little animal life. The swamps afford a haunt for the black duck, for wild geese, spoonbills, ibis, and flamingo, and now and again you hear the hoarse cry of a parakeet or a wild pig bustles through the undergrowth. But practically the forest is dead, flowerless, dark, matted, tangled underfoot, matted, tangled overhead. The long snake-like lianas, hanging like fairy ropes from the highest, or weaving a network like the web of some monster spider between the shorter trees. On the site of the ancient Indian village of Labca, La Compañía Agrícola has built itself a settlement which it has rechristened Solferino. On our arrival there we had the kindest welcome possible from the Cuban superintendent, who entertained us at a hastily improvised lunch, what time he insisted on sending on in advance of us a message to the officials at the sugar plantation some 10 miles off to prepare them for our visit. The company is one of the richest in Yucatan, chiefly owing to the great saline lagoons over which we had passed, from which is extracted rough salt, for the sale of which they practically have a monopoly throughout northern and western Yucatan, exporting large quantities as well to Vera Cruz and other ports on the Mexican Gulf. They have also undertaken chicle cutting, and at Solferino are opening up many acres of woodland for plantations of cocoa, cotton, and banana. This latter settlement showed every sign of their growing prosperity, being quite the model village, with trim huts fronting on to large corrals filled with cattle and mules. Thence late in the afternoon we started for their sugar farm, which is the industry latest initiated, but in which, as we afterwards learnt, there is not so much profit as their enterprise deserves because of the cheap American sugars which are rapidly becoming a vast import throughout Yucatan. Heading northward again, we were soon once more among the swamps, the forests thinning off and giving place to a low-lying country, just the steaming hot, miasmic soil for sugar. A few miles further and we entered the first plantations, each side of us stretching acres of the rusty green, rush-like plants topping the purple yellowy canes, each plantation marked with a board bearing the date of planting and the number of mecates in the patch. Ahead of us we soon saw the tall brick chimney of the sugar mill, and then, as far as the eye could see, sugar cane stretched on either side of the track till we entered the settlement. First a street of wooden huts, each built up on a platform 2 feet from the ground and reached by a few wood steps like those of a bathing machine, and then a wide clearing. On one side of the sugar mill a huge shed-like erection, on the other the large one-story-eyed bungalow built of Mexican cedar, the administrative building of the plantation. Here we were greeted by the chief administrator of the company with such courteous kindness as made us feel deeply the disadvantage we laboured under in being such poor Spanish scholars. Señor Sanchez was but 50, though he looked an old man. The stooping shoulders, the thin-waisted figure, the hollow cheeks and sunken eyes, the dried yellow skin, told only too sadly their tale of bitter battle waged with the fever fiend. For here where sugar grows men wither, and the little cemetery lying a mile seaward behind the mill and established but a few years, could already boast a larger census than the settlement. We were invited within to a room which was roomy enough, but not room-like in that it had no furniture save half a dozen rocking chairs. The walls were bare and the boarded floor was innocent of carpet or matting and unseemly with a myriad expectorations. Here we were introduced to the staff, a group of Cubans, rough, bearded men in flannel shirts and leather-belted linen trousers, grimy with coal dust and engine grease. These were the engineers, most of them men who had worked on plantations in Cuba before the Spanish-American War, but had found their occupation gone owing to the dislocation of plantation work there, and so had come across to Yucatan. They were rough enough, but a real relief after the hypocritically civil Yucatecans who had so far done their best to ruin our tour. After a general conversation, if indeed it deserves that adjective, seeing that we had to shoot the Spanish conversational rabbit as it dodged from rocking chair to rocking chair, a move was made to view the engines. The chief director of the company is a henequen millionaire and ship owner, and no money had been spared to make the plant perfect. A powerful American type of vertical engine of the very latest make worked the huge crusher and the centrifugal machine which separates the sugar from the molasses. It was Saturday afternoon and the mill was not working, but the hands were loafing round, and we were struck with the number of Koreans. The administrator told us that he had quite a village of these. They are good workmen, easily satisfied, and stand the climate well. Another figure that attracted our attention was a huge bewhiskered nigger, who on seeing us was all smiles. He proved to be from Belize, British Honduras, and of course spoke good English. He was almost childishly proud of his rights as a British subject, and told us that he had served in one of the West Indian regiments. He said he liked the English soldier, and that the officers were always kind and treated the black man well. As we shook his hand in parting, we were glad to learn that he was happy, liked his work, and was fairly treated. The bulk of the men employed are Mexicans. As the administrator explained, the great difficulty of the company is the dearth of labor. Poca gente, poca gente. He kept on repeating, there are very few people. For the Indians around, who have been terribly thinned off by Mexican massacres, will not work. These Mexican laborers are a good-for-nothing, discontented, idle lot, and the calabozo or prison hut, close to the engine house, usually contained one or more of these recalcitrants. Drink is the great evil among them, and the most severe restrictions are in force limiting the amount of liquor they can obtain from the company's store during the day. At sunset, dinner was served in an inner room opening out upon the filthiest yard imaginable. There pigs, dogs, cats, turkeys, ducks, and chickens ran riot and trespassed into the dining room to see what good things the señores had for dinner. Nothing is stranger than the Spaniard's disregard for those comforts of cleanliness which can fill even the humblest home with sweetness and light. Here was our host, a Spanish Cuban of good birth, with the manners of a prince, courteous, kindly, cultured, content to dine off a tablecloth so stained and filthy and thick with grime that a Pickford's van boy would resent such a cover for his humble board at Café Lockhart or Pierce and Plenty. It was nothing to him and his genial, intelligent subordinates that the mustard pot was dark with dead flies, and that ugly grease spots decorated the cloth, which was ringed with the stains of myriad wine glasses. They were all living like pigs, and indeed with them, for the porkers came in and rooted under the table for the crumbs that fell from the rich men. And we were rich as far as food was concerned, for they gave us an excellent dinner of chicken and rice, beef, pork, omelette, boiled plantains, and sweet potatoes, with pineapple as dessert, the waiters being two Mexican boys who wore their straw hats and blankets all through their dinner duties. The next morning we took our coffee with the administrator, sitting round the same fly-marked cloth. It was a lesson in Spanish dignity, and how a man may tower above his surroundings to hear this grim fever-stricken Spanish gentleman talk history and politics in an almost stately, old-world fashion amid such squalor. He insisted that we should stay to take breakfast with him at 11, and we were glad we did, for we witnessed a curious scene well worth seeing. The previous evening the men had received their week's wages. As we had sipped our coffee we had heard the young Cuban clerk eternally calling Antonio Rodriguez, Lucio Perez, and such names, and then the chink of Mexican silver as the money, hard enough earned in those steaming hell-hot sugar swamps, was paid through the little iron-barred pigeon-hole. But there was one of these fellows who had gone away discontented. Each man is paid according to the amount of cane he cuts. This fellow, who had only been employed a fortnight, had cut none because he declared he had been engaged as an overseer, not a hand labourer. But during the 2 weeks he had had food and drink supplied him on credit, and now he had come up for pay. The clerk told him, naturally enough, that he would be paid when he did some work and not before. So shortly after breakfast the man appeared before the pay office to once more air his wrongs. The clerk referred the case to the administrator, who was talking with us, and the latter crossed over to the office. A minute later we heard angry voices, and then, to our amazement, the administrator dashed out of his office through the room where we sat and simply rushed at the grumbler. The latter backed off as Señor Sanchez made for him, apparently to kick or strike him. Calling out threats, he disappeared, and we thought the scene was over, but it was obviously only a dress rehearsal, for he presently reappeared brandishing his machete. It was really quite exciting. The man was evidently going to run amok. He was a sturdy fellow too, bullet-headed, bulldog-jawed, evil-eyed, just the man for mischief. There was quite a panic in the office. One old clerk picked up a long pole, the administrator seized a workmanlike walking stick, but the coolest of the lot was a young Cuban who, with hands in his trouser pockets, went forward to parley with the man. It seemed that the outburst of the administrator had been due to the man's personal insolence, and that he had then ordered him to surrender his machete. This he was now brandishing, and it certainly looked like murder. But it was soon obvious that there was more cheap melodrama than business about the fellow. He went down on one knee, and appealed to heaven to witness that he would rather give up his life than his machete, and then as the young unarmed Cuban approached him, he got up and retreated a few steps further. But in such matters he who retires is lost, and slowly but surely round him were extending, like the horns of a Zulu impi, a semicircle of officials, in the centre the administrator, his fever-yellowed face grey now, but with anger not fear, his whole emaciated figure expressive of an almost demoniacal rage. So the fellow made a bolt for it to his hut, and when, some half an hour later, we started for the coast, we saw him, as we looked back, disarmed and being led in by the plantation police to cool his heels for 48 hours in the calabozo. The few miles which separated the sugar plantation from the sea were a kind of tropical saltings, mud and sparse grass alive with small land crabs, which galloped in hundreds to gain the shelter of boulder or fallen tree trunk as we approached. With the utmost courtesy, Señor Sanchez had insisted upon providing us with a boat for our journey to Holboch, lying 4 miles from the little rickety wooden quay which constitutes the company's port of Chiquila. Holboch, 16 miles long, low-lying, narrow, is quite the island of one's tropical dreams, a harmony of sparkling sand, blue sea, and palm trees. An avenue of palms leads to the fisher settlement, a square of wood huts, painted bright blue and white, built round a plaza of sand. We had the bad luck to arrive at the moment when the fisher folk were about to launch themselves upon a sea of dissipation in celebration of the New Year. Thus there were few who wished to launch on the other sea. But Yucatecans will do anything for money, and we soon found a boat, a dory of 3 tons, La Esperanza, and a captain. Short, stout, bow-legged, with rollicking walk and eyes twinkling under shaggy eyebrows, a big flap hat worn rakishly over one eye, he was such a ludicrous mixture of the truculent and the comic that we christened him the amiable smuggler. But no Yucatecan can keep his word, and our new friend's amiability was not proof against this racial failing. Thus, having settled the terms overnight for the boat which was to take us round Cape Catoche, we were astonished to find him at our hut door the next morning, declaring he must have another $4 a day. It was all the fault of the New Year festivities. The poor fellow wanted to get drunk, and he felt that if this could not be, he must receive heavy compensation. We compromised the matter by adding $1 to the daily pay and agreeing to postpone our sailing till the New Year was in. We very foolishly advanced him, and the two other Yucatecans who were to form our crew $30, and paid for our mistake by being obliged to spend the rest of the day watching the dipsomaniacal trio to check their Gadarenic descent into senselessness. The Holbochians were not quite replicas of those proverbial South Sea Islanders who gained a precarious living by taking in each other's washing, but their relations were, if anything, even more intimate, for everybody appeared to be everybody else's brother, sister, cousin, or aunt. We were told that the whole village, some 300, represented the ramifications of practically only two families, and the sickly pallor of some of the boys and girls suggested that this inbreeding was already making its evil influence felt. There was not an Indian in the place. It was a community of Yucatecan fishermen, as indeed are most of the inhabited islands as far south as Ascension Bay. They lead an easy-going loiter life, swinging the sunny hours away in their hammocks and loafing the evenings away drinking in the tiny spirit stores presided over by a huge bloated Dutch immigrant and his equally fat frau, or love-making among the thorn bushes on the beach. Occasionally they fish or take a job as one of the hands of the small trading schooners which ply from Progreso to Cozumel, but life is cheap and they do as little honest work as they reasonably can. This indeed is the average Yucatecan, an easy-going creature, fond of women, fonder of drink, and fondest of dancing. If there is anything which awakens the Yucatecan soul, it is the charms of a la baile, the ball. The Holbochians took it rather hardly that we had descended upon them at such an intempestive moment. They would have so much liked to have given themselves wholeheartedly to the congenial task of dogging the footsteps of Los Americanos, as they insisted upon calling us, and jeering us at intervals, but they really had scarcely time to spare, for the whole village was agog over the New Year's Eve ball. Most Yucatecan villages have dancing halls. Holboch had. It was a large palm-leaf thatched open shed at the corner of the plaza, wood-floored. Round it were ranged wood benches. From the centre roof pole hung 2 or 3 oil lamps, and the decorations were flags. Dancing began at about 8. The American traveller Stevens was loud in his praises of Yucatecan dancing. Perhaps it has altered in the last 60 years. It certainly seemed to us the dullest performance we had ever witnessed. Those mechanical toys, metal trays upon which are fixed several couples of tin figures which, when wound up, go slowly round and round in a melancholy way on the same spot, give about the best idea of a Yucatecan dance. There is no life, no spirited movement, no gaiety in the entertainment. Perhaps this is really the fault of the orchestra. It is difficult even to speak of Yucatecan music without a shudder. It is curious that a people so devoted to dancing, even if it is only of the humming top type, should have no music in them. They seem to be ignorant of air, tune, or time. Their dance music is one long droning chant, flat, stale, and unprofitable, absolutely maddening in its reiteration, reminiscent of childhood's jest about the tune the cow died to. The band at Holboch consisted of a kettle drum and a concertina. There was no fixed orchestra. Anybody who was handy beat the drum, and everybody in turn had a go at the concertina, each performer adding his little best to the musicless horror of the noise. There appeared to be no fixed step. Some couples hopped round, some went round with a sliding slither, and others seemed to be walking round rapidly. As long as the music lasted, the men's faces bore a look of concentrated earnestness, the girls' that of submissive boredom. When the music stopped, the girls were placed on the benches and the men walked out into the plaza and stood staring at them. We were much interested in one performer, a young fellow of about 20. We had seen him earlier in the day engaged in bathing in a pail, a method of ablution requiring much persistence, and now in the most spotless of linen breeches and coloured cotton vest he had thrown himself heart and soul into the evening's enjoyment. He danced as long as the drum beat, and then he put his partner upon the shelf and came out into the plaza and mopped his forehead till the drum began again. We bore with the scene for some hours, because we held a watching brief in the interests of the cruise of the Esperanza, for our amiable smuggler was very drunk, and we hoped, by keeping an eye on him, to prevent him from becoming drunker and passing into a comatose condition. He delivered himself into our hands, for he came up and invited us to dance with him, and as we were due to start soon after midnight, we made this outrageous proposal an excuse for putting him in charge of the Jefe, who promised to see him into his hammock for a few hours' sleep before we wanted him. The second man was so far gone that there was no reasoning with him. We had to let him lie where he was in the plaza, and trust to the night air to bring him round by the time we sailed. With the third sailor, who was sober, we took the boat round to where the deeper water allowed of her being ballasted and loaded. By the time the boat was ready, it was fast approaching midnight. The dance was over. The girls had left their shelves and gone home to their hammocks. The lamps were out, and the few belated revellers were straggling about or lying senseless on the sand, which glistened snow white in the moonlight. We found our skipper in his hut. He had pulled himself together, and he came with us to find the first mate. The latter was in his hammock in a drunken sleep, and refused to answer to our repeated knockings. We were for starting without him, but the amiable smuggler said he had advanced him $10 and he had got to come. He evidently knew his man, for he called out some opprobrious words in Spanish. We did not catch what they were, but a well-trained ferret never made a rabbit bolt from his hole as quick as those choice epithets brought the toper from his hammock. The hut door burst open, and before the captain could realize he had overdone it, the fuddled Nicholas rushed at him and hit him full in the face. In a moment all was disorder. The wives of the combatants rushed out to act as seconds, and half a dozen neighbours tumbled from their hammocks and rushed over to see the battle. But the Yucatecan prize fight under Queensberry rules did not form part of our programme, and we successfully intervened, seizing the struggling men, and held on to them till they had spluttered out the worst of their rage, when the storm ceased as suddenly as it had begun, and they fell upon each other's necks, calling each other bueno amigo, good friend. Escorting them down to the boat and leaving them to get the sail up, we returned to our hut, shouldered our baggage, and carried it to the beach. As the New Year came in, we were thigh-deep in the tepid water, a pale eau de Nil in the moonlight, wading backwards and forwards to the Esperanza. It was nearly 2, however, before we got under way, and the dawn of the New Year's Day found us but some 10 miles down the coast. The shores we now explored were historic indeed. We were retracing the course of Cortes as he cruised round from the island of Cozumel, whither we were bound. But if they were historic, they were singularly uninteresting. The woods come down to within a few feet of the beach, woods which never deserve the title of forests and yet are so impenetrable that no one who has not tried to cut his way through would believe it. About midday we made a landing near to where it was said ruins existed, and cut our way through 2 miles of bush. Ruins we found, but they were of no moment, and if they were Indian, they were certainly post-conquest. It was a broiling hot day, and our eyes suffered from the sun glare. On reaching the beach again, we were tempted to have a bathe, though this is risky work at any part of the coast of Yucatan, for there are more sharks to the square mile than there are probably in any other part of the world. But it was far too hot for us to be very prudent, and we had a delicious plunge, coming out none too soon though, for while we were putting on our shirts we saw Master Shark showing his fins a yard or two from where we had been revelling in the green water. We made many landings, but they were quite disappointing in their results. Cape Catoche itself is a low spit of sand separated from the mainland by a shallow channel about a quarter of a mile wide. Here a light has been recently installed. The whole region for miles round is desolation. Just beyond the cape the coastline breaks into a large bay, an immense wooded oval of shallow water, guarded seaward by a natural breakwater of sand, and entered by 2 narrow waterways east and west. This great inlet, framed in thick woods, its sunlit, gently rippling surface dotted with beds of reeds and straggling water flowers, is the haunt of the sea birds. As we stole into their solitude, vast flocks of ibis, of gulls, black duck, sandpipers, and the hideous brown pelicans rose and made off, while fairest of all sights in the brilliant light was a flight of flamingos, a pink cloud passing overhead. There can be little doubt that this bay was the scene of that first landing of Cortes on the American mainland, which was destined so largely to shape the future of Central America. It was curious to land and wander in the desolate woods, the battleground of 4 centuries past, picturing to oneself the romance of it all. Further eastward we put in to examine some ruins which showed above the trees. They proved to be those of a Catholic church and monastery, probably 18th century work. The church was full of bats, which fluttered down from the mildewed walls frightened at the unwanted intrusion. Here and there along the coast southward from the cape we found signs of ancient Indian settlements. The ruins were in no way majestic, but were probably relics of outlying fisher settlements, and only interesting because significant of the building zeal of the pre-conquest Indians. This great sweep of coastline must have ever been what it is today, swampy and impassable, in no way inviting to the establishment of large cities such as Chichen and Uxmal, but used rather as a vast hunting ground by the tribes of the interior. Even in typical tropic weather, there is much discomfort in life in a 3-ton boat. So far the weather had been perfect, and once round the cape we got the full benefit of the trade winds, which blow here all the year round. As Dryden in his Annus Mirabilis writes, "But now, the cape once doubled, fear no more. A constant trade wind will securely blow, and gently lay us on the spicy shore." Our spicy shore was the fruitful island of Cozumel, of the fertile beauty of which we had heard such glowing accounts. But once round the cape our troubles proved by no means over. After a few days the weather broke. The night was perfect. A full moon bathed the quiet sea and the wooded coasts in a wonderful silver light, and as we stared up into the sky from our bed of sand ballast sacks in the bottom of the boat, It seemed as if the stars had never shone so brightly. But with the dawn we ran into the fringe of what is known in the Gulf of Mexico as a norther, and the weather ahead looked so dirty that we took refuge in a tiny islet called Isla Arena (Sand Island). It was an ideally lonely Robinson Crusoe spot. A few deserted huts marked it as the occasional home of passing fishermen. We swung our hammocks in that which had the most watertight thatch, and then walked round the island with the guns in search of duck. In the centre was a touching little cemetery, a square of sand humbly marked off with sea shells, the graves, 6 of them, each with a rudely fashioned wooden cross, and black spirit bottles, which had once served as flower vases, stood around. It is a wild life these Yucatecan fishermen often lead, and as we stood bareheaded by this garden of sleep, those haunting lines on Stevenson's Samoan tomb came to our minds: "Here he lies where he longed to be. Home is the fisherman home from the sea, the hunter home from the hill." Here they rested, lulled by the eternal sigh of the ocean so long their home. The weather had scarcely improved when towards dawn we made a start for Isla de Mujeres. Had we known what was ahead of us we should have made Sand Island our home for yet another day, till the sea had had time to quiet down. In the deep gloom which heralded the approach of another day, we tacked round Cayo Sucio (Dirty Point) and past Rat and Pelican Keys, 2 miniature isles. The sea was rough and choppy, and a mile or so out a nasty squall came up and we hove to, taking in all sail, the little boat pitching and tossing like a walnut shell, while we crouched under mackintosh sheets to keep as dry as was possible. Thence, when the sky cleared, we had a straight run down the coast. The amiable smuggler had ominously talked of a Via Angusta (narrow way), but our Spanish was so limited that his explanations were lost on us, and his uneasiness as he stared weatherwards we took for the nervousness all Yucatecans show in any risk. It was about an hour after dawn that away to our left, so far that it sounded like the last thunder mutterings of a storm long past, we heard a low murmuring. We looked seaward, and the captain pointed to the horizon with the words "Las Rocas." Across the dreary waste of water, its night grey yielding to a sickly green in the chill morning glare, it was at first hard to see anything. Then as we stared we saw at first a long, thin, black line, white topped, starting leftwards some 5 miles off and running in till its end was lost in the rollers ahead. Evenly marked it seemed, like the black and white painting on a giant ship's hull. And then, in the minutes as we neared, the white became broken into cloudlets, showing up quick in succession like smoke of an engine above the edge of a railway cutting. And quickly the murmuring turned into a booming, like the hum of a great city's traffic heard from afar, and the booming into a low, intense thunder. And as we passed into the tumbling waters, the even lines were gone and we saw an endless belt of black coral rock closing our whole horizon. The Esperanza was heading for the reef at 7 knots. We ran to within half a mile, and the thunder of the Atlantic as it broke upon the demon-shaped jags of coral, bursting in clouds of spray 40 feet high, was like the dry roaring of wild beasts. The tiller went round, and we veered a point or two more into the wind, and then straight ahead we saw why the amiable smuggler had steered up so close. To our right a smaller line of reef, some 200 yards long, bent out from the shore to meet the 3-mile leftward curve. Between the shore and the coral was no safe way even for boats of 3 feet draught such as ours. Ahead lay the only way, between the deadly corals. It was La Via Angusta, and to us landlubbers it looked like the gate of a water hell, an ocean fiend's cauldron of bubbling, leaping grey water. As the 2 lines of rock closed in on us, the sea rolled down from the seaward reefs in a great slate-coloured foamless rollers. From the level of the little boat they looked like moving hills. The wind was blowing fresh on the quarter, and the skipper had put the boat towards the bigger reef lest we should be blown clean on the smaller. There was not a dog's chance for us if we capsized, and an inch twist wrong of the helm and we must. 1 second we sunk low between rollers, looking down a lead-grey alleyway of water. The next we were flung up, light as an eggshell, on the crest of a wave, balancing there long enough to measure with straining eyes the distance between us and the hell of coral. The next half hour seemed the longest we had ever lived. It looked as if nothing but a miracle of seamanship could save the boat. We heard the captain mutter a prayer to the Virgin, and the sailors, their yellow faces now ashen grey, crouched forward clinging to the shrouds, the spray soaking their thin cottons. When we ran once more into the open Atlantic, we cared not for the fiercer waves which charged us, breaking over the bows and drenching us, for we had faced what was worse than open sea. These reefs, the graveyard of the Yucatan Channel, are the terror of the locality, and when, wet and numbed, we reached the picturesque little pueblo of Dolores in Isla de Mujeres, 3 miles further on, the Yucatecan fishermen collected, amazed, on the beach to hear how an open boat had lived through the deadly passage on such a morning. We had risked much to visit the island, but archaeologically it was not worth it. Here it was that the Spaniards in 1517 got their very first sight of those stone buildings of Central America, which were as much a marvel to them as they are to us today. The historians of the Conquest describe a temple of stone, surrounded by fruit trees and sweet-scented shrubs, and approached by well-laid steps. Within, the air was heavy with the smell of incense which burnt in stone and earthenware vessels before female idols clothed in cotton petticoats, with the bosoms decently covered. Before these images were well-ordered files of women ministrants who served in the temple. Hence Córdoba called the island Isla de Mujeres, Isle of Women. But all this old-time glory had disappeared. The only village edges, with its whitewashed huts, their doors painted a light blue or green, the shallow semicircle of sand which forms the islet's only anchorage. Behind this row of cottages the tiny cross streets are almost knee-deep in its pale yellow glitter. Away southward stretches a barren waste, 6 miles long and never much more than a mile wide, of rock and sand, over which clambers a coarse-leafed sea vine, a coarser thistly plant, with here and there a clump of fan palms. Only at the extreme southern end, on a rocky bluff, stands a relic of the dead people. It is a solid built structure about 18 feet square on the outside, and containing 2 rooms 14 feet by 6 each. There is no ornamentation or hieroglyphics on it, but outside, facing east, are 2 stone ledges like plinths for statues, upon which, local rumour has it, once stood 2 gigantic statues of women. Near at hand is a small Spanish watch-tower, all to pieces, a contrast to the well-preserved Indian stone work, We intended making the island a base for further exploration of the east coast, and hired a hut which stood at the end of the village on a steep rock. The reefs had so completely shattered the nerves of our crew that they declared it impossible to proceed to Cozumel in the Esperanza. Our belief in the proverbial halcyon calm of tropic seas had also been much shaken by our morning's experiences, and we were inclined to agree with the frightened sailors. So, paying them up to the next morning, we discharged them, determining to hire a larger boat for the rest of our cruise. But this was not the dénouement which the amiable smuggler hoped or wished, and he insolently declared that we must pay him for so many more days as it took him to return to the island of Holboch. When we refused, he muttered something about reporting us to the Jefe and disappeared. We thought no more about it, and busied ourselves in settling into our new quarters. About half an hour later we were sitting in our hammocks, polishing our top boots with soft soap, when a long scraggy looking man arrived, who declared himself to be a policeman. He certainly did not look like one, but he brought a message from the Jefe Politico that los otros hombres, the other men, were to appear before that functionary at 2 o'clock. This was altogether too much for our British blood. We had so far throughout our tour borne the Yucatecan fool as gladly as we could, but now our cup was running over. In an outburst of Spanish, utterly ungrammatical but very much to the point, we consigned him and all Jefes to an even warmer place than Isla de Mujeres, and bade him return with all speed to his chief and tell that gentleman that we were not the other men, but British subjects, bearing passports from the Federal Government, that nothing would induce us to appear at 2 or at any other hour, and that if the Jefe wanted to see us, he would have to come to us, not we go to him. We were very angry, and the miserable Yucatecan creature backed out of our hut abashed. We considered the incident closed, and continued polishing our boots. But about half an hour later, noticing a commotion at our hut door, we looked out and, to our amazement, found a dense crowd assembled, led by a fat Yucatecan wearing a pith helmet. This was Señor el Jefe, and behind him, ranged in the order of their rank, were all the officials of the island. In the background stood the scraggy policeman, who certainly thought that we were now about to meet the due reward of our temerity in flouting the thunderbolts of this Caribbean island Jove, and to be hanged, drawn, and quartered to make a Yucatecan holiday. We invited the Jefe into the hut, and in a few sentences explained that we intended no personal affront to him, seeing that until that moment we had never had the pleasure of clapping eyes on him, but that the insolence of the message was such as, in Dogberry's words, was most tolerable and not to be endured, and that we therefore could not apologize for our refusal to obey it. The Jefe, as we afterwards learnt, was a thorough old rogue, but he had a fund of common sense. In a few minutes we had explained to him that the amiable smuggler had already been paid his full wages, and we were shaking hands all round, the Jefe assuring us that the message had been misdelivered, that he had used the word supplica, supplicates, not manda, demands, inciting us to his court. It was delightful to watch the evident chagrin of the policeman and the barefooted crowd who had hoped to see los ingleses haul down their colours. End of section 12. Recording by Sienna, Fresno, California.